nobody.
I don't want nobody.
I don't want nobody, baby, but you. There's something about your body that's got me thinking of nobody but you. I don't want nobody, I don't want nobody, baby, but you. There's something about your body that's got me thinking of nobody but you.
Bum bum bidum bum bum bidum bum 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 bidum bum bum bidum bum 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 bidum bum bum. I'm going crazy now. Bum bidum bum. No more gas in the rig. Can't even get it started. Nothing heard, nothing said. Can't even speak about it. All my life on my head. Don't wanna think about it. Feels like I'm going insane. Yeah. It's a thief in the night to come and grab you. It can creep up inside you and consume you. A disease of the mind, it can control you. It's too close for comfort. Put on your red light. You're in the city of wonder. It gon' play nice. Watch out, you might just go under. Better think twice. Your train of thought be altered. So if you must fall, don't be right. Your mind's in dysphoria. It's like it's dark. Bum 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 bidum bum 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 bidum bum bum bidum bum bum bidum bum bum bidum bum 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 bidum. Faded pictures on the wall. It's like you're talking to me. Disconnecting on the call. Don't even ring. I gotta get out or figure this shit out. It's too close for comfort. It's a thief in the night to come and grab you. It can creep up inside you and consume you. A disease of the mind, it can control you. I feel like a monster. Oh. But tell me why. It's like the
It doesn't hurt me. Do you wanna know how it feels? Do you wanna know that it doesn't hurt me? Do you wanna hear about the deal I'm making? You, it's you and me. And if only could I make a deal with God and I get him to swap our faces, be running up that road, be running up that hill, be running up that building. Say if only could. Say if only could. And if only could I make a deal with God and I get him to swap our faces, be running up that road, be running up that hill, be running up that building. Say if only could. Say if only could. Is there so much hate for the ones we love? Oh, tell me we both matter, don't we? You, it's you and me. And if only could I make a deal with God and I get him to swap our faces, be running up that road, be running up that hill, be running up that building.
What is up, guys? Sorry about OBS. What is on me? That was not there a minute ago. I just saw it on the camera. What's up, guys? How's it going? How you doing? How you been? Why isn't my Xbox turning on? Alright. It is less cold than usual. I'm gonna actually try to see if I can do this without a blanket. Throw that over there. Oh man, what is going on? Your shit made it all the way without dying again. Yeah, let's see. Let's see, is that the... yeah. Let's see if it makes it. I don't know, man. I'm not too confident in OBS anymore, man. The way it freaking crashes is ridiculous. But you know what? For Friend Friday, we were gonna do something a little different today. With it being, I was originally thinking about streaming the inauguration speech live, but I'm kind of glad I didn't because it gave me a chance to actually look at like the here, I'm gonna just pause the music. It gave me a chance to look at, you know, like the executive orders that were signed. So that's just kind of what we're gonna go over today. Is we're gonna watch the inauguration speech, which I am pumped to watch this with you guys. I kind of want to try to keep an eye out for. I see the whole, I'm not really super into like online stuff, but I've been seeing a lot of the whole Elon controversy thing. And I want to see if I can figure out what's going on with that, because I don't really know a whole lot about that. I've seen the picture But I'm like, at the same time, I'm like, let's not pick on the autistic guy who's got, Asperger's, who is like super, super not good in big situations. So, I'm kind of like, let's not pick on, like, yeah, he's rich and smart and stuff, but he's still like super bad at social situations. That's like a known thing about him. That's part of having Asperger's. But, yeah, so. Thank you so much, Joey, for the resub. You a real one. 23 months in a row. That's insane. Thank you so much, man. I don't know what keeps you coming back. What is going on? Why is this not? Oh, I know why. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna have to redo my thing real quick. Or maybe I won't. Oh yeah, I will. Okay, never mind. I'm thinking out loud. My own little personalism. So basically what we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking a look at the inauguration. I don't know if anybody else did this, but I tried to watch where he sat down with all of the like executive order signings, and the press was ridiculous. They needed to be punched. They just kept talking over him. They just kept, interrupting everything. They weren't asking questions relevant to the orders that were being signed. It was incredibly annoying. So I got that list of things set up, and we can kind of go over that, what that means. And then I also have the health crisis. I actually have a video up by I'm so bad with names. Valuetainment. It's Patrick Bet David. I know his face, but I don't know. But he's going over RFK Jr. and kind of some of the things his plans are for the health crisis, which I'm actually really excited for. Of all the things about the Make America Blank Again umbrella, I'm actually really excited about that one because the FDA is a fucking joke. And yeah, so I figured it'd be a fun change of pace. We don't do politics on this channel usually. At least, they may pop up in conversation here and there, but we try to stay kind of neutral-ish. But I decided, fuck it. Like, let's have a discussion. This is a big deal. The presidency is a big deal. Everybody's talking about it on both sides of the aisle. It is probably the most unified I've ever seen, period. I mean, the popular vote alone was crazy. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of a historical presidency for sure. And then no matter what side of the aisle on, you can't deny that that it's definitely historical, as well as very people around the world even are super excited for it. So it definitely is something that deserves to be looked at. And I thought, let's do that. So Wyrm is going to be joining us as soon as I get my stuff set up for that. I realized my Xbox is plugged into somewhere else. I gotta fix that real quick. So, but yeah, basically, Wyrm's gonna be joining us, and who's bigger brained than I am when it comes to things, although he probably wouldn't be the first to admit it. And we got Zero in, who I'm not 100% sure where he lands with everything, so I'm intrigued to see what his takes are on some stuff. But Kim's turning into an actual e-girl. I'm so proud. What else am I gonna conquer the universe with? Damn right, Joe. How am I an e-girl? I don't have like the ears. Don't you dare say that. How? How am I an e-girl? I don't know. I don't understand how I'm an e-girl. I've got like the basic outfit on for like mid-aughts girl. I don't know. I've worn the same clothes for like 20 years, so I mean, my style really hasn't changed much. It's definitely includes more things in it, but yeah. Gonna be a reaction stream and VTuber model soon. Oh god, I don't understand the VTuber thing with the weird. No, it's weird to me. And then there's like the full-grown men that have like really weird like female cat VTuber things, but it's like this. It's like ooh, these deep guy voice. I don't get that. But yeah, I thought it would be fun. We would do like a politics stream. So with that being said, please be respectful of one another. I know that that's not an issue here, but I figured I would start off with that. Just because it is atypical for what we do. I know everyone has different views and opinions on things. And, part of the problem in this country is that we don't have conversations about things anymore. People tend to shut each other out. People tend to block people if they disagree with them. They're like, oh, I have the right to be, not offended. But they don't want to take the time to educate themselves and stuff. So, absolutely try to see past if there's anything that you disagree with. Let's, feel free for open discussion. We can talk points about that with you guys and everything. I absolutely think that that's healthy and helpful to society, that we need to have conversations, because when you shut down conversations, you demonize the other party, and then that spirals downward, and that's how you have civil wars, and that's how all kinds of bad stuff happens. So let's have conversation. Let's poke fun at ourselves. Let's not be so serious. The Fox girls with lots of cake and super big boobs and super deep voices. Yeah. Kim will be doing hot tub streams. I've joked about doing those, but only like in the least sexy outfit. Like, I would do a hot tub stream, but it would be in like fucking big old goggles and a snorkel and like not a bikini. I don't know, like a fucking full body pajama suit or something, like squirrel pajamas. Like, it would be the least, it would be an anti-hot tub stream. Looking like a goth mommy. Thank you, Zero. I'll take that. I'll take goth mommy. I mean, goth mommy was my specialty back in the day anyways, so. I'm joking. Make the purge real again. Oh man, I remember when that happened. I was listening to cop like radios and stuff at the time because I worked in the city. That shit was wild. The things that was coming up over the radios, like people in clown masks with freaking axes just standing in like parks in the middle of the city and like groups of 4. That shit was wild. And they were like, oh, crime didn't go up. There was no, like, okay, the FBI got involved. They definitely hushed that. Because can you imagine if it got out that shit actually went bananas and weird shit was happening? It would have cemented it as a thing. They had to cover it up. There was no other option. Because if it gets out that the purge that they tried to do was, like, semi-successful, even if it's just groups of people going out and being menacing, it's gonna snowball, and it's gonna cause problems, and they had to nip that in the bud. They had to make official statements. I'm just saying. The fact that the FBI got involved tells me everything I need to know. Let's see here. X is full of morons insisting he did a Nazi salute. He straight up said, my heart goes out to you, and then mimed grabbing his heart and throwing it to him. So, okay, so I 100%... That is the thought process I had. I was like, I guarantee he did something, and they took a snippet of it and then posted it everywhere. Because I imagine him being like, like how you like throw up like a wave, like how you wave at people and you throw your arm up to wave at people. Like, hey, it's good to see you. I feel like I was thinking like they probably caught him just as his hand was waving a certain way. Like, that was my thought, is I guarantee, because he was so excited, and he kept throwing his arms up throughout, like when Trump was talking about going to Mars, he looked like a little boy, which I thought was the most precious thing ever, by the way, but, I That's what I imagined happened without like jumping to conclusions. I was like, he was probably like, hey, you know, like just throwing his hand up as people do when they're like waving a taxi. Even when you wave a taxi, you do that, you know, like like that's what I kind of imagined happening, but I haven't seen it, so I can't say anything. You don't even know what constitutes an e-girl. Yeah, I don't know. When I think of e-girl, I think the girls with like the really weird like little cat ear headsets, and then like they're just they got the water push-up bra 3000, the boost my size bra, and then they just I don't know, they just look really I don't know. They're just fake gamers who look really slutty. I don't know. That's the only thing. And then they try to incorporate some anime vibes into it. That's my interpretation of it. VTuber genre gives you the willies. Absolutely, it's fucking weird, dude. You know, they say you shouldn't judge. You shouldn't kink shame people. I'm gonna. That's cute. I'm gonna. You know. Alright, let me get my Xbox replugged in and reset for stream, and we should be able to hear the boys, and then we're going to start with the inauguration video. I will say, strap in. It is a half hour long, but it's worth it. So, a half hour will fly by in no time, and then we can kind of go over the executive orders and things. Where's the puppers? I don't know. Lulu Bear. Oh, I don't know if I ever showed you guys this. So, I haven't had a good chance to wear it yet. So, you guys know how I have the panda mask, right? With the jaw. You guys know the panda mask? Well, during the fall, I got it. I got my panda mask an associate, and I have this fox. What does the fox say? Yeah, so it's got the movable jaw like my panda. I haven't had anything silly to wear with it, but just so you guys know, this is a new addition to the hat pile. So yeah. I only bring it up because it just fell over. That's the only reason. It fell over and it was in my way. Kim going full furry. Absolutely not. No. No. No, 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 no. That's another community I do not get. I don't get it. And I feel bad for them, honestly, because they've been, like, it's this weird, it's like, I don't know, this rubber band effect. I don't know. So, furries originally were just people who like to dress up like that style, that cutesy style of animation. People just like to dress up at those and like kind of play pretend, I guess. And then the outside people who weren't in the community started assuming it was a sex thing when it wasn't a sex thing. And because people like projected that it was a sex thing and made all these negative assumptions, people who would be into that started joining the furry community as a sex thing. So like outside people who had nothing to do with the furry community basically made it into a sex thing, and people who are real furries don't like that, and they hate that people that join the community that try to fulfill the sex part. Like, I feel bad for the true furries, because as weird of a little hobby as it is, it wasn't a fetish until people who weren't in the community assumed it was and turned it into one, and that's not fair. That's not fair. Gotta hop in the shower right quick. When Wyrm shows up, tell him I'll be thinking about him while I'm naked and wet and soapy. Oh, I'll let him know. I'll tell him. I'll tell him. I'm gonna tell him right now. Give me just a second. All right, let's see here. All right, it looks like cool. All right, so we got Wyrm and we got Zero in a party. Ugh. I feel like we need to do a movie stream soon. Absolutely. You know what? I was thinking about someone brought up doing a Disney movie marathon, and I was thinking about doing that, doing like a Disney movie marathon stream where we just watch Disney movies together. I thought about doing like a pajama party, which is kind of silly because it's just me in pajamas, but you guys can be in pajamas too at home. But basically, where it's just like super cozy stream where I'm like in pajamas and it's like a sleepover. I don't know. Is that really corny? Is it fun but corny? I don't know. I figured we could try it. I don't know. You tell me what you think. But yes, that is definitely. I've been feeling like we need to watch movies as well. We also need to redeem Wyrm because he wants to watch Deadpool versus Wolverine and Oppenheimer, I think. That's like kind of rude. Yo, what's up, mate? I can see that you don't get viewers. That's just like disrespectful. That's a disrespectful bot. How dare you, disrespectful bot? Just jump into the worst conclusion. How dare you? Alright, let's join this party.
I'll be right back.
Oh, hey.
Hey! What's up, Buttercup?
What it do? What it do?
What it do, Jigaboo?
We were just in the middle of talking about things that are probably against TOS on Twitch, so Wyrm ran away.
Poor Brandon. Killed that bot. Yeah, I know. Here, I'm gonna... Let's see. I think that's on Kick. You know, I put those auto mod blocker things on all of my pages, but for some reason they still get through on Kick. I do not know why. What's up, lawyer? You're lurking? Lurking like a gherkin? So I'm just gonna reset my multi-chat real quick. Well, we'll get there. It'll go away. It'll go away. Screw the bots.
So a little birdie told me there's a new music video out.
Yes. So one of the things that we're going to be doing and reacting to is Tom McDonald, guys. If you're on a platform that can actually see my picture for the video, which Twitch is not one of them, but you may notice that Tom McDonald is featured on the picture, as well as a blonde-haired, long braided Roseanne. And they dropped a song called Daddy's Home, I think is what it's called. And I about died when I saw the thumbnail for it. I was like, oh my god. So we're gonna be, after we talk about the serious stuff, I figured we could lighten the mood by watching this video and reacting to it as well. But yes. Yeah, that's on the itinerary for today.
I dig it.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
cranks shit out pretty quick too. Like
He does. I feel.
do you see his "You Miss" song that came out like the next day?
Yeah, yeah. That was wild that came out so fast. He was like, let's write it, record it, film it, print it. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man's a machine.
I think he even like composed all the music to it as well.
Yeah. You're down for jammies. So animated hood, bed knobs and broomsticks. Sword in the Snow, Peter Pan, get my vote. Yes, yes, absolutely. So I was thinking, like, so if we do a Disney movie marathon, we would just start at like Snow White, and work our way through all the animated movies as well as some of the classics, some of the classic favorites live action movies. I don't know. I've never seen Old Yeller, so I don't know if I can watch Old Yeller because we all know how it ends, right? There's
Don't do it.
I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can watch. I don't need you guys. I don't need that on stream. I don't need me bawling my eyes out, ugly crying on stream.
Ah, sorry about that. Had to check in on something.
Hi, do I speak German? Nine. I don't know much German. I can read German. I can pick up on German. I used to listen to Tokyo Hotel and can sing in German, but I can't fluently speak it. So sorry. No.
Nothing's safe for a stream, anyways.
Scheiße.
That was the one word I know.
Das
How's
ist
it
Scheiße.
doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, we just beat your king. Just beat your king. Just
let's
crunching out some defiler kills.
So, Half Pine said he's hopping in the shower and he wants you to know, Worm, that he's going to be thinking about you while he's naked and wet and soapy.
Picks on the way.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah. I don't want any of those resubmissions from Feet Finder. I want fresh new ones.
Good. No resubs, huh? You don't want an American GF. They're too mean and expensive.
Hell yeah.
You're looking for an American girlfriend. No, I wouldn't say that. It depends on the type of American girlfriend you get. I mean, we have. I mean,
Well, that's a
Be
there's.
beautiful thing
afraid,
about
my guy.
America.
Be very
We got,
afraid.
we got a little bit of everything.
We're very freedom oriented, so we got that going for us. But it depends on where in the country you pick your girlfriend. Because here's the thing. Avoid city centers. Avoid city centers. If you want a girl, you want to find yourself a girl who values things other than herself. So, and that's
Get yourself a
If-
toothless
if-
one that
if
doesn't
you
know what
see
a
her on the
$30 steak tastes like.
if you see her on the internet, she ain't it, my guy. Keep moving.
right. If she's on something like OnlyFans, don't do it. Don't even try. Don't let them get their hooks in you. These is slooty sleuts. You want a nice, respectable young woman. You
Check
are
their social media.
you are a millionaire, and now is that U.S. dollars or Deutsch dollars?
Rubles.
I wouldn't lead with that because then you're just gonna find gold diggers. Unless you're just wanting a green card. Unless you just want a green card, then that's the way to go, I guess. But you can always mail order husband yourself, I guess.
Yeah, generally not good to lead with women will always want some form of like financial security. They
Yeah.
want to know that their potential mate isn't like a slouch or a bum or anything. But
But that's that first date
There's-
conversation.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think basically after having like a conversation, like a genuine conversation with just about anybody, you can kind of get a feel for if they're a slouch or a bum.
Yeah, so I think that we kind of basically need to go back to speed dating. And this is off topic here, but fuck it. Basically, we need to go into first date. Hi, my name is this. These are my values. This is what I want. Boom. If it doesn't align, move on. Move on. If someone says, "Hey, I'm looking for hubby. I'm wifey material. XYZ are my reasons why I'm wifey material. This is the type of wifey I want to be." If you're not looking for a wife, don't be like, "Well, she's hot. I want to sleep with it." I'll just lie. Just fucking move on.
That's
Just
what
part
dudes will
with.
do.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, guys
Yeah.
do that.
Dude, if you do it that way, dudes will just be like, "Yeah, I want to be a mermaid too. Fucking hell yeah, we're perfect for each other."
Yeah.
You lying son of a bitch.
Yeah. I feel like that's what we need to do because there's plenty of people who want to be slutty with each other. Like, but stop wasting people's time who want to commit. You know?
Yeah. I generally believe you should not date without the intention of finding a life mate. Whether you marry and have kids or whatever,
Yeah.
when you date, you should be going into it with the intention of like, this is my forever person.
If I
Yeah.
might get you accidentally pregnant, you better be somebody I can deal with for the rest of my life.
Right.
Well, I mean, the solution to that is don't finagle your
Stop it.
parts together until you've locked it
Yeah.
down legally. But you know, just saying.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Joey says, I've got to pick a worm on the bedside table for when I'm covered in marshmallow fluff and shame.
Don't forget the shame.
The,
Don't forget the shame.
the shame just adds an extra specific smell and flavor to everything. You gotta shame hits
That
different.
shame stank on you.
Shame just hits different. Oh man.
Marshmallow.
You me
fluff.
too when you're in there. I can use to boost my self-esteem. If he wants a
Damn,
green card,
marshmallow-
I'll
that
to
is
be a girl.
viscous.
Yeah, marshmallow fluff. That's
That you ain't
Ugh.
getting that shit off, dude.
your recent dates all left the moment I asked. So, what do you bring to a relationship? Well, that's a good sign. That's a great
Yeah.
starter. What can you bring to the relationship? All right. Well, I'm out. They got nothing. Not even
Yeah.
like I smell good.
You
Valid
exist.
question.
right.
There are so many, and I hate to say it like this, but there are so many women who feel that way. Like, you have to have stuff to offer to them, but then on their side, it's like, well, what do you offer? It's like, well, I'm the prize. You get me. It's like, no.
Oh
well,
yeah.
You just exist. I also exist. So
Right.
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
You get me. So what else?
Yeah. I
You know,
will
I'm
say
something of an
there.
exister as well.
There is a huge Delulu problem with women, and I 100% believe it's because all these fake bitches out there, and I got called out once for this a long time ago, that I was being mean because I wouldn't do the whole, yes, queen, you look so good. I was like, bitch, why are you doing duck face in every single one of your photos? Why are you like, oh my God, look at my cheekbones? Girl, you don't have any cheekbones. You're doing duck face. Like, everybody has cheekbones when you're doing duck face. Like, what are you talking about? These photos look ridiculous. And I got so much hate for it. I was like, girl, I love you enough to tell you you look ridiculous. Like, I would want you to do the same for me. We don't have any bitches in the female community anymore that love each other enough to be honest and say, girl, you look ridiculous. No, you don't look beautiful. No, you're not a 10. You're not a 10. You're walking around the streets with braces on in your 30s. You fucking have imperfect skin and acne. You look frumpy. And you're saying, yeah, I'm a 10. No, bitch, no, you're not. You're not a 10. Have you seen a runway ever? Do you know what people who are actually 10s look like? Like, the actual 10s of the world do not compare to the 10s of society. And you're not even a 10 of society, let alone a 10 of the world. So, bitch, please sit down.
I think
Damn.
I think women do say all that. They just say it behind their backs to the other girls in the group.
I mean, that's probably fair. I don't have a girl group because bitches suck, but it's 100% like that. Like, you see a post of somebody and they're like, oh my God, yes, slay queen. I'm like, this bitch is 300 pounds in a leotard for a person that weighs 130. Like, what are you talking about? Yes, queen.
What
No,
is that-
she looks
what is that
ridiculous.
That meme, yeah.
Yeah, the
Where
Lizzo meme.
Guys
It's like
treat
you
each other
tell her.
like. Oh no, never mind. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, the Lizzo. Oh, well, I know the meme you're talking about, but it's like Lizzo is brave and beautiful, and they're
Alright.
like, "Yay!" Like, you
No.
look like Lizzo, and they're like, "Ugh."
Oh yeah. Why do you? Yeah, exactly. Why do you think that's an insult? You just said you thought she was brave and
Yeah,
beautiful,
you
but
set
if
the
someone
expectation.
compares you to Lizzo, you're gonna be mad. Like, just because someone's fat
Right.
and happy with themselves does not make them brave and beautiful. Like, we went way too
Yeah,
far with the
I'm glad you're
acceptance. Yeah, I'm glad you're happy, but you're gonna die young, and you are not the standard of beauty, and we should not cater to you. Like, you know, like, just deal with
And
it.
like,
Another meme. Yeah, I mean, more and more shows guys treating each other like total shit to their faces, and then the one walks away and they're
Oh,
talking about how great he is, and then the women are,
The
"You're so great,"
opposite.
and then the girl walks away and they're like, "That bitch." Like,
Yeah.
if you heard some of the things that me and Worm say to each other, you would
oh,
think there were major
horrid.
problems.
Yeah.
Horrid.
That's another thing a lot of women don't understand is that the
But
meaner
to
you
be
are for
fair,
real, the nicer your relationship actually is. Like,
My mom showed up at a friend's house when me and my buddy were hanging out, like this past summer, and me and my buddy were razzing each other so much. My mom called me outside. She's like, "Are you guys okay? Like, do we need to do something? Should we leave?" I'm like, "No, this is like one of
no,
my
this is
best
just
dudes.
how
Like,
like
this is how
this
we
is
do
how
it."
fucking dudes interact. We're fucking cunts.
I wouldn't even, I'd go further. I don't, granted, it's most commonly men, but I think that's just how healthy relationships work. You shit on each other. And you shit on each other because it's funny, because you know it's not real. You know that that person doesn't really
Yeah.
feel that way. And that's what makes it funny, is because they say this most horrendous, cancelable shit. And then, but it's funny because you know that that's not how the relationship really is like built from that view.
Yeah, like if you have a straight friend and he's not gay as shit with you, that ain't your friend.
Right, right.
That's just a weird American culture thing. I'm sure it's probably true in
Oh.
other countries as well, but
Yeah,
usually watch
it's
out
pretty
for that. I got
delulu
bit by that.
everywhere. It's pretty delulu everywhere, to be completely fair. If you ever watch the Whatever podcast, now I do. I don't agree with everything that's on there. In fact, there's a lot of the times that
oh, okay.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
A lot of it's just people being an asshole. But
yeah, there's a lot of asshole stuff on there. There's some good moments, but there is a lot of just asshole stuff. And I don't appreciate how they do seem to find women who are obviously not
They found
inclined
the lowest common
they're
denominators.
not inclined to good conversation. They're obviously
Yeah.
not the brightest bulbs, and I feel like they take advantage of those dumb women. And I
Well,
I
the
don't
women
think
sign
that's
up for it
well, yeah, but they
because they get the clout to their Instagram accounts and shit. So like you're talking to Instagram hoes, like
right. You're talking to OnlyFans hoes, you're talking to
Yeah.
Instagram hoes and stuff like that, but they seem to take advantage of some of those girls who are clearly not that bright and have been led down the wrong path, and I don't think that's the right way to go about it. I find that to be really disrespectful because they're not smart enough, and they know that they're bringing girls on the podcast that are clickbait, that aren't going to be able to hold their own in a conversation and debate, and I don't think that's fair. I think that they need to be bringing
Right.
people on that can on their level intellectually to have a debate and
But-
have a real conversation
but
and then teach these dumb girls why they're dumb.
but it's not like these. It's like a secret, or they trick them into this. Like these girls are signing up to this knowing what they're walking into. Like, are you sure? Like, you really want to? That's what you want to do? Like, okay, well, there you go. And then they're like, I am intellectually mismatched here. This is not fair. And it's like, well, what?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, you knew what you were walking into. Like, don't go do that.
Yeah. No, I agree they sign up for it, but I also
Yeah,
but it's still
the first couple
predatory
of
in my
podcasts
opinion.
or whatever, you could have been away like, oh, this was a bait and a switch. I didn't know it was gonna be like this, but
Yeah.
it's been around long enough.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Like,
You know the drill.
Let's see, but
they gladly walk into it for the promotion.
yeah, and they don't know what they're signing up for because they're dumb.
And
They don't get it 'cause they're
I'm
dumb.
I'm sure a lot of them have definitely experienced a lot of exposure. I mean, look at that fucking one Gorlock.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
fucking
She got
Gorlock thing.
Famous off of that. And
Yeah.
it seems to have worked for that one girl who was like a total hoe, talking about how she loved to cheat on people and shit, and then like she went super Christian and
Yeah, she did it.
Oh,
Yeah, she did a 180.
dude.
Yeah.
being such a fool of herself.
I
Yeah, so
still
maybe it
don't
works
know.
for some. yeah,
I
I'm
still
sure.
don't know what to think on that one.
Yeah.
I feel like she's just trying
Oh.
to cater to a new market.
Yeah. Let's see.
Like
Maybe.
I'll pretend to be a trad wife and then Start a
Maybe,
new
but she did
OnlyFans.
like a sit-down interview with Michael Knowles not too long ago, which I haven't watched it.
She's-
She doesn't really kind of like speak to the type of content that I like to watch. Neither does
Right,
Michael
right.
Knowles all that much, but it would be interesting because I don't know. I
from what I've seen, like she apparently has done a lot of work. Like, not as much as she apparently thinks, because I saw her like debating something biblical with somebody, and they're like, "You don't know what you're talking about." But they were basically saying like she has done a lot of stuff, like gone and gotten baptized or whatever, gone to church, like
Yeah.
reading. I'm like, that's you put in effort,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever makes
whatever
you
that
happy
means.
in the end. Whatever makes you happy in the end. And you already made your money, so it's like
Yeah.
if you invested well, like you're set.
Yeah. But yeah, they all want a 6 foot tall multimillionaire with muscles who will take care of them, even though they look like Jabba the Hutt. Yeah, and one thing I saw, which I don't, yeah, I don't agree with that. They're like easily, a lot of them are maybe fives if I would rate them on a scale from 1 to 10 for the average person. We're not even going to include like supermodels and athletic models and people who are the peak versions of humanity who are living that unobtainable lifestyle every single day because it's just so high maintenance. But you know, like you're like a 3 or a 5 and you're wanting a top 1% man, and what are you going to do? What are you going to do to acquire that man? Are you going to what are you doing? What are your plans to acquire that man? Because you don't have anything to bring to the table looks
Right.
wise. Like,
The
are you
best
going to be
thing,
super smart? Do you have your own fortune to bring to the table to grow wealth? Do you have connections? You know, like old school family connections. You know, do you are you a good cook? What are you bringing to the table? And they're like, I'm a 10. It's like, bitch, no, you're not a 10, and that's not enough even if you were. You know,
I exist.
I
The
Yeah,
exist.
best,
no.
the best thing to come out of the whole red pill thing was like the delusion calculator, where they just run the statistics of like, okay, you want a man who's over 6 foot, okay, let's plug that in. So that's this much of the population.
Yeah,
You want a man that
yeah.
makes this much money, and they're like, okay, so the person you're looking for, you have 0.0000001% of finding that person. So maybe your standards are a little high, and they're like, no, they're not, and I get it because I look good. I'm like,
Yeah.
and not only is it that rare that that person exists, then you need to actually find that person, and then you need to actually convince that person to fall in love with you. So
Right.
the
Yeah, and
odds
I
are
don't
not in your
believe
favor.
in like clipping someone's wings or something, but you need to have a like realistic expectation.
Yeah, that's one thing I feel like humans have really lost. You know, if you were like a dumpy person, you were okay with marrying a dumpy person. You know, like years ago, it's like, oh, those people are equally matched. You know, they're cute. It's a cute couple. They're equally matched. You know, they're not
Oh,
both
it's a set
tens.
of pugs.
Yeah, it's a set of pugs, right? Like, and that's fine. It's okay to be a set of pugs. Like, like it's okay. Not everybody is gonna be standard poodle and a Doberman. You know, like you can't do that. Like that's not everybody. Some people are pugs, and that's okay.
I,
So, yeah.
I see a lot of couples of like a smoking hot girl with just you're like, that's the dude that, okay, like, good for him, but like, well, that you are not even in the same
to be
game, let alone
to
He's
be fair,
probably fucking hilarious.
to be
Benny
fair,
Blanco. Yep, he's hilarious, and he's with Selena Gomez.
yeah,
I don't know if you
I
know Benny,
see a
but
lot of reverse that
Oh,
though. I see a lot of really attractive guys, and you look at their wives, and you're just like, excuse me, what? Why? What have you?
he can
Do you,
suck the dimples out of a golf ball. I
sir,
don't know.
sir? Have you seen? Do you own a mirror, sir? Why is that the one you chose? So it goes both ways. There's a great deal of ugly people paired up with beautiful people out there, and it's because
Yeah.
they understand what their worth is, and they understand what their partner's worth is, and they do everything they can to make them happy and make them laugh and take care of them and everything. So
I,
I think that says
I straight
more to
So
their character.
go ahead.
I straight laughed in some dude's face when he introduced me to his wife because I had known him for months and I had never met her, and I thought he was joking. I thought it was just some random, because he was like a good looking cool dude, played in a metal band and shit, and he like gets off stage and he's like, hey, meet my wife, and I was like, yeah, right, your wife. Who the fuck is this? He's like, no, it's my wife, and I'm like, oh yeah, nice to meet you.
Oh, hi.
Oh,
I
oh,
never
whoa.
told them
I
why I busted
realized
out.
we
Yeah,
had the crypt
I never
keeper
told
in
them
the
why I
house.
was laughing, but I thought for sure like you would never get with something like that.
John Goblicon over here.
Ugh.
I felt so bad.
That's funny.
So,
I bet her fucking her self-worth went down and she worked harder on making him happy that day.
If I would have said it out loud, maybe, but I feel like I could have, I might have played it off.
You might have played
Well,
it
you
out.
know, there's that. I forget. I can't attribute the quote, but it's like you show me the hottest woman in the world, and I'll show you the guy that's tired
Yeah.
of smashing it.
Yeah.
It looks really only take you so far, and they'll take
Yeah.
you to great
Absolutely.
heights, but sustainability, that personality is fucking
Yeah.
key.
They'll get you in the door, but they're not gonna
Yeah,
make you stay.
exactly.
Let's see. You contemplated batting for the same team? I mean, your bro is gonna get your back, man.
Oh, yeah. Hand your front, hand your side.
That's right. Set of pugs on the next Love Connection. Love is Blind Pug Edition. US got patched. What's up, Jay? Yeah. US got its patch notes. We're gonna go over the patch notes for the USA for this week.
Our latest, the
The-
latest hot fix.
the hot fix for the USA. I love that. I think I'll rename my videos that. That's funny. Reviewing USA's hot fix. Love it. Fucking love it. All right. So let me get this set up here. All right. My camera is up. What's up, Lulu Bear? Look at that puppy. Aww, look at that puppy. She's so cute. I can't help it. It's my dog, and even I don't get tired of looking at her. She's just the most precious thing. USA is still buffering. Hot fix 4 years late. Yeah. I know, the community's almost dead. People are moving on to the next game. It's fucking terrible. Alright, let's do. Oh, wow. Sorry, Lulu Bear. Gonna have to cut you out, my
And
girl.
that's right. Like you generally have not spoken about politics with Zero in general. It's
Yeah.
usually lighthearted and
Yeah, in
and
general.
gamey and stuff.
Oh,
Yeah. That's what
I've caught on.
I've brought that up.
I've caught a few strays.
I did bring that up at the beginning of the stream that it would be interesting to hear some of your takes on stuff. If the internet was a country, would you move there? No, I would not.
That's insane.
Tekken has cheeseburgers on the internet. also
Wait,
spaces
can I
and
pick which
peppers.
website I want to move to?
Yeah, for sure.
Can I pick the website? Because if I can limit what type of internet, that's okay. But if we're just going out where anonymous people are venomous for the sake of being horrid, because the internet's a fucking cesspool of people projecting the most negative hatred bullshit.
Is it though?
And it has you'll see someone make a comment on something that is so innocent, and then someone's got to pipe up in the comment responding to that comment, being like, well, actually,
Do you know what the dead internet theory is?
the dead internet? No, what's the dead internet? I don't know that. What's that?
Ooh, okay.
Is that where
so
things go to
the
die?
basis of the dead internet theory is that many of the interactions that you actually see, like the comment sections, people upvoting things, people disagreeing with things, are bots. And the bots are there to push the illusion of interaction and like clicks and upvotes and just like viewer bots on Twitch, but comment bots on videos, and they're there to drive reactions. And like there's statisticians and people that have theorized that it's not a small portion of the internet that could just be bot activity. Like a rather large portion of the internet could be bot activity. And with the advent and rise of AI, it's just getting more advanced and more prolific.
That's weird. I don't know. That sounds like beep bop boop. Jay.
Beep, bop, boop.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That almost sounds a little conspiracy theory to me. Like I totally get like bots being a thing, but I see people on YouTube, they're like, this is a bot comment. And I'm like, it seems like a normal comment that somebody would say. I'm like, how is
There
that
are
a
a lot
bot?
of bots on. There's a lot of bots on YouTube and social media, especially too. And I mean, that's their design to try to look as legit as they can. They've found instances of them arguing back and forth in
Oh
comments.
yeah, absolutely.
They found bots
It's like
arguing
when,
back and forth. That's weird.
Oh,
Because they'll basically like
absolutely.
scan keywords and then respond to that. So one sees a keyword that it's supposed to be against, it says something, and then the other one sees it, and now they're making comments back and forth.
Bing, bang, 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 boom.
Weird.
Yeah, dude.
I
It's
don't
like
know, man.
when Elon purchased Twitter and they had to do that public filing about what they believed the actual amount of bot traffic on Twitter was at the time of
Mm-hmm.
sale. I believe they said it was like 5%. And then he had like outside analytics group look at it and they're like, "We are thinking that it's actually above 50%."
I think they said 80.
Oh.
Yeah, which I
Yeah.
don't think it would be that high, but if you think about somewhere between the two,
Yeah.
it was still up
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
10%
yeah.
would be a lot.
I
Yeah.
live in the law of middle grounds.
Yeah,
It's higher than
I don't know.
5%. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I guess when I was thinking of bots, I was thinking about like how you buy those bot accounts that follow you to make you look popular, and have like the follow me and make money bots. Like that's what I was thinking of. But as far as like bots just fucking making general conversation, that's really weird to me.
It's to
Yeah.
stir people up and
But
get them to
even
argue.
on the most
Engagement.
mundane comments, like I've seen people say the most vanilla shit, and people are like, "This is just a bunch of bot comments," and I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Like, it's the most vanilla comments I've ever seen in my life, and people are accusing them of being a bot, and they're like, "Oh, that's so cute," when like, or something. I don't know, something generic. I'd have to find something for
Well, I
example,
mean,
but it's just
the algorithms for pushing videos to the top of the search results when you type in like certain keywords, a large part of that is user engagement and comments. So,
right.
yeah,
Well, I
there's an
also think
incentive.
Well, there's no
There's an
bots
also
boosting my channels. I can fucking tell you that much. Where the fuck are
Well,
my bots boosting my channels? Why do I get
voting
bots?
for 'em.
think beyond the bots and how many accounts are out there that aren't just being run by a program, they're actually being run by people, but they've got like those farms and everything else that they got in Russia and
Yeah,
everywhere else where they've got
15
1,000
streams
accounts going
open.
around. Yeah, it's
Like
so that
fucking
even
Randy from South Park, or not Randy, Gerald from South Park with all of his different accounts.
so it could be like technically it was a real person, but that was definitely not a real person.
That's weird. That's super weird to
Did
me.
you see one of the things they did? I think it was while Trump was in office, the last round. They found that it ended up being like the Russian bot farm folks that did it, but they staged like a, I don't remember what it was. It was something like a Muslims for something rally at this place in Texas, and at the same time they staged like a Trump, like an angry version of a Trump rally on the other side of the street, and purposely just try to get people there and get them all angry at each other.
Hell yeah, dude. That's great.
Like they were doing
Just
shit like that all
stirring the
over the
pot.
place. Yeah.
Just stirring
What was
the
it?
pot.
They checked the top 10 most subscribed to Christian Facebook groups, and 9 of them were run by Russian bot farms.
That's so wild.
Fucking genius.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how we would combat that, but I definitely miss I sound like such a boomer, but I miss like 20 years ago when the internet was fucking mostly chill. It
Well,
was.
you combat it with critical thinking, and I really do believe like America is slowly starting to figure it out.
I think it's
Like a
not. I don't think it's
lot
slow.
of
I think the
people.
election
Yeah.
results showed that it's way faster than slow.
When Trump was
Oh,
in the first time, they took the mask off to try. They threw everything at him that they could, so they took the mask off, and everybody has seen it since
yeah.
then. In the last 4 years, everybody has seen like, hold on, there sure is a lot of stuff that you guys are saying that doesn't seem to check out.
Right.
What's
This
happening here?
This doesn't comport with what I view as reality anymore.
Or
Love
enough
is
time went
blind,
on and you
regular
see an old story.
Come back,
Uh,
MySpace. Dude, MySpace was the shit.
Okay, wait. Did anybody
Oh,
play
yes,
the
it was.
games that MySpace had back in the day? Those were fucking great. I played the Mafia game and
Mafia Wars.
Mafia Wars, yeah, where you
Yes.
had to like trade up your guns and SUVs and stuff and buy people for your crew, and that game was
Bro.
fun. They don't
I
have
was
it anymore.
addicted to Mafia Wars.
Yeah,
that wasn't good. That
there
was too.
was two versions of it. There was Mafia Wars, and then there was another game. It was like Vampire Wars or something. It was like there's a vampire version of it. I played both of them.
Yep. I played that one.
You are right. Yes.
Those games were fucking great.
Forgot all about Vampire Wars. Yeah, because you had your blood banks.
Yeah, you had a blood bank. Yeah. That shit was great.
Oh,
Oh man, it sucks though because I saw a Mafia Wars app I don't know, like a year or so ago, and I got excited and I downloaded it, and it's just your average fucking bullshit. Build your base, it puts you in a world, it's forced PvP, you know, you gotta farm stuff, and it's not the same. It's
yeah.
like the Final Fantasy 15 game we used to play.
Which is just a rip of another game.
Which is a rip
just
of another game.
Yeah,
It's just that same style of game with a new
format,
skin
yeah.
on it. And I was like, this is not the Mafia Wars I know and love. Sad.
Unfortunate. I just
Yeah.
want a simple little tapper idle game.
Yeah. You're hoping Elon creates a virtual world similar to the one featured in Ready Player One?
Yeah. I'm down with that. I
Bots
would
being
totally,
pugs being bots.
I would totally forfeit this mortal shell to live in the internet.
I don't know what I like being called more, a Russian or a bot. Trump came out this week with a plan to spend $500 billion on AI development. So soon, those bots are going to be our new overlords. See, here's the thing, though.
Wait, where are you reading that, Kim?
Twitch.
Is that on Twitch?
Mhm.
Why is it not showing up?
I
Dude,
don't
they're
know.
doing AI run vaccine stuff, which seems.
Here's the thing. I see this all the time. People talk about, you know, like, let's go back, you know, like what I just said, like the aughts. Before, like, Facebook it blew up in 2009, the internet was not that volatile. It was mostly focused on, like, chatting and instant messaging, messenger groups, your resources for book reports. It was actually a lot easier to find educational resources back then. I will say that. Because there wasn't like political agenda to education. It was just education is education, you know. And people are like, well, we need to go back to, you know, before we had all this technology. And I'm like, you know, we can collectively decide to do that as a group, right? Like we can collectively we can get a dumb phone. They have those. They still make dumb phones. We can have a dumb cell phone. We can collectively choose to not go to certain websites. We can collectively choose to have that type of minimalist internet activity, but people would rather complain about it than make a change. It's like, be the change you want to see in the world. So if you want people to have minimalist internet,
It's too much work.
be the minimalist internet. You know, deactivate your social media accounts, deactivate XYZ. Tell people that they can only get a hold of you via, you know, phone message or text message, you know, call you, things like that. That you're not going to be, you know, accepting invites on Facebook and things like that. You want to have in-person invites, send them stuff in the mail. And they recently did a study and they asked a bunch of people, or a poll, I guess would be more accurate to describe it, about with young people. And they would like, it basically was, hey, you know, how do you feel about Christmas cards, right? It was pre the holidays. And though there is a huge decline in people sending out Christmas cards and mail and things like that, personalized letters, there's actually an increase with millennials and Gen Z about wanting that and feeling left out, that they don't get Christmas cards and stuff, but they don't send them themselves. So there's like an actual increase in wanting that old school analog contact,
Yeah.
but nobody's actually doing it.
I've seen a lot of similar studies about that same age group where they seem to be open to rejecting a lot of the norms that we have today around electronics and whatnot.
Oh yeah, a
Yeah,
lot
the
of them are because they've seen the repercussions of
separated
it.
consumerism of it all.
I mean,
Yeah.
think about every generation kind of rebels against their parents. So now these kids are being brought up in a world run by technology that their parents are caught up in. So
Well,
fuck this. I ain't
I
doing that.
I think they've seen the repercussions of it. Honestly, kids aren't as stupid as what people think they are, and there's a lot of, I mean, depression and suicide, all these things are on the rise and have been on the rise. There's all these reports have come out about links to depression, low self-worth, based off of the exposure to, constant exposure to social media addiction, all these things. And the younger people are reading these reports. They're reading these studies. They understand that, oh, if I don't want to end up like my, older, my big brother type of generation, I need to definitely, take a step back and not do that. I need to not be posting my highlights. I need to not be comparing my life based off everybody else's highlights, because nobody, yeah, nobody's like, I had the worst day ever. I had 3 flats and blah blah blah. People don't.
What is that quote? That comparison is the thief of happiness.
Comparison is the thief of joy. But
Something like
yes,
that.
yeah, close enough.
Well, I feel like we have a whole I don't know if it's a whole generation or like maybe a half a generation that seem to really pride themselves on mental illness. Like there's like this whole age group where everybody will tell you about the 15 different things that are wrong with them, and
Yeah.
they want to diagnose themselves. Like, oh, I've got this. Well, how do you figure that out? TikTok. And then like I feel like the people that are coming in under them are like, I don't want to have a mental illness, so why don't I avoid whatever fuck these people up?
Uh,
People
yeah.
coming in under them are seeing them and like, yeah, I don't want to be like you. Like,
Joey
what
was
did you do and
also
what
a
can I
Vampire
say with-
Wars player. That's fucking great. I just saw that.
I'm still laughing about Bumble talking about snotting on his computer.
You just sneezes your brains out all over your laptop and TV. Oh, you poor guy. Oh, let me catch up a chat real
I've
quick.
been laughing about that for a little bit. I was holding it.
People would lose
That
their
was-
minds without technology at this point. You'd be surprised. Humans are really, really adaptive. Even the ones that you think are lost causes, they will find things to do because they're gonna be so disconnected, and they're gonna go crazy at first. They're gonna get bored. They'll go through withdrawals because it's an addiction, but then they're gonna go touch grass, and then they're gonna find things to do that are analog, and they'll calm down. Their behavioral issues will calm down and go away. All that stuff. But hold on here. You have one smartphone meant for work, one dumb basic bitch phone for personal use, and I'm very select about who gets the number. Yeah, I get that. Could you imagine writing an actual letter nowadays and how long it would take to get to someone? Oh, yeah. Let's make the post office great again. Let's do that. Let's fucking sell the post office to the UPS and just fucking get rid of it.
I have one friend that just randomly sends me postcards, and they're always like, she'll find postcards. I don't know if she orders them off the internet or what, but it's always like some old beat up vintage thing that she knows I would be into, and she'll just write an entire letter in tiny little print that fills the whole back of it, and not even
That's
let me
cute.
know it's coming. I'll just get it in the mail. It's
That's
the
super
most
sweet.
adorable thing.
That's really cute.
That's adorable.
I tried to do Christmas cards a year before last. I went as far as buying a personalized stamp, okay? Like, so I could stamp my address with, it's got a reindeer on it. It looks really good. And I asked everybody, I was like, everybody that wants to, partake in receiving something for Christmas, give me your address, yada yada. I got a bunch of people's address. I think I did like 30. And I was so excited. I got all these Christmas cards. I sent them out to people, and not one person sent anything back, and not one person said thank you or acknowledged that they got a card, and it completely dashed my dreams and hopes, and I didn't do it again. So I invested in it. I have like a huge stack of Christmas cards and the stamp, and I don't do anything with it because it's like, well, what's the point? Nobody cares. I'm not gonna put all this effort into it if nobody fucking gives a shit.
I would
Now-
have sent one back, but apparently my card got lost in the mail.
Yeah. Now the key is send out letters and cards on non-holidays when people aren't expecting it. So like people almost expect it
Yep.
during the holiday seasons, and they're just kind of blind to it.
I miss having the mantle full of Christmas cards, you know? That was always like a fun part of Christmas. Is like, who remembered me this year? Who remembered me enough to care to give me just a little shout out? I'll take it, you know? It didn't get lost.
I
It
It
just
didn't
didn't
takes
get
get
six.
money.
lost. It just takes 6 months to deliver. My God.
Yeah, the post service is terrible.
Oh, the
I
USPS.
miss getting money and Christmas cards. That was great.
People stopped doing that because the post office would steal it. So,
I feel like plus I grew up.
Luna, what are you doing?
Yeah. It's
People are like,
hard to
dude, you're a grown
justify.
ass man. I'm not sending you $20 to mail.
I saw the cutest thing. It was this man. I can't remember. I think his wife had passed away or something. But he's with this little boy, and they're making stuff. They're baking in the kitchen, and the little boy was asking him like, you know, what he got for Christmas. The little boy's asking the dad that, and the dad was basically he said that Santa, in so many words, he was like, well, you know, Santa, I wasn't on Santa's list this year. I didn't get anything. And the little boy was so shook by that. And it was so cute. The little boy was so upset that his dad didn't get anything for Christmas because there was nobody to get him anything. And, you know, they're poor and, you know, well, they're on a budget. And, he said something, and the little boy was like, well, I'm your gift, like being the most innocent, and the dad was like, yeah, buddy, you're my gift. It was just the cutest but like saddest exchange. It's like nobody got this single dad anything, and it's just nobody get
That is
adults
your
want
reward.
stuff too. Adults want presents too, guys. You know, we want, it doesn't have to be like just a Christmas card, you know? Just give people that you know and care about a handwritten, you know, Christmas. Don't just sign it, write a little personalized note in it, and send out Christmas cards to people. Let's make Christmas cards great again. Let's fucking bring them back. I'm just gonna keep saying let's make stuff great again because it's fun.
How dare you want to make stuff great?
Right.
But at what cost? What cost?
I want a Road Rider
Wait,
BB
wait.
Pew Pew.
Zero, did you watch the inauguration? Have you seen the inaugural address and all that good stuff?
I've watched like highlights and clips and stuff.
Highlights. Okay.
Yeah. Like it was on, but I think I was playing video games or something. I was like, I think I pulled up it live on my phone and it got kind of boring. So
Yeah. Well, I mean, in all reality, it's weird to hear him reading from cue cards from
Right.
prompter like a scripted speech.
Right.
It's very strange to hear him talk like that, but it's actually a very good address.
I
And
don't know why Melania had to be dressed like fucking the Joker and the Killing Joke. But
My YouTube chat is crazy.
that was a
Is it
choice.
not bringing?
Carmen Sandiego.
Why is it not? Stupid. All right. Well, YouTube chat
Was
is.
Rumble chat not working?
No. My YouTube chat isn't integrating for some reason. Why? It says it is, but it's not. It says the last thing on my YouTube was hi YouTube. Okay, hold on. Let's try to refresh that and see what's going on. Sorry, YouTube. I tested everything a minute ago and it said it was working just fine. So sorry
But
about
you're
that.
right. The whole "Where in the world is Melania Sandiego?"
It was a choice, and I'm like, yeah. It could have.
But what an icon!
She's such a fashion icon, though.
Yeah.
She looked great at that dance. The thought occurred to me, like, because, like, I don't know if you guys saw the part where, like, Trump and her are up on stage and she's wearing an elegant dress.
Oh,
and then
wow.
they dance, like, with other people. And there's, like, some Marine that came out and was dancing with Melania. And I was like, dude, I would not want to be that dude. Like close up, like, holding each other, like, slow dancing. And I was like, bro, you are on stage in front of a bunch of people hanging on to the president's wife.
People disappear for shit like that.
Right. If it was me, there's a chance a lot of people could have got I would have had a boner and people would have seen it because I'm standing up elevated on stage.
Okay. All
Wait, have
right.
we
So.
had a hot first lady? Huh. See, I didn't even think that Jackie was all that pretty.
But
Yeah,
Mary-
I didn't think so either. Yeah.
Like Jackie was
wait, a hot
nice.
second lady.
She's a fashion icon, but she's not. Yeah, she wasn't attractive. Why is my
Marilyn
picture fucking weird?
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see. Def first lady.
I feel like a lot of people see things like being like, "Oh, that was black and white." Like, she couldn't be attractive in those days. I'm like, dude, if you look through some of the shit that she did, that woman was goddamn. Are you kidding me? Marilyn Monroe?
Dude.
Come on now.
Marilyn
Yeah.
Monroe. People think Marilyn
Monroe.
Monroe wasn't pretty.
I think they know that she was pretty at the time, but they think like
By
being
today's
back in the
standards
day,
or something.
Right.
Yeah.
They're like probably mid, and then it's like, I'm like, bro, you have not.
Shit's mid, bro.
Right?
Yeah,
You
dude.
have not looked beyond the one photo that you saw apparently. 'Cause,
Was
damn.
was the one movie Some Like It
Yeah.
Hot? Yeah, straight bombshell.
Yeah. Yeah,
Hey,
she was
she
fucking
sung
gorgeous.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, she's the one who sang happy birthday. Yeah.
Yeah, to Kennedy, who they were allegedly having an affair, and she's singing it like she's getting something at the
Mid
time.
O.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
whoa.
Yeah, this is
I think
inappropriate. for Rick.
Dave Chappelle had the joke or whatever he's talking about, and he's like, Kennedy's over there like, bitch, would you shut up? My wife is right here.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. God.
Yeah,
See, this
not
is why
much
people
in the
don't
way
stream
of
on YouTube
decor.
anymore.
Integration issues?
No.
Did your channel get shut down?
No. It's just a fucking silly people doing silly things. So, yeah. Seems like this idiot doesn't read chat. Oh, I read chat. I was actively, my integration's not working, so I'm getting caught up. That's all.
Oh, you're getting bullied, getting cyberbullied.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
Dang, how you gonna live?
Let's
Well,
see.
that person
Will.
is very important, and I care very much about their opinion.
All right.
You know what? I side with them.
You side with who? I want to know why it has a Call of Duty Black Ops fucking photo, even though I straight up changed it before I went live. So I'm gonna fucking change that real quick because I don't know why it says that.
So is the
There
plan
we
to
go.
watch the whole inauguration, or we watch part of it, clips? What do we
I
do?
was
'Cause
gonna
feel like
watch.
it was an all-day thing, wasn't it?
It was a half hour. It wasn't that long.
Oh, you're just talking about like the actual like ceremony.
Oh yeah, I wasn't gonna watch like the all day thing. Yeah, no, that's too much.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
too much.
No.
Okay, let's see. Did that
And
update it?
I know you had mentioned the Roseanne music video. I'm interested in that, and I have been avoiding it.
Let's see here.
Which Roseanne Barr, what a mixed bag that one is.
Yeah, she's a little off her rocker, but
Yeah,
A
I
little
haven't
bit.
seen her in a
Little
long
bit.
time.
every time I see her do a public appearance, I'm like rooting for her, and then she always ends up doing insane shit. That's like, okay, you're still a little out there.
Yeah, so let us hop in.
She always does something, an Elon moment. I'm like, you could have not done that.
Yeah.
Let's see.
A little, thought that out.
Not doing that was also an option.
Let's see. Do I do IRL as well? I mean, like, what kind of IRL? Like, we do gaming here. This is our first political stream. We've been kind of shooting the shit, talking about different things, talking about the delusional status of women these days and how terrible they are. When talking about, let's see, what all have we covered?
Tonight is
Full of
not
everything.
going to do great for your reputation, I feel like.
I don't care.
Like,
See, the
sure,
people.
talking about how women are delusional, and now we're going to get into some politics.
Now we're gonna get into politics. Well, yeah, I mean that's where we're at. Oh no! Next, we're gonna talk about mental health for men and how important that is. Acknowledging men's problems. Oh no!
Oh, no, you'll get canceled for that.
I'm definitely gonna get canceled for that one.
Have them.
If you have, oh yeah, people
Should be.
people faking mental problems is a real big problem these days. All that stuff.
That I
But-
don't get.
We did do a cooking
The
stream
self-
a while
the
back, but
self-diagnose
that was a long time ago.
Everything. Like,
Yeah.
calm down.
It's trendy to be mentally ill for some reason. I don't know. Anytime there's like a new movement to accept people, it gets like some asshole just grabs it and runs with it in the worst possible direction, and then it's just like boom.
Tell you, who's
Yeah.
becoming my hero, like one meme at a time, is that Tony guy that sells signs.
I love that dude.
Dude,
I've been watching
yes.
compilations of him for like the last 3 days.
What's up, homie? My name's Tony. Is like, dude, you're my hero. You're everything I aspire to be.
That one video that starts with somebody going hi, and it immediately cuts, and he's like, "Goodbye."
A fridge tour? Like people do that? Just tours of the
They wanna see what you're
refrigerator?
eating.
What I'm eating? That's a thing? I've never heard of that. Granted, I don't
Never
really
been on a fridge tour.
I've never been on a fridge. I've never experienced a fridge tour. I mean, I would give a fridge. There's not a lot in there. I mean, I meal prep and I cook most of my own food from scratch and stuff. I got that. I have a little bit of the trad in me.
Dudes with feelings. Shut up.
Stupid.
Dudes with feelings. Feelings.
Is that Shane Gillis thing? Dudes with feelings. Shut up.
Let's see. What a pick me.
Fucking Shane Gillis.
How
Dude.
I love that dude.
Nobody
How?
wants to see how the
being
sausage is
having
made.
common sense is not being a pick
This
me.
is how the sausage is made.
This is how the sausage is made.
What? What? What about sausage?
Oh,
Shane Gillis skit.
there's a Shane Gillis skit where he's a
Oh,
OnlyFans creator.
no.
Yeah.
Take care of his family. Yeah.
Yeah, middle-aged man taking care
They
of his
walk in
family,
and
and they
he's
walk in on him.
Straddling a Sibian.
Nobody wants to see how the sausage is made.
No, they don't.
Oh yeah, no, it's terrible. It's terrible. I understand why he was fired from SNL.
Do I know the
That was so
song Attila's Beaten? Or Attila's song Beaten. Look for it. It's a banger. What type of music is it? I don't know.
Attila is like medium heavy metal. Like probably not as hard as like some of the stuff you listen to, but it's in there. It's in there.
Oh, okay.
Has some brrs and some gurs.
Okay. I'll add that. Here, I'm gonna make a little note of that so I don't forget. Hold on. Hold the presses. Stop the presses. Let's see. I'm gonna make a little note of that so I don't forget it.
I feel like I heard one song from them and immediately said, "This isn't my thing," and wrote them off.
Yeah, but you don't really like heavy stuff. For the
No, I
most
do
part.
like heavy stuff. I just don't like it when it starts to try to get more artistic, or like I don't like when the guys start singing all pretty, and I don't like when they start going into
yeah.
like really complex guitar solos where they got like an 8-string guitar and they're doing. I'm like, I get it, dude. You can shred. Like, let's get back to the fucking song instead of like a 5-minute breakdown showing how classically trained you are.
Yeah, and I think it's about how it's done because I know you like some Lorna Shore and they're basically symphonic metal.
I would much appreciate if they didn't go into that symphonic melodic bullshit. I like
okay, fair.
I like them because of the voice, and the voice carries everything that I like in my metal music. I want it all to be
Yeah,
very hard
fair.
and aggressive.
that's fair. I get
That's
you.
fair.
I like symphonic.
I started streaming on Rumble and YouTube at the same time. I started off as a Twitch streamer. I am not MAGA, and I didn't vote for Trump. I actually didn't vote for anybody, because I have my own reasons. I'm very much I think your vote matters.
She's a felon.
No, I'm very much a firm believer in your vote matters, and no vote is as important as a vote. That's how I feel about it. I don't believe in giving your vote to the lesser of two evils. I think voting for evil is still an evil. So that's how I feel about that. So yeah. So I didn't vote for anybody. Not like it really mattered anyways. There was a fucking landslide in the election. My vote wouldn't have done shit no matter who I voted for. So
I talked to somebody today, and I was very, very hardcore against Trump the last time, and I'm not going to say I'm for him or against him necessarily this time, but I talked to somebody today, and they were very anti-CIA. They're always reading all these books, and I was like, okay, but like you can at least agree that like signing an executive order to release the information about JFK, Martin Luther King, Robert F. Kennedy. I'm like, you can at least agree that that's not just something that you're not against, like you're for. You can agree that's a great thing. And we should do that. He's like, yeah. I was like, name one other person that's ever even attempted to do that, let alone actually was making it part of their campaign and going in there. He's like, yeah, you're right, I can't. And I was like, okay, so can you at least see why, if some people find that stuff to be important, that they would choose this route? And maybe they're not a Nazi, but they see things like that as being something that's very good and nobody else is talking about it. So let's get this stuff out there. I'm like, you know, can you at least come to some sort of agreement that some people might not be as horrible as you think they are?
yeah, I don't understand that.
These things important.
Understand the need to demonize people simply because you disagree with them. I don't understand that. The lack of willingness to have conversation and understand people. It's sad. It's just a sad state of where we are, you know. It's just really unfortunate.
They might make a point.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You, God forbid, the illusion is shattered. Oh God.
That's why that is bred into it. Like you can't.
Yeah.
Don't platform that person. Don't entertain their bullshit. It's
Oh,
like, because you're
hate
afraid
the
they'll make a
don't
point and you're going to lose a
platform
team member.
person. Yeah, I hate the don't platform that person, you know, position. It's like they're so bad you can't even hear anything that they have to say or they could possibly say. Ooh.
And it all boils down to they're afraid that person is going to make a point and people are going to go to their side.
Yeah.
You're actually, if they're as bad as what you think they are, you're better off letting them talk and make the ass of themselves that you think that they are.
It's like you're showing your hand here when you say this stuff, that you know your platform has holes in it and you don't want somebody to hear somebody shoot holes in it.
Well, yeah,
that person's a fascist. We can't let them speak.
Well, that's how fascism works.
Right.
Fascism is pointing at everybody else and telling them that they're the fascists while shutting them down.
Like,
that's just core.
Weird flex.
What we need
It's like,
is the
okay.
government to run the media
Lack of self-awareness.
So that the media can shut down these dissenting voices, and you're like, why would we do that? And they're like, to fight fascism.
Okay.
It sounds like fascism to me. When the corporations and the government work hand in hand, and they're putting out propaganda.
No, bro.
Have you ever
down dissenting voices?
Wait. Have you ever jarred and sold your farts? If so, please drop the link. Fart sold.
Fucking fartjar.com. Dude, yeah.
Fartjar.com. Fartjar.com. It's the only place to buy farts in a jar. Yeah, no.
I can't wait until Banana Nut Bread Week again.
Let's see. Can you show feet? Do they have to be my feet? I mean, I can show you. The internet's full of feet. Like, you can just, like, find those.
Some Luna toes over there?
No, Luna's not over here anymore. I can show you Luna's feet. Are you gonna play the song? I will play the song. Here, you know what? Fuck it. Let's fucking do that real quick. Why not? I was gonna hold it off till later, but why not? I'll take a look at it right now.
You know what? I want to listen to this too.
Let's do a reaction to this song real quick before we do.
I'm gonna flip my mic up and turn the stream on.
She doesn't get triggered. No. Nope. I don't buy into that. I don't subscribe into that. Words don't have power unless you're like a really weak bitch person. I don't get triggered. I don't get offended. I'll have genuine conversation and debate with people, but no. It takes a weak ass person to be offended by words.
I could do it.
Alright, let's see here. Alright, so it's...
Well,
Oop, wrong one.
Jesse
Wrong keyboard. That's
Peterson.
what happens when you have too many keyboards. You end up writing the wrong thing.
Jesse Peterson.
Dude, he went off telling somebody about that. He's like, no, I'm not going to get upset. He's like, boys get upset about words. He's like, I'm a man. What does your words ever do to me? He's like, if you're getting upset because somebody disrespected you in their words, he's like, you're a boy. I was like, yeah. Like, he's got a good point.
That dude's a fucking cartoon character. It makes me laugh.
I hate when he has a
Okay.
good point like that. I'm like,
Is this
Yeah.
it? That
Yeah.
says it's a minute 48. Is that it? It's not very long. Is that it? Yes, the first one. It has
Can we listen to Tractor by Penguins on Fire next?
Tractor by Penguins on Fire. Yeah, isn't that like 10 seconds?
It's like 45 seconds, and it's just a guy screaming Tractor over and over again, but it's so good.
Yeah, we'll play the Tractor song too. This
You don't have to. I would just be.
This fucking stream is so off the beaten path of what it was supposed to be, but I'm for it. We never stick to the fucking script ever. So, let's see. So this beaten. It doesn't have a video, does it? Oh wait, hold on. I don't hear it. Hold on. I hear nothing. I think I have my volume down. I can hear me through your through the headset.
I'm going on mute.
Yeah, I'm gonna flip up my mic
okay.
and
Okay.
yeah, you won't hear me.
Inoki for president, 2028. They destroyed anything as substance. So let me get caught up on this. There's too many. I have so many chats. One of these days, all the chats will work together. I swear to God, guys. Somebody's gonna make it happen. I'm not that guy, but one of these days. Let's see. I've been saying this for years about me being president. Yeah. They destroyed anything of substance having to do with JFK, RFK, MLK, etc. They're not going to keep anything that ties to it or LBJ or the CIA. Yeah, okay. Zero, I'll read that paragraph here in a second. Why don't I hear it?
It was not to you anyway, so.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't read it.
Let's see.
For the niggers!
Real quick, it's 9 degrees.
No more nigger dick in that ass!
What the fuck is this, guys?
You're getting beaten for the niggers! For the niggers! For
What?
the niggers!
That's got a whip on the end of it! That's got a fucking crack on it! That is not metal! What? That's got a fucking... My ancestors felt that one. Oh, you're fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy. Keep going. I'm not trying to get my channel banned. You said words didn't hurt. Well, I'm not hurt by them. I don't give a shit. I say a lot worse in my free time. But I don't say it on YouTube where there's... Well, actually, I do say some stuff on YouTube that I shouldn't, but... It's on YouTube. It's okay. You know what? I am surprised by that. Why is this on YouTube? That raises a good question. Why does YouTube allow that? Which I don't care for. I'm for Rumble's section. Like, they're not having anything modded. I think YouTube censorship is way too high. But why is that allowed? But other things that are... that they would consider less offensive, that they would consider, not me, them, like, why do they ban those things, but not that? That's interesting. Does anybody have a legitimate answer for me for that? Because I'm legitimately curious. Confirm bad person? Well, yeah, duh.
Oh no.
YouTube likes it. because it is artists. Money honey buns is art, but it's not monetized. It doesn't appear to be monetized. How can they make money off of it? It only has 11,000 views. It's classified as a rap song. So you just have to classify your offensive language as rap, and then they allow. Well, all my videos are rap videos, then. That's what I'm gonna say. It's won awards. I've literally never heard of them before. I mean, granted, I'm not really big into rap music, so.
What won awards?
That rap song it's got the whips in it. The hard R's. Which I don't care. But I don't like rap, generally speaking, so that it's not my jam. I think for the most part, rap is kind of it's a personal opinion. I mean, everybody's allowed to like what they like as far as music goes. You know, it's everybody has their own opinion. Like an asshole, everybody's got one. You know, but it's rap's just not my bag, man. For the most part, there's some things.
There is better rap than other rap.
Yeah, there's some rap that like gets what it's like the exception to the rule for me. It just kind of depends on the style. Like I don't like for the longest time, I don't think it's as big as it used to be, but everybody had like the clap traps and the yeah soundbite over and over again through those songs. That shit drives me up a wall. It all sounds the same. Can we see your computer chair? Yes, this is my chair. This is Chair. He goes by Chair. He's the main star of the channel, really. Chair is. All right. So, okay. So this originally was supposed to be, Wyrm, are you still there?
Yeah, what's really strange is I'm going through YouTube right now and I don't even see that on my YouTube.
Oh, really? That's not available on your YouTube, but it's available on my. Maybe I watch worse shit than you. maybe the more toxic shit shows up on my.
Attila, but I am not seeing that on mine.
Oh, interesting. That's interesting. It doesn't show up on Wyrm's stream or Wyrm's version of YouTube.
I'm on the app, so maybe that's it.
But anyway, I did not know that there was a demand for fridge tours. But how would I possibly do a fridge? I'm not bringing my fridge down here. I can't do that, you know. And this is a very semi-sophisticated setup.
Yeah, you can lift with your legs. You'll be fine.
Bring us to the fridge. I'll do a cooking stream one of these days. You know what? I'm trying to master a recipe for gluten-free bread for my gluten-free family and friends, but I haven't found a good one yet. So last time I tried to do it, it came out really bad. It came out like this brick. It was not good.
On the subject of rap, you said you were gonna do the Roseanne thing.
Yeah.
Which I'm interested in that. That seems fun and stupid.
Do you want to do that first? I was gonna end the stream or end the discussion with the Tom McDonald stream or video. God damn it, words. But I was gonna end it with that. Just try to lighten the mood a little bit in case things got a little too heated, because you know how people get when they talk politics. Try to keep it lighthearted and open, honest discussion. But it doesn't always happen that way.
What if it's absolutely terrible? And that is what we need a lighthearted reprieve from.
I I don't know. I mean, I guess you're raising some fair points there. That you raise.
Then we go to Tractor by Penguins on Fire.
Do you want to do Do you want to do the Tom McDonald video first then?
Yeah, it's whatever.
That's like vegan meat. Don't do it. Zero. Okay, Wyrm doesn't care. What do you want to watch the inauguration first, or do you want to do the Tom McDonald video first, and we can react to Roseanne? I guess
Apparently, Roseanne is dropping bars in 25.
that was not on my bingo card.
It was not on
It's
my
not on my
bingo, right?
fucking bingo card.
I was just starting to answer you in your chat, and then I realized, like, wait, I can just talk.
You can just talk. Yeah,
How long is the inauguration video?
it's a half hour.
I don't care. Whichever one you feel like doing first, I'm good with it.
Okay,
Go on, get it. Go ahead.
Or made a
start
good
her up.
point, but yeah.
All right. If we need to
let's
take
talk
a
about-
break and lighten the mood, we can do that. But I got closed captioning on for my friends that can't hear without subtitles. So
Can't
let's
hear without my subtitles.
yeah. So let's see. It is 11:22, so it's a half hour. So we'll, if we need to stop, and if anybody wants to make any points, we can definitely do that. But yup. Here we go.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson,
What are subtitles?
Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden,
Fucking Bill's face.
Vice President Harris.
Okay, yeah, no, I know, we gotta pause this already. So, guys, Clinton, I don't know what they gave Clinton before this speech, but throughout the whole thing, he's just fucking, he's out of it. Hillary's pissed, Kamala's pissed, Biden doesn't know where he is, Clinton's somewhere, I don't know, but it's fucking hilarious. He's just, the face he has through this whole thing fucking tickled me.
And my fellow citizens, the golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first.
So many
Our
look like they were
sovereignty
messed up on
will
something.
be
Yeah.
reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free.
He gets so many standing ovations through this. It's actually kind of
America will
impressive.
soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, they're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed
The cameraman
their freedom.
is just on it.
From this moment on, America's decline is over.
Sorry, I have myself muted, so I have to like move stuff around. Yeah, no, the cameraman does a great job capturing the salt. That's what they do. They capture the saltiness of he's pissed. Like, first of all, can we talk about how pissed this man is? Look at his face.
Oh yeah, it's bad.
Like, his eyes, they're full of fucking he's got it. He's fucking, they're in his sights, man. He's fucking pissed. But yeah, the cameraman's fucking killing it. They're fucking pulling all the Clinton moments, and they're zooming in on, well, they're showing Kamala when she's having her fucking pissed face and stuff. So yeah, they're killing it. They're fucking doing great. You want Antarctica's first president? We didn't start the fire. It always burning since the world's been started. Sorry. They make 12-inch shotgun shells full of little rubber ducks. They're called rubber bucky rounds. What?
I've also seen them just called duck shot.
Duck shot? I like the rubber bucky. That's fucking great. Oh, that's fucking great. Oh, I'm sorry, Half Pint. I didn't see that you had like a longer message. It hid it from me. You dove down the rabbit hole on first ladies. Okay, so we're backtracking a little bit here. Nope, haven't really had any hot first ladies as far as I can tell. Grover Cleveland's wife wasn't bad, but other than that, just 45 uggos lined up. Yeah.
Yo, but Nancy Reagan.
Fun fact, Nancy Nancy
Yeah.
Reagan is a descendant of Pocahontas.
Huh. Didn't know that. I'm
Yeah.
not saying she was most attractive, but there was a well-known rumor throughout Hollywood that she was
She
the
was
throat queen.
she was a bicycle. Yeah, she got ridden a lot. But anywho, yes. But yeah, there's actually two first ladies that are descendants of Pocahontas. I don't remember who the other one is though. I want to say like Roosevelt, like Franklin Roosevelt's wife, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, we've had two first ladies that are descendants of Pocahontas. Pretty weird. But all right, let's.
Well, we know of at least one woman in government who wasn't.
Yeah, you're right.
Freaking Elizabeth Warren.
So unlike Elizabeth Warren, Nancy actually had some Native American in her. Yeah. Facts.
Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again.
His ear being exposed. That's such a good detail that you noticed, Wyrm.
Yeah, I felt like they left that open.
Yeah.
Very clear reasons.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't notice, his left ear is covered by his iconic swoopy hair, but they brushed back his right ear so you can see the scar tissue. But yeah. Do you think it was the change in the race? Boy, I don't know. It's really hard to say. I think he probably would have won before that. But I think that definitely solidified, because that there's a lot of people who that was kind of a wake-up call for. I think I could be wrong, and I think that definitely people who are so anti-violence and they believed that, that they're on the left, they're in their echo chamber, and they believed that the right was very violent. And then that happened. And, and then there was some, responses on the extreme left where they were like, oh, it's a shame he missed. Why don't they try again? Things like that. And I think a lot of people who are still in their right mind on the left that hadn't gone to the far left were like, what? That's totally unacceptable. Like, we don't like the guy, but we don't think that's an appropriate, course of action to take. That's a dangerous precedent to set, that, it's okay to just assassinate someone because you don't like them. So I think a lot of people that maybe were on the fence that probably would have voted, but weren't really 100% sure, I think that probably did push him over. I mean, I don't know if there's any data on that, but I would say that there's probably a good chunk of people who are like, whoa, I don't want to be associated with this,
I mean, saying that any one instance was the catalyst for
Yeah.
like the change in momentum, it's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say that the assassination attempt was huge, but it was also the vitriolic reactions to the assassination attempt and like the utter disgusting things that some people were saying, and it's like, whoa. I think it really opened up a lot of people's eyes.
Yeah.
If I had to kind of summarize what I think changed a lot of people's opinions, it was the incessant court hearings, like the constantly bringing him up on charges, even on stuff that most people would admit was kind of specious.
I,
I'm not going to use the word lawfare, but I think a lot of people were like, yeah, that's a bit much.
I feel like that didn't have much of effect because I feel like the people that were already kind of on his side were seeing that, but I feel like a lot of people that were against him, like nobody's really looked into that. You ask somebody who calls him a felon, and you say, okay, what were the charges and like how that worked? They don't know. Like
Yeah,
I don't think they
exactly.
really saw the details and were able to make that conclusion because they
Yeah.
didn't care to look into it.
A
Yeah.
real Machiavellian, the ends justified the means kind of thing. It's like,
I
that's
would
not
have to
that's
say
not the best.
I think
Really
some of
is.
the biggest probably pushes have to revolve around the mental health crisis and children's safety. I think that is
Yeah.
probably the biggest motivator for most people, especially parents. They see what's going on in the schools, and it's not even necessarily whether or not you agree with that ideology, but there's the fact that schools are teaching kids like, oh, don't tell your parents, this is our secret, you don't need to tell them, you confide in me and I'll take care of you and we'll help you get the therapy you need and we'll help you get your surgeries and medicine, all without telling your parents. And that's a huge boundary, no matter what your ideology is, that you cannot cross that boundary.
Right.
That is
Walking up PTA members and stuff like, oof, 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 oof.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
no matter what your
And
ideology is, doing that, you can't, parents have to know. You can't be saying, oh, well, we're just gonna, put your 13-year-old on hormone blockers, and no matter, and not even, whether you agree with it or not, the parents have a right to know what's going on in their children's lives and to advocate for these kids that are going through puberty, who have no idea what's going on with their bodies. They're insecure. They feel bad. Is this normal? Instead of
No,
getting instead of
so
yeah, instead of getting reassured that they're, should be comfortable with their bodies and it's natural, they're being told to hide things from their parents and we'll take care of you. And that's, I think, was a huge problem for parents. What's
Worm,
that?
Worm and I talked Worm and I talked about this earlier before you joined in to the chat, but I was saying like I think it was like they were so hardcore in one direction that they took the mask off in order to try to win. So I feel like a lot of
yeah.
people saw that like the board of education, the media, like all these things seem to just be 100%. They've become a talking piece for the Democrats. Like everything that was not the Democratic platform was vilified, and everything that was the Democratic platform was
Oh,
amplified. And I think people
just
saw like, hold on,
ratcheted up to
right?
11.
Like you
So
seem to have
constant.
control over all of this, and then the Democrats seem to be beholden to the extreme left, the far left, rather than the middle ground
Yeah.
people. So I feel like everybody just saw over the last 4 years, like, hold on, like you guys have control over everything, and you're trying to shove all this shit down our throats, and we're not cool with it. So we need to
All
stop
right.
this.
Right. Because the
Yeah. Yeah.
foundation of
It,
America and the American people at its core is supposed to be like, you can tease your neighbor about voting for different people. Like, oh, well, my guy lost, but I'll get you in the next one. Like, people don't do that anymore. They don't. It's like if you put your sign up or a sticker on your car, there's a chance that you're going to get vandalized and things like that. Like, you can't just have civil conversation. Everything is a matter of, well, either you agree with me or you're just this vile, evil person. It's like, but we've had families and people that are broken up over the past 4 years because of the vilification of people, and it's just, it's so sad. It's so sad.
I just did an experiment today. I've been off of Facebook for years, and like I've recently been looking to see what people are saying. I saw somebody posted something, and I went through and started looking at other posts and other comments, trying to like it sparked my interest. I saw so many people talking about how they have unfriended people or talking about turning
yes.
their back on a family member and all this stuff. And like whoever would post that would then be filled with comments of people like, I just unfriended 2 people today. And every single person I saw that was turning their backs on people that were their friends before this and family members and everything else were people on the left.
Yeah. And
And
I
every single person that was losing their mind was somebody on the left. Every single person that I know that was a very right wing person, they're just like, okay, it's Tuesday. Fed my kids this
It's
morning. It's fine.
Tuesday.
Like,
yeah. Yeah, it's a shame, and I think what's really ironic about this particular election is that all the picks are like traditional Democrats. Like this is the most Democratic Republican Party I've ever seen. I mean, Trump's
Yeah.
Yep.
been a classic Democrat. His points haven't changed at all since the 80s when people were begging, the same people who are vilifying him now were begging him to become president back in the 80s and 90s. His viewpoints haven't changed. And, like RFK, Democrat. Like, we've got
Yep.
the most Democratic Republican Party I've
Gabbard.
ever seen. And I think
Yeah,
that's the
yeah.
thing people, yeah, Gabbard, yep. I think that's the thing people
Government
miss.
government was supposed to be about people that don't necessarily agree on everything, but they come together to agree, find what they can agree on,
Mm-hmm.
and pick the best ideas and move forward. And this is the first time in my entire life that I've seen somebody build a cabinet that are people from all these different backgrounds and different things that they would normally would have disagreed, but they had all been ousted for daring to want to talk to the other side, and
Yeah.
they built a group of those type of people. I'm like, I've never seen somebody put together a cabinet where they have people that came from the other side to work with them.
Yeah.
Like that's crazy.
Yeah.
Make the uniparty great
Exactly.
again. Yeah, I think that's a huge oversight with like when people are acting that they're surprised that it won. It's like, but you have to realize that you're part of the fringe on the far left. All the people who voted for this are traditional Democrats and Republicans and conservatives. Like you forget that traditional Democrats are a huge
Traditional
part of,
liberals.
yeah, traditional Democrats and traditional liberals still have viewpoints that align with Trump. They didn't keep moving with the goalposts. So like the Trump administration is incredibly democratic, and all the traditional Democrats and liberals voted for that because that's the traditional Democratic panel that they want and have wanted since the 80s. And it's just wild to me that people don't understand. They're like, "Oh, you're a traitor." It's like, "No, my views haven't changed. Yours did." You know?
Like my entire
Joey
life up until
Gabbard
the
is my
last
future ex-wife.
I know, isn't that great?
up until like the last however many years, my entire life, like the core tenet, like the number one thing of being a liberal was freedom of speech.
Yeah,
They're always the ones, about
absolutely.
Yeah.
protests and like art and all this stuff. Like they were the defenders of freedom of speech, and now something has happened where it's people on the left that are now calling for
Well,
that to
it's
be shut down. And I
yeah,
don't get it. Like why?
yeah. You have the socialist liberals that infiltrated the Democratic Party, and they've just been slowly dragging people further and further and further away from the normalcy of the traditional liberal and Democratic Party, and that's the biggest problem is the people that got pulled away in this political cult, if you will, don't realize how in the minority they are, and they don't realize that everyone that they left behind is still going to vote for those traditional values. Even they may want to not be perceived as Republican or conservative, they may keep those views to themselves, but come voting day they're going to
Yeah,
speak.
I, I,
And
I
Kasparian.
think I
There's a,
think Anna
there's a ton of
Kasparian
people
is
that
going to
just feel like
be
there's a
one
ton
of
of
the
people that feel the
greatest
same way. Like
red
I
pill
didn't change my
stories.
values. My
Yeah.
values have always been the same, and my
Yeah.
side left me. Like I didn't change my label. My label left me. Like.
So
Right.
I think that cult-like thought can really exist on both sides of the fence. Like it obviously can exist on both
Well,
sides of the
yeah,
fence.
Definitely does.
yeah.
It's just on- from my experience, at least from what I see in the general sentiment online, is there's only one side of those cults that is trying to make sure that you aren't allowed to talk about your side. And
Yeah.
when the
Agreed.
ultimate goal is to maintain open dialogue, open discourse, and to have, you know, dialogue between the two sides, like you gotta give more power to the people that want that open dialogue, because once you shut that down, it's
Yeah,
to
I
promote
will
past
say as an
damnation, right?
yeah, I will say as an outsider, I do feel like that's accurate that the cult like politics of the far left and the far right do behave very differently. It seems like the cult far left is more like you either agree with us or we're going to shut you down. We're not even they don't even try to recruit people. It's just like if you try to have a conversation with them, it's like tell me your point. They're like, I don't need to explain anything. Either you agree with me or you don't. Bye, Felicia. You know, like it's very much an aggressive, shut down, exclusive type of vibe. Whereas like conservative French people tend to be like very much wanting to recruit people for their cause. They don't care who they get for the most part. Obviously, there's going to be some groups that maybe care, but you know, it seems like it's a little bit more inclusionary and they're more willing to have conversations about why their extreme views are what they are. And they also seem to tend to be more like open about the American dream and just letting people, you know, don't infringe on my cult. You can have your cult, just let me have my cult. You know, they seem to be a little bit
Yeah,
more.
dude. The theory of inclusionary behavior. I mean, obviously, wasn't the leader of the Proud Boys Cuban?
Yeah, I think
Yes.
so.
Am I wrong about that?
I mean,
No, you're right.
I think
I
so. Yeah.
Right.
I was just telling one of my very, very liberal left friends just the other day. I said, you know, the tragic thing about this whole like woke mindset is that its very own destruction is baked into the ideology itself. I'm like, every time there's something about like this woke ideology or far left, whatever you want to call it, as soon as somebody doesn't align 1000% with the group, they get thrown out and labeled as something horrible, and now they're a horrible person. And like, there's
Yeah.
always this like, like everybody wants to compete to show that they're the most woke, so
Yeah.
they start then turning against other people that aren't as woke as them.
Oh, they're
And it's
very
like,
eat
dude,
themselves. Yeah.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
like
Eat their
you've
own.
baked into your ideology to reject anybody that disagrees on anything, and eventually somebody's going to disagree on some point. Like, it's going to happen. So you're watching people get cast out and labeled as horrible people, and they know they're not. So then they're like, well, I guess I'm not with them anymore. I guess I'm over here. Like, the idea of woke mindset should have been a good thing, but they've baked in this
In
competition to be more
practice,
woke, and
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think to kind of add on to that point, it's like when your entire goal, like the goal of your movement is to combat oppression, and you run out of things that are actively oppressing you, you are pushed to find things to fight against.
Yeah. They just
shoe on head.
professional. Yeah.
Shoe
When
on
Trump
head.
got elected, and everybody was saying it was because was on Joe Rogan, and they were all calling about like there was mainstream media news stories about how the left needs their own Joe Rogan, and she was like, the left had a Joe Rogan. His name was Joe Rogan, but the thing that
Right.
makes Joe Rogan isn't allowed on the left. So you guys cast him out and told him he was
Right.
alt right. Like, last election, he supported Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, I was
Like,
gonna
what are
say
you
Yeah.
he's a
talking about?
Bernie bro.
Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, he definitely was. I mean, it's so funny. You see the old clips of him. He's like, I would never give that man a platform or have him on my show, and here he was with him on his show. You know, and that's another thing that's really weird to me is the concept of not being able to grow as a person and change your opinions on things. That's like
Yeah.
that's wild to me that it's like you aren't allowed to grow as a person. You're not allowed to have a change of opinion on anything. Just your thoughts have to stay the same 100% of the time. It's like, bro, grow up. People change their opinions as they grow and get more information, you know? Like, calm down. It's
And
not.
and people act like
Surfacing
Joe Rogan
videos.
got.
Yeah, go
They
ahead.
act like he got the audience that he has today because he just came out of nowhere and like people were forced into listening to him and he's brainwashing all these people. I'm like, no, he got to where he is today. He's the most listened to anything, any source of media in the world. And it's like he got to where he is because of how he approaches things and what he does and who he has on the show and everything else. Like,
Yeah.
it's not that he has some sort of weird control to mind control people or whatever. It's like people agree with that. Like, people are
Yeah.
attracted to that. Like, they're with that. So
Yeah, and it's not even like he has a unique formula. Like he
right.
does the same thing
He
every
just
other podcaster does. It's
Yeah.
just that he
brings in interesting
platforms a
people and lets them
wider.
talk.
yeah, bring platforms a wider range of people from
Yeah.
every topic, from every group, and just lets them go. And he
Yeah.
And if
seems
you're going,
genuinely interested in what they're saying.
Yeah.
and if you're going to agree that your ideology is 180 degrees against somebody who has a show that is like the most popular show in the world, then don't then be surprised that your side ends up getting the minority of support because you're
Right.
against things that already have majority of support. Like,
Right. And you're kicking
what
people
are you
out.
doing?
You're not even trying to convert people.
Right.
And you continue to kick more people out.
Half pint, yes. So damn right, Red, damn right, wing, left turn, communist ruined everything. That's right, Red. The year Half Pint says the year's 2029. We successfully colonized Mars, flying cars, and worker bots to maintain a clean, gorgeous society. The left though claims Trump is about to destroy everything, and we're doomed. It's so funny you say that because as we were having this conversation, I was trying to formulate the way to say this thought I was having about how it seems like this new extreme, like, pocket of the left, it really feels like they're this political version of the Zacks, like Dr. Seuss, you know, the East going and West going Zacks, how they meet in the middle, and neither one of them will move for the other one to continue. And society just builds up around them. They're still sitting there and they're standing there in their same spot that they were for decades, just stubborn, not willing to move, not willing to bend for anything, not willing to let the other one pass, nothing. And society, they go from standing in this desert out, you know, just this completely uninhabitable, yep, that's the word. I can't say it for some reason. My brain's stroking out.
Inhospitable.
Hey, there we go. That's the word. Inhospitable environment. I wasn't getting it out. I don't know why. It wasn't flowing. But they're standing in this totally fucking barren desert, and then by the end of like the story, society is incredibly advanced and modern, and there's all this infrastructure built around them and these highways, and you know, and it reminds me of that. It's like this political version of that. Like, you're so focused on kicking everyone out and doing your thing that you don't realize that everything around you is changing and evolving and growing, and you're just so focused, and it has to be about you, and you have to be right, and you can't, there's no room for any growth or change, but the rest of the world is leaving you behind, you know.
One
You
thing I
get
said
a
in
sub for
conversation-
that, Pring.
Unhas
Unhas
blah blah.
I was like, yo, listen, the administration we have now, you know, or that we just came out of, I was like, they passed a bill that was like taxing tips, like or making sure everybody, they're the ones that did the, like, if you get over $600 through a Cash App or anything like that, you have to pay taxes on them. And like they had people like claiming their tips and all this stuff. And I'm like, and then you have somebody else who's running against them that they're pitching no taxes on tips whatsoever. Like, current admin raise taxes on tip wages. Next guy coming in saying they're not going to pay taxes at all. I'm like, we have record low approval numbers for the Biden administration at this time. A lot of people disagree with a lot of things they're doing. And when Kamala was asked if she would have done anything differently, she said no.
Yeah, she didn't help
Not
herself.
I told my buddy, I was
thing.
like, so can you at least, again, understand that maybe some people who voted the other direction were not Nazis? They were just like, well, I want something that's different than this. Like, I don't know what I want, but I know it's not this.
Right.
Yeah, I
Like,
have no.
and the big
patience
problems
for
they
that
admitted
talk.
that needed fixed were problems that had been happening in their administration. It's like, well, you're running on a campaign that you're saying you can fix these things, but you've been in charge and you haven't. So,
Right.
What is it you say you do here?
Right. I'm like, can you just at least admit that maybe some people weren't necessarily real life Nazis that you seem to think they are, and maybe they just wanted something different, and the other person running was not promising anything different.
Right.
So I'm gonna circle back to Joey real quick.
Yeah.
Everything that happened with COVID kind of changed Rogan, dude. One of the
Yeah.
funniest things Rogan has said since the advent of that was he's like, I used to think, or I forget how he sets it up.
I
I'm
quote
not
it
gonna
all the
try to
time.
butcher it. Yeah,
Yep.
he's like,
Yeah.
after COVID, I don't even think we landed on the fucking moon.
Yeah.
But He says like he used to think vaccines were like the greatest invention to mankind, and like they would have nothing bad to say about them. He's like, and after COVID, I don't think we landed on the fucking moon.
Yeah,
I'm like, dude, I'm with it. I'm kind of there too.
yeah,
I'm
it's
much
fucking
more
wild.
open to things that I was not open to before.
Yeah, for sure. Do you think if the Dems had done an open convention and picked a different person instead of Kamala, that they may have done better among voters? Absolutely. Absolutely. Because there were.
I don't think they would have won.
I don't think they would have
done better.
won, but I do think they
There's
would have
a
done
much better
better.
chance.
Because I feel like anybody who was still on the fence at that point, I think that was also a good kick in the butt for a lot of people, because they totally, like Zero, what you said there, they totally just went around.
Yep.
They just was like, oh, democracy. No, we're not going to do that.
They subverted democracy
Yeah.
in the name of saving democracy.
Yeah,
But
and I think a lot of people saw that.
If they would have let people
You think they
vote,
could
and
have won?
somebody, if they would have had a Democratic candidate that was going, hey, this that we have, this ain't it. I'm not like I'm going to lead the country, but I'm not going to do what these people have been doing. We're going to change some things. They definitely would have won, because people still had a sour taste in their mouth about the Trump thing. But the people that did run, they were like, well, you're not going to get a choice again, and the one choice we're going to give you is the one that had zero support when she did run, and you're just going to have to accept it. And then people are like, okay, well, again, are you going to do something different? No, I wouldn't have done anything different. Okay, well then.
Yeah.
I guess I
Like-
got to put my vote somewhere else.
I guess I got
Force
like,
their hand,
I
yeah.
don't expect you to Monday morning quarterback it, but like, who do you think they could have chose? Like,
Literally
do you
anybody. Literally
I don't know
anybody.
candidates that well, but if they would have picked somebody that was like a good candidate that a lot of people kind of supported, that came out and said they admit fault with everything that's happened under the Biden administration, they're going to change it, I think there would have been a lot more voters.
I really don't see anybody being as magnanimous or the cult of personality to face off against Trump in
Right.
the
But remember,
24
people
election.
are so divided
but-
on Trump. Like people.
Yeah, that's true.
People
They're
don't
not
need to have
voting
somebody
for him.
magnetic
They
on
only
their
voted
side.
against him. Yeah.
Right.
I guess we'll never know.
Yeah.
I guess we'll find out in 4 years.
We'll find out in 4 years. Yeah, we'll see how many Zachs there are still standing around. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going with this.
Let's go.
Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will
Fucking
move with
Clinton gets
purpose
me.
and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda, with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the
Her
Black and
face.
Hispanic
She's tried so
communities, I
hard.
want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true.
Okay, I just want to point something out. I wonder how annoying it is. So Kamala is sitting right there, right? And there's this lady in the green. She stands up for every single standing ovation. So Kamala has to sit there with this lady just standing up and applauding crazily for him each time. And that's gotta be annoying for her. That's gotta be just a little extra salt in the wound there.
That's
I,
a funny observation.
Yeah, like, and you can tell, I think she gives her the side eye a couple times. Like, really? Biden doesn't know where he's at. Biden's confused. Bush does, it's kind of frustrating because you can't see Obama very much except for in the wide shot, so you can't really, like, clock his reactions to things, but Bill's out of his mind. Hillary is pissed, but she laughs at a couple things, which I thought was kind of funny. But, yeah, it's just funny. You can feel the tension between all these people because Jill hates Kamala. Everybody hates everybody in this pile over here.
Have you heard the rumors about Michelle Obama not showing up to all these events?
Yeah, I heard that she refused to go, but Obama's there.
Well,
So
there's a rumor going around that it might not be so much that she's just politically against it, making a statement, that they think there's a rumor that basically they're splitting up.
really, I
It's
haven't
just a
heard
rumor.
that.
It's probably tabloid bullshit, but
I'm
I
thinking
thought it
it's
was
tabloid
interesting.
bullshit.
I don't. Yeah,
So,
who knows?
So what I heard was that rumor started as tabloid bullshit, but now new information has come out that makes it seem like it might have some legs. In the end,
Oh
it's probably
boy.
still bullshit, but it's fun little rumor.
Oh, Joey says he heard that she was cheating on him with someone. Oh, the tea is getting hot, guys. Take. Oh my. Okay, well, I don't want to get into speculating anything that's not, like 100% like true or provable. Who knows? She's allegedly they're splitting up. That's interesting. But yeah, I wondered because it seems like she should be there with him.
Yeah, okay, so I understand not the inauguration, but the Jimmy Carter funeral,
Yeah.
Oh.
that one was a little bit weird.
So many people were upset about how Trump and Obama were getting along so well. Everybody's like, dude, you were just saying that he was literally Hitler, and now 3 weeks later you're sitting next to him laughing and shit. Like, if the literal Hitler walked in here and sat down, I would not be sitting there chumming it up with him. Like, I don't care if somebody said it's good for America or what. I'd be like, no, I'm not doing it. Like, okay,
Yeah.
then so you clearly don't believe what you're saying. You clearly don't believe
Yeah.
it's as bad as what you're saying.
Yeah, there's definitely, it's weird. It's almost like they treat it like sports, like, oh, it was a good game, but you got me on this one, like it's weird to me. I don't know. This is why I couldn't be a politician because I believe in promoting yourself as the ideal politician because of your policies. They believe in promoting yourself as the ideal politician by tearing down other people. And I don't agree with that. That's not my bag. I can't be that toxic. I just can't.
Trump's like, in all fairness, Trump is like the number one person for doing that as far as politicians go.
Well, he tears himself up, but he's also quick to call people out, which I think we kind of need that, but...
He seems like he's gotten better, but the first election was nothing but, fuck these people, don't you hate them? I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he also has a lot of self-deprecating humor moments where he picks on himself. So
yeah,
I'm not saying that evens it out or anything.
I'm gonna say he probably has a lot more moments where he talks about how great he is than self-deprecating.
but still, that's still better than being like, don't vote for them because I say so, because they're terrible, just believe me, don't look into it. That's different.
Did you see Obama's announcement to black men?
No, I don't think I did see that.
It was insane. He just basically said like a lot of guys that I knew were like, dude, he just told me to get in line based on my skin color. Like he just said that he saw a lot of people that weren't supporting a woman of color, and especially because, and I'm especially talking to the brothers right now, because it seems like you just don't like a woman because you voted for me.
And did he say brothers?
Yes,
Did he
yes, he
do
said
that?
I'm speaking to the brothers. That's what he
The code switching is also
Awkward.
obnoxious.
Yeah, the code switching is so weird.
It's
like,
so
come on, man.
nothing
I had a
takes
buddy
away
that was
your
on the fence
credibility
that-
like code switching. You know, like nothing.
I had a buddy who was on the fence, and he ended up voting for Trump because of that. He's like, dude, don't tell me that just because of my gender and skin color that I am supposed to vote for a certain way. He was so offended by that.
Yeah, and that is one thing you got to give Trump. He does not fucking code switch. It
Yeah.
does not matter where he goes. He
I don't
is
think he
in
could if he
a
wanted
tie
to.
and a
I
suit.
don't think he could
and
if he
he is
wanted
talks the
to. Could
same
you?
way to everybody?
Could you
Yeah,
imagine him
locked in.
trying to do that Southern accent, but with his Trump voice?
Show up in some sweatpants and overalls or
Hillary.
some shit. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Man.
I was gonna make a small little point back on the whole everybody like the whole Hitler talk. I made a point to a group of individuals during a debate that I kind of feel like if you're going to castigate someone as Hitler or call their supporters Nazis or whatever, that is, in my opinion, somewhat tantamount to Holocaust denialism. Because it's saying, like, hey, these people saying mean things is just as bad as the systematic erasure of an entire religion and the slaughter of millions of people.
Yeah.
It's just as bad. And it's like, that is, what is that other than denying how absolutely abhorrent the Holocaust was? How is that anything but that? It really gets me in my craw. It makes me
definitely
angry
cheapens
when
it.
people do that. It
Yeah.
cheapens it.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't say full same as full denial, but it definitely like it's like really you think that you are going through something similar to what these people went through? Like, tell me what
Yeah.
changed between when Trump was in office and Biden took office in your personal life. Tell me how you were rounded up and like nothing happened.
Yeah.
You went on about your
Yeah.
business.
The
Calm down there,
taking
Steer.
things taking such serious words and I'm all about words not having power, but that's a different type of vocabulary when you're talking about things like rape and Nazis and things like that, racist, sexist, all these things. You can't throw those words around willy-nilly. They lose all their power, and those are words that actually need their power. Those are words
They do.
they
I want to know
need
about the
their
real ones. I don't want
right.
you to cheapen it to where now when I hear it, I just think, okay, this is just somebody you disagree with. Like, I want
Right.
to feel like if somebody calls somebody something, that I can be like, oh shit, that's somebody I need to fucking stay away from.
Right. Like I don't. You hear all these terms now, and like with rape, you hear, oh well, because the Me Too movement ruined that with regret is not that, and so it's like, oh, did it really happen? They run with these terms and it has the opposite effect. It's like, oh well, now you say Nazi all the time. I don't really think anybody's a Nazi anymore. Like
Right.
I think I heard the term for Nazis or neo-Nazis like just a handful of times before like the past, I don't know, like 10, 15 years. And then it just started slowly blowing up and it's like, well, now I just think nobody's a Nazi. Like I don't think there was any. It's like you guys have just used it for everything. It's
Yeah,
like
very much the boy who cried wolf.
don't drink
Did you look-
chocolate milk, Nazi. It's just like Jesus Christ.
Did you look into and sorry, I don't mean to sideline things or whatever, but you brought up the Me Too stuff. Did you ever look into any of the details about how Marilyn Manson went up against some Me Too case and all this stuff?
No, I haven't seen that.
It was so bad because like anytime the girl like had a chance to do an interview or whatever, people are like, okay, but like what? Like tell me about like what happened, like what did he do? And like she would just completely avoid it the whole time. Like you could never get an answer out of her, and it was so obvious that it was like, okay, Manson is a good target. If somebody was going to do some weird fucked up shit, you could look at Marilyn Manson and be like, yeah, that checks out. I'm sure he did.
Yeah.
And like the way that she described everything that ever happened, it was all like shot through this weird prism of victimhood. She was talking about how like she met him on a video shoot and they exchanged numbers and they talked back and forth on the phone for a while, and then she came out and to hang out with him, and she goes, and I realize now looking back what he was doing, these conversations, getting to know me and stuff. He was grooming me because he wanted to, have something to do. I'm like, what you just described is what every normal people
Yeah.
do when they meet each other. You talked about things and then looked to see if you guys had shit in common before you did anything. Like
Yeah.
everything that she explained, as she would say, it was like this horrible, horrible thing. And the people were like, well, what happened? And the details she would give, it's like, that's just normal everyday stuff. Like nothing that you've said so far stands out as like bad, horrible behavior.
Oh, was she like a minor at the time? Like, what was the? Or was it just like
I
he
think she
thought I
ended up
was
saying,
pretty and wanted to kiss me a bunch?
He was trying to make me love him, Nazi.
Yeah,
What
she leaned heavy into like
what a monster!
she leaned heavy into like he had power over me because of his celebrity and shit. And it was like, well, you were trying to date a celebrity. Like, I mean, if
Yeah, no,
like,
that shit doesn't
like
fly.
every bit of it was just like, you're not a victim. You're clearly just seeming to kind of make a case, and it ended up getting thrown out because when they dug into everything,
Sure,
they're
yeah.
like, you have no evidence.
Bingo night.
Jump to the chase. How much are you trying to get out of him?
Yep,
Right,
yep.
right.
Yeah.
You mentioned Dr. Seuss. That's all I needed to look up the Sneetches video. Hey, that's a winner, man. That's a fucking winner. Dr. Seuss has such great messages. But of course they canceled him too, so. But alright, let's hop back in.
I'm sorry. Yep. Sorry, we got derailed.
No, it's okay. We do that a lot. It's fine.
My fault.
No.
Absolutely your fault. You know what I'm gonna call you.
National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country, we will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that.
He big mad.
Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense.
He just said that right in front of them, and I love that. He does not hold back any punches. Like, look at Biden. He's giggling. I don't know, man. I don't know where he thinks he is. Does he think he's at like a normal roast or something? Kamala's so pissed.
I think Biden is happy that Trump won. I think he's loving it right now. He's like, bitch.
Yeah. Well, Biden
against him.
Yeah.
Jill wearing the red dress. Man.
Yeah, Jill's red dress.
The red dress.
That's good. That's so good. Well, yeah, but the Clintons also hate them. Like, everybody hates them. Everyone either hates Biden's and or Kamala. So they're all pretty tickled. I mean, they may not like him personally, but he's the lesser of evils for them. You know what I mean? Like, it's not about that he won, it's about that they lost. That's why everyone's happy. And the only one that's not happy about it in one way or the other is Kamala. She's just pissed. Everybody hates her. She lost. She big mad. And Vance is just sitting there like a fucking kid that got a candy, like all of his fucking Halloween candy at once.
JD is America's Jim from The Office, and I love it.
Yeah, he really is.
First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
That's way overdue. That's way overdue. And another standing ovation. He gets one like every couple minutes. It's wild. And the lady in the green fucking standing up again.
I didn't hear what he said. What's over there?
He says that he's declaring a state of national emergency at the southern border. And that's what everybody stood up for and is clapping for.
all illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
She's so mad. Oh, the venom in her face. I can't get over it. It's so good.
America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We're going to use it.
Now, with this, I know, Wyrm, you have some points on this, but I also disagree with that being something we should do. So, I don't know if you want to talk on that, because you speak better than I do on some things for sure. Well, on a lot of things, I tend to stutter. But, yeah. Do you want to talk about that, or no?
I understand why at this point in time, when we're trying to look inward towards sustainability in America, why we would want to start drawing from our own reserves. But I don't necessarily always think that importing energy from other countries is the worst thing for America, because we
Yeah.
do have quite the reserve. And if we can if we can retain our reserves while cheaply getting it from other countries, I don't think it's the worst plan in the world
Yeah.
to s-
Yeah.
stay on the sidelines and let everybody else drive themselves up.
Gotta spend
But
money
like,
somewhere.
exactly. Keep the economies flowing. But then again, like, energy really is like a zero-sum game, and we do have finite resources
Yeah,
on Earth.
exactly.
So, like, I don't want to treat this, country to country energy crisis as like a giant game where someone has to win. Because once somebody wins, we all lose, and that sucks.
Yeah.
So maybe we need to focus on clean renewable energies and or getting off of this fucking rock.
Yeah, no,
You know,
I understand. I understand the reason behind it. It's a power play at this point. It's a power play. It's so we're not giving money to people that we don't need to be giving money to and basically hurt those economies. You know, it's like, oh, you
Yeah.
want us to buy your oil? We're going to bring the prices down. But and I get that. I get that. It's like let's bring stuff in house. Let's, boost our economy, and let's cripple their economies a little bit, the ones that depend on our money for oil and things like that. But in the long run, I do think that that's not the best option just because, going through our reserves is not great. What if in the future we need those and we're at a spot where we can't get the oil from overseas, And I do think that's important that we, use the oil from overseas. That way we have our reserves for emergency situations. And then on top of that, it's draining them dry. So they won't have it, and
the whole thing of a finite resource is that it's finite. There's only so
Right.
much of it. So
Right.
it makes sense to want
Take
to
theirs
save a bunch
first.
back and not and then try to get off of that finite, replace it with something that is renewable.
Yeah, I agree. We definitely need to do renewable energy, and I think we need to bring back like the old nuclear plants because those have been deemed to be cleaner. And I think that there's definitely some things we need to do. We need to look more into solar energy. We need to look more into
Well,
wind
we've already
energy.
achieved fusion.
Yeah,
We just need the engineers that can get it into
absolutely.
production.
Make it practical.
Yeah.
Make it practical. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who would be in charge of that, but we definitely need to do that. So US already has facilities to process dirty oil from Canada that can't be used to process American oil. Cutting off Canadian oil import would get rid of a lot of jobs. Yeah, I mean, we have the power. We have enough of that big dick energy that we can, shut off the oil imports from these countries, and they're gonna struggle because they rely on those finances. They rely on our money, and they rely on selling us oil, and it's gonna mess up their economies. But that's part of the move. That's part of it is we're not giving money to other people anymore. Right now, we need to focus on home. We need to grow us. We need to get us back to where we were. And I get that. I totally understand and support that sentiment, but I don't know. I think just giving up the oil, other oil contracts to go through our reserve is a little risky because we kind of need that reserve for emergency purposes. But
I think it would be important to build up the infrastructure to tap into it, but not necessarily fully utilize it.
Yeah.
So it's always good to have the infrastructure for production there
Yeah.
and ready to go. Just like how when we shut down a bunch of steel mills in America and started importing a lot of steel from Asia and Africa, it's like we shut those steel mills down, but they're still there. Like they're ready to go.
Yeah.
Just greased everything up and welded the doors and said, "We'll be back."
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm so stoked on fusion there, Frank.
Yeah, fusion is the way of the future. Yeah, for sure. All right. I just wanted to hear you talk about it because I know that you've brought up some good points about that in the past.
It is a good point.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, just unfortunate. In order for one country to win, we all kind of lose. And that sucks.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe we'll figure it out. Hopefully, we'll figure it out. Imagine that we get sustainable energy over the next 4 years. That'd be really cool.
That would be fucking excellent.
We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency.
America. America indeed.
After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America.
I wonder how much that hurts to watch all those people continuously standing up for him. 'Cause she just has to sit there stewing it.
Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It
Jab,
will
jab, jab.
not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life.
I love it. She's feeling that knife twist. It's funny. It's just funny to me.
We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Red from the river to the sea. Oh wait, can't say that. Yeah, can't say that one. Can't, or you should say that one anyways. They made millions on US. Why would they be upset? It's going to Disneyland after that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they definitely do not care. They made a shitload of money making politics. That's one thing about Trump, though. He has nothing to gain, like, monetarily. Like, he's just fucking... He got that. He got big money. He got bigger money. He doesn't need... He doesn't need the presidential paycheck, you know? But yeah, it's just funny. He's just... You can tell. He's just taking that knife and indirectly stabbing it. Just boop, boop, boop. Stab and twist. And it's entertaining. No matter what side you're on, you should at least admit it's entertaining to watch how mad she is. It's just funny.
This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay.
That is wild. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. That's crazy. That's a fat paycheck a lot of people are about to get. That's a fat paycheck. And I'm for it. I'm for it.
Not fat enough.
Not fat enough, right? Man, can you imagine being one of those people and hearing that? Like, that's fucking, that's gotta be life-saving. That's like Christmas, man. That's like Christmas. That's crazy good. That's crazy good. That's cool, dude. Respect. I think the last president we had that actually even pretended to give a shit about our troops was probably Bush. Honestly. Like, you could debate whether or not he did, but he at least, like, pretended to care, if nothing else.
Yeah, I was gonna say pretend is probably a key word there.
Yeah, he at least acted like
Yeah.
he cared.
Yeah. Pretend keyword.
Yeah, because he did, like, the tours and stuff and met with soldiers, and I don't really remember Obama really doing that too much, and God knows Biden hadn't done shit, so. But, so I said, he at least pretended, he at least put in the effort to pretend to care, if nothing else. Allegedly. Gotta protect myself.
And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies.
Yay! Take that, bad guys.
Terrorist, your day is through. Now you have I'm done.
No, keep going. Keep going. I'm invested.
Come on, you know the Team America song.
Yeah, no, keep going. But I want your rendition.
Maybe later. Man, that's got to be one of the videos we watch after this.
Okay. Kamala should feel ashamed for the amount of fear-mongering her team has used. It shows how much she cares about people when she is willing to cause such widespread panic amongst the left. Destroying mental health to get a vote is shame. America, fuck yeah. Yes. Yeah, it's just... It's disgusting. It's disgusting to pretend to be like Mamala. Like, I'm Mamala. I'm gonna be the one that's gonna wrap everyone up in a hug. I'm America's mother. That's what we... No, first of all. Second of all, no. And third of all, the fuck you manipulative twat waffle. That's not what, like... Mothers aren't supposed to manipulate their children and make them so scared that they have to stand beside you. You are a terrible mother. You have been the evil stepmother to this country, not like an actual mother. Like, you just fucking disgusting person. Absolutely vile. And just negative IQ. Like, I don't care whose side you're on. I feel like, considering her approval ratings pretty much show that everyone can agree that she's a garbage person, I think that that's telling. Especially in these times where people don't agree on anything, but everybody can agree she sucks.
I have so much on that topic that I will save until after this, but
Oh yeah.
I have some very basic facts about the whole Kamala thing. And
Oh yeah, we'll definitely get into that for sure. I definitely want to hear your side and pick your brain on things too, for sure.
Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into.
Such shade. such shade right there. The wars we never get into. Ooh. Just twist it in a little further.
My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families.
Now, this is the only time Biden and Kamala get up or clap. This is the only time that they give him a standing ovation at all, this whole party. This is the only time that they like clap or
Thank you.
any bit of remote.
America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president,
Hillary's
William
reaction to that
McKinley,
is so
to
good.
Mount
I'm
McKinley,
sorry,
where
hold
it should
on.
be and where it belongs.
Hillary's reaction to that is just
William
hilarious.
McKinley, Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president,
She gets a serious
William
usage of it.
McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars.
Look at Elon. So cute. So cute. He's so excited. Look, he's on the board. It's so precious.
Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation. And right now, our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So that was his speech. Golden Age. Oh, that was his speech. So that's the golden age. Yeah. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
So wait, who was that guy?
Who was that guy? So,
He was the guy from Home Alone, too.
Oh yeah.
yeah, he's from Home Alone too, yeah. And he had that show. So,
I think I saw him at a Pizza Hut commercial one time.
as far as like his executive orders go, obviously he goes on to sign. I mean, look at this stack. He's got so many. Here, I'm just gonna mute this though. Let's see. Can you see the full stack anywhere? Do they show?
Do you see?
Do you see? I mean, he's got. There's just a whole big pile of them.
So I watched this video, and it was one of the most annoying things in the world.
Yeah, so this is incredibly infuriating. Yeah, they need to change how they do this in the future. So for anybody who didn't watch this, Trump takes questions from reporters as he signs multiple executive orders in the Oval Office. That's good and dandy, except they're constantly talking over this guy, who's the one who's announcing what Trump is signing, which is kind of important for people to know. And they're asking questions that are A, irrelevant, and B, he's already answered 1,000 times over. So, and they even, multiple reporters will ask like the same question multiple times, and he has to reiterate the same thing. So he's signing stuff. We're not sure what he's signing because this guy can't fucking get a word in edgewise. And I really don't think they should do that. I think in the future, it needs to be 100% focused on the executive orders. Maybe quick questions, take a question, maybe two, about the executive order that was just signed, and then move on to the next one. But the reporters constantly just piping up and talking over everybody was just so infuriating.
They bring up TikTok like 7 times, and it's like, dude, we're worrying about other things right now. Like, we'll have time to talk about that.
Right.
Like, let's keep the questions to orders that are being signed right here, right now.
Yeah, it's very annoying. And you know what's funny is I had a website that had a list of the executive orders, but that was like really nice, like little details, but I can't find it. So I have this website up.
I'm typically pretty against executive orders, but so I'm kind of torn on some of this. But I guess as long as they're a thing, whether I'm against it or not, they do exist, then I can get on board with some of them being written.
Yeah. So, just for some context for people, this is about the day one, but total executive orders signed by President Franklin D. Roosevelt signed 2,023 executive orders. 906 for Truman, 484 for Eisenhower, and we can go into the more recent presidents, but Biden signed 162, Trump in the first term signed 220, Barack signed 277, George did 291. So I mean,
Barack was that low after 8 years.
Yeah, 277 in 8 years. Yeah.
Good on him, I guess.
Yeah. I saw a stat of the pardons, and someone did like over 8,000 pardons in their term. I don't remember which president it was though, but I was like, Jesus Christ. So for executive orders for the first day, Trump has broken the record with 26 on his first day. Joe Biden did 9. Yeah, Joe Biden did 9. That was the previous record. And then Trump and Clinton did 1 on their first days in their terms. But that's it for that. And then for the first week, Trump has signed 31. I'm not sure what the other, 5 are. I haven't seen those, so I'm not sure about that. But yeah, so we've got some first orders. He's got a good head start on everybody, definitely, for sure, compared to previous presidents. Joe Biden's first week was 22, and I don't know when the week is technically over for them, but it's either over today or maybe tomorrow. But
I want the last executive order that he signs to be
what? Oh, I think I know what you're gonna say.
A constraint on the power of executive orders that they have to go through a process
That would
of
be great.
approval.
Yeah, I would love for him
Yep.
to kick the ladder out from
A
underneath
checks
him.
and balances on it.
I would love
Just
him to kick the
that ladder out.
Yeah, that for that
My
as well
problem
as
with them in the
pardons.
first place is you're giving one person too much power. That's my thing against them.
It was
So, like,
never meant to be that way.
if somebody were to use
never...
that power to do what you said, that would be fucking. I'd be like, okay, I do support these for
Yeah,
that far.
I would love that, and I would love pardons because and we can talk about that. The pardons with Biden, I am so surprised. I did not realize that pardons could be issued for crimes that never have been like convicted. I thought pardons were for people that have been convicted and in prison and stuff. The fact that you can just pardon people for blanket reasons
Because
for no reason.
it's so rare. Like, the reason
Yeah.
you didn't know is because nobody pardons people, gives them a preemptive pardon. Like,
Because
hey,
it's
if you find
ethically
down the road that they broke a law here,
yeah,
then they're absolved from it. Like, no,
yeah, it's
people
completely
don't do that.
ethically corrupt, and
Yeah.
I don't think that's what that was intended for at all. Because I think when it was written, nobody thought that that would be a problem. It's just to pardon someone who's been convicted of something, that is unjust. But
It's
So-
another big factor on why they lost so much support. Like,
Yeah.
people are like, wait, you claim to hold the moral high ground, and then you do shit like this. Like,
yeah,
seems like you're full of
I
shit.
believe that there should be no pardons. I agree with the idea of commutations because there are situations where maybe justice was a little bit too severe, or it just the sentence didn't fit the crime, so a commutation is
Yeah.
in order, like a time served commutation. Like, dude, you've been in jail, like you're good. But just a full out preemptively and broad sweepingly pardon somebody from all crimes, even crimes that aren't discovered yet, that's
that's terrible.
That's crazy. And the
Yeah,
dates that he
wild.
put on the
yeah, very
like, that's
specific
weird.
dates.
Yeah, it's so corrupt, and I agree with Trump. So what we don't see here in this the executive order thing, what we don't see what we're not going to see. You can go back and watch it if you'd like, but he does address the pardons, and he says it perfectly. I think it shows that you're incredibly guilty of something. It looks suspicious. It seems like you're very guilty, and he also states that it's a dangerous precedent to set, and it's just it's morally corrupt, basically, is what he says in so many words. And I agree with him on that 100%. I think that's absolutely disgusting, and I hope
So-
that he does an executive
but
order
also-
that alters how pardons are issued, because that should not be
Also,
allowed.
Also, though, one of the first things he did was pardoned all the January 6 people. So it's like,
Not
okay,
all of
well,
them.
you're not that against it. Well, not all of them, I guess, but
No, he didn't pardon all of them.
one of the people that he gave a pardon to even came out and said the same thing as Trump. He's like, I don't want this pardon. Like, to give a pardon seems like you're admitting guilt. He's like, I didn't do anything wrong. Like, I appreciate
Yeah.
the effort, but I don't want this.
And
Yeah.
I what's
Was
unfortunate
that the guy
about
that
that
was
though?
literally just picking up trash?
Well, what's
what he was doing,
unfortunate
yeah.
about that though is the only reason it implies like any type of guilt is because of what Biden just did. Pardons are supposed to be for people who have been wrongly convicted, unjustly put away. That's who those things are meant for. And to turn around and feel guilty that someone's like, no, wait, we're gonna take care of you because this is bullshit. You shouldn't have to feel guilty for that. And like, I'm for pardons. I'm not against pardons, but those people went through the justice system and they got fucked over. And they were investigating that before they issued the pardons. Like, it wasn't just like a whim where they decided to do it.
Some of them deserved to be fucked over, but there were a lot of people that did get fucked over that were like just there kind of looking to see what was happening. Like, if you were there
Yeah.
fighting with cops, macing cops, hitting them with shit, like, you deserve whatever the fuck you got.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
If you were
for
there
sure.
jumping into where Congress was sitting with fucking zip ties and shit, looking to fucking kidnap somebody, you deserve whatever you get. But if you were just there, like, what the fuck is happening right
Taking
now?
a walking tour. Yeah.
Yeah. Because there are people that, a lot of them got arrested. They never even entered the building. They were just like there. They were just like peacefully protesting, and they got grouped
people
in.
from outside got
Yeah, and that's not
and
right.
Enrique Tarrio, the leader of the Proud Boys, they sentenced him to 22 years, and they gave him a deal if he would just say that Trump told them to set all this stuff up, that he would walk and he wouldn't do it. So they sentenced him to 22 years, and I'm like, hold on, like
That's a political prisoner if I ever heard one.
yeah, you can have your opinion about the Proud Boys, but somebody that wasn't even there, that you cannot prove any
Yeah,
ties to like him having set anything up, and you
wasn't
give him 22
even
years in
there.
prison, like dude, that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm
Wasn't
not against
even there.
pardons, but I'm against pardons for things that we don't know about. Like that's fucked up, you know? Like
So
that's not cool.
here's the part where I need an armchair lawyer. I need someone who's very lawyery. Where's Gandalf right now? Ganondorf. Not lawyer Gandalf. So here's the thing. Can the Department of Justice investigate a crime that they know they can't bring to trial?
I feel
Hmm.
like they
That's my
probably
question.
do.
I
I feel like they
feel I feel like
probably
they
do, but
can.
only if they feel like the public image of it would be worth it.
I
Because if they
feel
know
like
they
they
can't bring it to
can.
trial, they know there's not going to be any outcome, but they could do it for the public,
Because
Right,
you
but
whatever
aren't a
the
can
lot
trial
of
of public.
methods to like discovery, like evidence discovery and pulling
Yep.
records,
It all becomes
have
public.
they have to be they have to work towards something in the prosecution. But if there is no prosecution, doesn't that severely hamper
well, I
evidence
mean,
discovery?
well think about
Right.
like
No. So like
what about like
they
investigating
could
gang crime? You know, you don't have a specific target in mind yet. You just know that you're researching this particular group of people and you're trying to figure out who does what and who you can convict. I would imagine it's
well they
similar
could
to
have
Mhm.
that.
they could know 1000% that they're not going to win a case, but they can still pursue the case even if they know like the evidence is bad or whatever. But once that stuff is entered into evidence, which you said discovery, that can become public knowledge after the case is over. So they could anybody, if they just wanted to draw information out and get it
Ooh,
out there, they could go try to put somebody through trial just to get that discovery and get that out there, knowing they're not going to win, but like at
praying.
least they get this out.
Okay, Jay says the DOJ can investigate a crime even if they know they may not be able to bring it to trial. Investigations often precede prosecutions and serve multiple purposes, such as gathering evidence, understanding the scope of criminal activity, or providing information for other actions, like civil enforcement or regulatory measures. Certified police, Vincent says,
Yeah.
certified police academy graduate here. Technically, they can pursue an investigation, subpoena records, and do all of that and just release the findings to the public. Yeah, so they can definitely do those investigations without having to worry about if they're going to prosecute individual people. But they can absolutely, you know, if it leads to arrests for other people, they might be able to pursue that, but they just can't go after the people who have pardons.
Right. And I think you kind of understand where I'm going with
Yeah.
my line of questioning here. Yes, certain people are
Ah,
insulated from
I see.
having charges put on them, but does that stop any leg or arm of the Justice Department from investigating links to other people?
No, they can still
So
investigate.
I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, they're
We're gonna
gonna.
find out.
See, it could
We'll see
result in
how far they
actions
pull that
like
thread.
pursuing charges against individuals for different crimes. Exactly, like investigating gang crime. You
Yeah,
know, you investigate
yeah,
several people from one person.
and if I'm correct, that still doesn't pardon a criminal pardon does not insulate them from civil charges.
Right,
They
Usin,
can still be brought up on civil
exactly.
charges.
They can.
Facts. Facts.
Yeah. The Fed can't go after them, but the state can, and that's
Ooh.
yeah. So the DOJ can absolutely investigate everything. Yeah, I was talking about that the other day. The DOJ can absolutely investigate everything, get a case together, and be like, "Here you go, state," and the state can be like, "Well, gee willikers, thanks, guys," and then they can fucking go after them. All these people that Biden's
They could
pardoned.
pull one of those moves that they did with that guy that took the demotion and went to New York, have a bunch of top ranking Fed DOJ investigators take a demotion and go to the state level.
Yeah.
Well, we can't do our work there, but we can do it here.
Right. Investigations also must be conducted to prevent future criminal activity or simply determine if a crime has occurred at all. Yeah, so they can absolutely do that. They can find a bunch of evidence. They can give it over to the state. You know, and that's one thing people seem to forget. It's like you can't be convicted for the same crime twice, but you can be convicted for it on a state level, and you can be convicted for it on a federal level. So, like, if the state botches a case,
And then civil.
yeah, and civil. Civil and criminal are a little bit different, though, from what I understand. But yeah, you can absolutely, if the state drops the ball on something, the feds can decide to pick it up and retry something, like for murder, for example. Just because you can't be tried for the same thing twice on a state level doesn't mean you can't be tried again on a federal level. So there's that, and that works vice versa for this. So, you know,
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see where that turns out.
Yeah, I definitely think that Trump's going to do everything he can to investigate those pardons. Because if anything, in my opinion, I think what Biden did was actually really stupid. Because all he did was give the DOJ a list of people to look into.
Yeah, they can also
One of the
co-pursue your
orders-
charge on a state and federal level, civilly on a federal level, and criminally on a state level concurrently.
Gotta get to
One of the
bed. Ladies,
executive
peeps.
orders that Trump passed that I love is he pulled the security clearance from the
J-Bring!
51
thank
intelligence
you.
officers that signed off that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian misinformation.
Yeah.
Crane came in and dropped some big brain quotes and then pieced out.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
I like that. I like that.
So, to just kind of go over the executive orders that he did on day one, restoring names that honor American greatness. So
It was AI generated.
that's an AI comment. So if anybody's interested, this website's actually really good. So this is the WDSU.com article. You can just search for that. And this has, you know, the stats I was showing you guys earlier, executive orders per 100 days, first week, first day, or first day, first week, 100 days, and then per president. And then it also has all the executive orders that were signed, and then it's divided up by topic along with some notes. And if you click on the link for the executive order, it actually takes you over to the White House's official website, which has the detailed version of what was actually signed, the subparts, all that stuff. So if you're interested in actually reading verbatim what was signed, how it was worded, and things like that, you can go to this website and it'll have that list. So in fact, here, I'll just, you know what, I'll just put it in the chat real quick. Oh wait, can I do that? No, I can't because I'm on two different computers. Shit, hold on. I'm dumb.
L's in chat. L's in chat.
Huh?
Nothing.
Anyways, I will, let's see, can I
am ready to see Roseanne drop some bars.
I am
I don't know
also
about
ready for that. I will get to that in just a second. Calm your tits.
I've been looking forward to this. These tits will not be calm.
These tits will not be calmed. There we go. So that way you guys can have that if you want. Ah, that's on my other profile, but that's okay. Anyways, it's fine. Not a big deal. I didn't even realize that was logged in, to be completely honest with you. But that's okay. Let's see. So, restoring names that honor American greatness. So that's government. Designating cartels and other organizations as foreign terrorist organizations and specially designated global terrorists. So that's actually really good. This is too bright in my face. Hold on. I need to get rid of this. Too many fucking things. There we go. So,
You doing okay over there, bud?
I am. It's too bright. I didn't like it. Okay, so this monitor over here, anytime there's something that's like not a black screen on it, it's just like bright in my face. Like here, let me show you. If I open like a new screen, it's just like white, and it fucking bleaches everything out. Bleaches everything out. Let's see here. I wonder why this is for Snapchat. Anyways, I digress. ADHD brain. But designating cartels and other organizations as foreign terrorist organizations and specially designated global terrorists. I love that. I'm for that. I'm for that 1,000%. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I think that's a step in the right direction. I don't understand why cartels and gangs aren't considered like terrorist organizations. I mean, they traffic people, there's drug crimes, you know, drugs resulting and or drug trafficking. My camera is blurry. There's drug
They qualify for sure.
Yeah, there's drug trafficking, there's freaking all this shit that they do that is, you know, definitely worth being on the list. Nala, I'm for it. Reforming the
there was like a rash of like severed heads showing up on the floors of nightclubs there for a while along the southern border. If that's not in an aim to terrorize the population, I really don't know what it is.
Well, that was.
But I'm assuming that that's the designation is. Go ahead. I see you. I see you palming me.
No, I'm trying to. My camera was blurry. I was trying to get my camera to focus.
Oh, I got you. I see. I think the designation is just a way for them to open the door for more, like a new way to militarize against it. So, like, perhaps you can actually militarize, you know, the army or, you know, sections of our armed forces to go after them instead of just treating it like a local law enforcement issue.
I'm gonna post this again in all the chats real quick. Yeah,
Well,
no.
I think Pablo Escobar kind of nailed it with, you know, showing that they're clearly a terrorist or whatever, because like his whole thing was what was it, like gold or lead or gold or whatever. He was basically like, you can help me out and I'll pay you a ton of money, or I'll fucking kill you and your whole family. You pick. Like, seems like terrorist type shit. Terrorizing people in order to get the political outcomes you're looking for.
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah.
a little terroristy
Yeah.
if I ever heard it, for sure. Okay, so what do we
You
got?
can have lead or gold.
Right. So the next
I don't
thing.
know a lot about Pablo.
Might have been silver or lead or something like that. Like, but it was like a quote that he said often.
So
Let's see.
for the next thing we got is social, reforming the federal hiring process and restoring merit to government service. Now this is actually one that people are surprised I agree with. I had it brought up to me. Someone actually asked me this at work, and a good friend, she asked me. She was like, "What do you think about this?" She's like, "I don't know how. I don't think I agree with him on this one, but I want to hear your opinion." So I gave her my dissertation on it. And basically, my perspective on this is I am 100% for remote workers for private businesses. I think that is something that makes sense from a business standpoint. You know, you don't have as much overhead. Your employees are happier. You don't have to pay for, you know, office upkeep, office rent, mortgage, whatever. You don't have to pay for all those services that are in office buildings. You know, you don't have to do all that shit that goes along with housing an actual office, all that overhead. And of course your employees are happier. You know, it's better for everybody involved. It seems like a no-brainer. But of course it's up to every business's discretion if they want to do that, as well as, you know, if they care if people are moonlighting multiple jobs at the same time. You know, that's totally up to them whether or not they care about that. Now when it comes to the government officials, I 100% think that they should be fucking working in secure government buildings on secure government networks. You know, I think they need to be held to a higher and different standard than, you know, some customer service representative who's, you know, helping you with your credit card or something. You know, like I think it's a little silly to compare the two. I don't know if you guys have a different opinion on that, but it seems like there's a security risk and a productivity risk of having people work from home when they work for the government. I mean, It's like if you have 10, because everybody talks about how nobody does their job 100% all day. Like everyone talks about how, you know, they have a lot of downtime at home, and I would much rather have 5 people
Yep.
working 100% of an 8-hour day and getting 8 hours of work done on my tax dollars versus someone working from home and they're working an 8-hour day, but they're dicking around half the day doing other jobs and they're only getting 4 hours of work done.
I agree with you 1,000%. It makes sense for businesses, but for tax dollars and government, like I work from home. I know lots of people that work from home.
Mm-hmm.
And like one, it's kind of an unsaid rule that everybody knows, like you would probably be more productive if you were in an office. But it's just up to that business to decide would that extra productivity offset the cost of having to have offices. And not only do you then need to have to pay for offices, which are expensive as shit, but then you can only hire people from the local area. So now your talent pool shrinks immensely if people can't be working from the
Right.
other side of the country. So
Right.
it's like, but when it comes to the tax dollars, like, okay, we need to make sure that our tax dollars are not being spent so some dude can be looking at porn half the day. Like, we
Yeah.
need to know that you're doing your shit.
Right, exactly. I want people who are funded with my tax dollars, I want them to be efficient. I want them to be working when they're supposed to be working. And I do not want them to have a shitload of downtime. I want them to be, they have to be adamant that they want a government job, they want to serve their community. And they need to be we need to make sure that the security risk is, that they're fucking not dealing with that. You can't take you can't take care of our nation's security while making pancakes in your pajamas on the job. Exactly. I don't want freaking Karen working on some sort of defense project and then she steps away for a second to do her laundry. And God knows what type of security information gets compromised while she's doing that. It just doesn't make sense for government people to be working from home. And I guarantee that
Those are the people's pancakes.
those are people's pancakes. Oh shit. I guarantee a good push of it isn't even necessarily because people are against remote work, is they probably want to get people in and they want to weed out the people that are not efficient. They want to maximize efficiency, maximize, the utility of the tax dollar, which is very important as a tax-paying citizen. I absolutely want that. I would rather pay 5 people instead of 10 people to get the same amount of work done and have those extra tax dollars go to something else that actually makes sense and is needed, So I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense. Questions?
Never wanted to watch Roseanne so much in my life.
I
It's
know.
killing me, Smalls.
I know. I'm sorry. Let's see. Ending radical.
42 more to go.
Yeah. Ending radical and wasteful government DEI programs and preferencing. I'm for that. I am 100% for that. We need to make sure that we're basing stuff off merit. I don't understand why we devolved into a society that doesn't do that. Ending, defending women from gender ideology, extremism, and restoring biological truth to the federal government. I don't know exactly how they're going to enforce this, but I'm intrigued to see what they're going to do with it. Like, I don't know in what capacity they plan on enforcing this. I'm hoping protecting women's spaces, I'm hoping is a thing that they're going to get back to, because that's a big problem for women right now, is we don't feel safe in our spaces. And that's an issue. So hopefully that gets tied in somehow.
I feel like this should be so easy. Like, the entire argument on the gender ideology thing is that gender is separate from biological sex. So if the government wants to just make it binary, say, great, we're not talking about your gender, we're just talking about your biological sex.
Yeah, I don't
So we're calling
understand.
that male or female, and like both sides can still have their way here. Like,
yeah, I don't understand. Like, I think it's really stupid that we have to devolve to the point of XXXY, but I think that's literally what we just need to start doing, is XXXY on a lot of stuff, which isn't fair, because there are people...
pretty much what they're doing.
Yeah, it's not 100% fair, because there are people before the recent wave of trans activism who are trans, who genuinely just wanted to get their new identity and move on with their life. They didn't want to dwell on being, they just were, you know, they were like, they didn't identify as trans, they just were a person who happened to transition, and they just wanted to live their life, and they understand that not everything's ready now, and they're gonna get screwed over a little bit, but
Me and Worm knew somebody that transitioned in high school like 25 years ago, and they were like just cool person, like whatever. Like it just was what it was. It wasn't like
yeah,
some big
Yeah.
thing.
yeah,
That
it wasn't.
never really got made a thing.
Yeah, I don't know why it became a deal to make it a thing, because people do try to say, well, it's always been a thing. It's just no, it hasn't always been a thing. People really haven't given a shit. People have been transitioning for over 100 years now. You know, like that's people don't care. Like just move on with your life. You know, if you don't talk
Literally,
about it,
nobody cared. Small town, 25 years ago, nobody cared. It was just that
Yeah.
was this
yeah,
person.
yeah, exactly. See, establishing and implementing the President's Department of Government Efficiency, Doge, I love it. I'm for it. The meme government, I don't know exactly what's going to come of it, but I'm excited for it. I hope that Doge is their logo.
Weirdness.
Yeah, we live in a simulated reality. If this isn't proof of that,
We live
I
in
don't know.
weird times. Yes.
Yeah. Let's see. America's First Policy Directive to the Secretary of State. I'm not 100% sure what that's about, but it's a foreign policy. And like I said, you guys, if you want to, you can click on it, expand it, and look in those things. Protecting the United States from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats. Immigration related. Unleashing Alaska's extraordinary resource potential for energy. This rescinds, revokes, revises, amends, defers, or grants exemptions from any and all regulations, orders, guidance, documents, policies, and any other similar agency actions during the Biden administration that are inconsistent with this executive order. So that's probably a hefty one. Protecting the American people against invasion. This is another immigration-based one. It revokes 4 executive orders signed by Biden. You can also go into these, like I said, you can open these up, guys, and they, I believe, if I remember correctly, they tell you exactly what executive orders that are being revoked. Yeah, it's in there somewhere. I know it because I read one of them and it was fucking long. Reevaluating and realigning United States foreign aid, foreign policy. I'm excited for this one. I don't know if anybody else is, but I am big on we need to stop giving money to everybody. And, what is that? Think global, act local.
If you can only offer your citizens that lost everything in a hurricane $700 while also funding research in a different country, you need to realign what's important to you,
I think
your citizenry.
that shit woke a lot of people up too.
That was also
Like,
another wake up. Yeah.
We're giving how much to other countries, and then to our own people we gave $700. Like, what the fuck are you
Yeah.
talking about? Like, how is this
Yeah.
possible?
Yeah, I'm 100% for yeah. It angers me to think that we have people that are in serious, trouble. We have homelessness. We have, I remember growing up in Ohio, I think it was, there used to be ads on TV. It was like 1 in 5 kids starve or something like that. And it was this crazy statistic about how there's so many hungry kids in the state of Ohio. And it just fucking rips my ass that, we can't fucking fund better resources for children, homing kids that are in bad. Like, why do we know that the foster system is bad, but nobody does anything about it? Like, why don't we get some more funding to investigate how to get that system better? It's just, it's absolutely ridiculous that we have homelessness and children going hungry and people are getting $700 for their entire lives being destroyed. Like, that's gonna fucking do anything. Such a slap in the face.
It is ridiculous, Nola.
Such a slap.
It is ridiculous.
It's very ridiculous. Absolutely. I agree, Nala. See, declaring a national energy emergency. I'm for it. Restoring the death penalty and protecting public safety.
For it.
Well, y'all know how I feel about the death penalty. I'd be handing that out like I'm Oprah. Just, you get a death penalty, and you get a death penalty, and you, and you, and you. And they would all leave the studio in a box.
We noticed that you didn't take your cart back to the cart corral.
Yeah.
Ah, man, tough day for you.
Yeah.
You get 2 calls to your family.
Right. Securing our borders, border security. I'm for that. When I saw the guy that was being appointed as the border czar, the fucking
Homan.
yeah,
What
he's.
a freaking pit bull.
I feel safe. I feel safe with him. He's fucking great, dude. Him getting interviewed and they're like, well, what about the people who have kids here? What would you do? Send them back too. Yes, King. Send them back. You being born here does not just guarantee you get to stay here. Let's see. Protecting the meaning and value of American citizenship. Love that. Absolutely love that. Realigning the United States Refugee Admissions Program. This revokes Executive Order 14013 of Biden's administration. Unleashing American Energy. This revokes 12 executive orders signed by Biden. He pretty much undid everything Biden signed. I don't think he left a single thing intact. Clarifying the military's role in protecting the territorial integrity of the United States, border security, holding former government officials accountable for election interference and improper disclosure of sensitive government information. This revokes the security clearances of 50 individuals. Restoring accountability to policy influencing positions within the federal workforce. Snap, snap, snap. Withdrawing the United States from the World Health Organization. This revokes Order 13987 of Biden's. Application of Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act to TikTok. So, yeah. I don't know. People are wishy-washy on this one. Do you guys have input on that at all?
TikTok?
Banning TikTok and apps like TikTok that are
I could
controlled
care
by
less
foreign
about
governments.
it, but I definitely don't think foreign governments should have that much access.
Yeah. I was gonna say I don't have a problem with TikTok generally, but yeah, they have the choice to divest from the Communist Party, so that's
Yeah.
kind of a them
Yeah. Well,
decision.
if you ever looked through the terms of service or ever watched the video of Joe Rogan reading through them, like it grants not just access to your device, but any other device on whatever network you're attached to. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, how can no. Like, if my girlfriend is on the Wi-Fi on TikTok and I'm on my computer on the same Wi-Fi, they can access my computer.
That's
I didn't
wild.
know it was that deep.
That's fucking
Yep.
wild, dude.
Look at it.
I didn't know it was that deep.
There's a chance maybe I have it wrong, but I'm pretty positive. Like, look up
Like,
a clip
I
from
knew that
Rogan
there
reading
was
it
like
off.
I knew there was like keyloggers that if you clicked in
Yeah.
on something and went to a website out like using a hyperlink from TikTok, anything you did there
tracks
on
anything
out
you do.
was tracked.
I believe it tracked.
I didn't
anything
know
that you
about
did.
other devices on that network though. That's how would you even do that?
Right. How could
Wild.
the person agreeing to it even possibly know that they have
Right.
the ability?
Because
Like, okay, well,
you're supposed
you
to
might be
read
on
that
Wi-Fi with
50-page
somebody else.
terms and agreements thing that you digitally sign. That's why.
But,
Nobody does.
I mean-
Nobody's gonna
I mean,
read that. Nobody's gonna read that, and it makes me.
But that's scary because, like, literally, if you're talking about like on the same network and you're on a public Wi-Fi, boom, there's your
That's
network.
what I'm saying. Like, there's no reason that should be okay for anything at all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
wild.
so I was like, man, I'm really for like people being stupid and using things and stuff like that. But then, at the same time, I think that embargoes on stuff is totally reasonable. And if China is going to censor stuff and not allow freedom of speech on their platforms like we do, then I think that it's perfectly socially acceptable to do a, like, I don't know what you would call that, like a media embargo, I guess. I don't know, where you would just restrict that they don't. It's like, okay, well, fine. Well, you guys don't want to do free speech in your country. We're not going to utilize any of your websites. You're not allowed to be here, I don't know exactly how you would do that. That's someone bigger brained than I would have to hammer that thought out.
Bigger brains than I.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just not in love with the idea of the Chinese Communist Party having complete oversight
to
over
everybody.
an app
Yeah.
that is allowed to collect
Yeah.
information on American
Did,
citizens. That
did you
just
see what Disney tried to
doesn't
do with
really
their
suit
terms
me.
of service?
No, I remember there
Wait
being
a
an
second. Is
uproar
this
about it,
about
but I can't remember what it was.
Yes,
is
there was
this about
a
like
couple. A couple went to Disney World, and the woman had a
yes, okay,
peanut
I know
allergy, and
about
she
this.
told them she had one, and they brought her shit with peanuts, and she died. And then Disney said they're not liable because they were members of Disney Plus, and in the Disney Plus terms of service, it says you can't sue Disney for anything. Like, luckily,
That's
they got a judge
wild.
that was like, "No, we're not going to do this." But like they tried, so
Yeah. Poor, oh man, I feel so bad. Poor Walt. He's just spinning in his grave.
Yeah.
That poor man.
Poor guy. Hey Ninja, what's going on, man?
Yeah, yeah, I feel so bad. Poor Walt. And all the shit that gets spread about him that's just blatantly false and been proven to be wrong time and time again. And it's just, he was such a good man. It's such a shame
Bro
that
just wanted to make like wholesome content for families.
he just
Like,
wanted to make families happy and unify the family because he didn't have
yeah,
that, and that's so fucking
they
sad.
really
That
lost their thread.
it's sad that people have run his name through the mud and accused him of all these things that are not true. They're just not true. They were denied by people that were close to him. They were denied by the people that worked with him. The only, the whole thing about him being like an anti-Semite was actually started by a disgruntled employee who got fired for being like a shitty person. So he was, in retaliation, he was like, well, I'm gonna fucking smear you down. And for the longest time, while everyone was still alive, they shot this guy down and was like, no, you're just an asshole who got fired and you're trying to take his legacy down. But people have run with it, and now, slowly everyone that worked during that time frame has all died, and there's nobody left to stamp that out. But there's old interviews that you can watch where they're like, no, that's ridiculous. So it's just silly. Plus, he's got awards for communities and things, but
I feel like anti-Semitism back then was much different than today. Like, I feel like people would say things or horrible things today much more than they would back then. So maybe today's perspective might say that, but like back then it was probably just like, I don't know, he did or said something that everybody else did or said at the time.
yeah, because people
That's
weren't
true.
fucking pansy. But people joked more. People had a darker sense of humor during
Right.
that time frame. People weren't bitches about stuff,
Yeah,
like
people didn't get so upset about little things.
right. It's like, no, they weren't racist. They had a sense of humor, like race, like there is such a thing. Like, humor stems from really dark content and things, racism, sexism, abuse, those dark topics
Hilarious topics.
have the best content and the best jokes, and it's there's a reason. It's part of the healing process. Like, that's what we do as humans. If you're offended by it, it's because you've never had any real struggles in your life, and you really need to sit down and shut up, but I digress on that. Let's see. Withdrawing from the United States World Health or withdrawing the United States from the World Health Organization. So that's good. Application of protecting Americans from foreign adversary. Oh, I already read that. My bad. Initial recessions of harmful executive orders and actions. This revokes 67 executive orders signed by Biden. The man.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's the one I started to read, but it listed like all the executive orders and what they were for, and I was like, Jesus Christ, dude. 67 executive orders just gone like that. Like, that's kind of gotta suck. As terrible of a president as he was, to know that everything you did just got deleted in a day. Over the course of 4 years, your entire legacy just deleted. Like, that's gotta suck. Restoring freedom of speech and ending federal censorship, ending the weaponization of the federal government, putting America first, and international environmental agreements. So that is what we got going on for the day one executive orders. Like I said, there's been what was that? 5 more this week that's not on this list. I'm not sure what they are. I was trying to find a complete list, but I couldn't find one, so I just rolled with this. But yeah. And restoring the names, the honor America's greatness that include the McKinley monument he was talking about, or mountain or whatever. That's revoking Obama. That's something Obama took away. So, I mean, I don't know why that's not in the notes, but
it's Mount Denali, right?
I don't know. I don't know enough about it.
Yeah, I think it was Mount Denali.
I feel like if
Get
you
back
just
to Mount
read these
McKinley.
off to people and like didn't tell them where they came from, I feel like most people would agree with at least 80% of those.
Yeah. I fucking can't with this. It's so good. It's so
Oh
fucking
my
funny.
god. Okay, I'm gonna flip up my mic and put this on stream real quick because I gotta see this. I gotta see this.
I was gonna go over the health crisis stuff next, but Wyrm, you've been so patient and you keep talking about how much you want to see Roseanne, so we're gonna do this.
Never wanted to see Roseanne so much in my life.
Yeah, so I saw this thumbnail pop up the other day, and I was
Wait, I have
like,
to grab a beer.
I was like, bro, what? Roseanne, she says some out of pocket shit, man. She like, I fucking can't.
Yeah.
I don't know where I stand with her. So for me personally, I loved her show back in the day, the 90s, the Roseanne. Such a good show, such a great piece of Americana. You know, you used to watch that back to back. You'd have the poor Connors, you know, the lower middle class family getting through, and then you would have like the Cosby Show, the super rich black family. So like it was just there's just a lot of inclusivity of different people from across the board. They don't like to talk about that, but the 80s and 90s was actually really diverse and had different people from different backgrounds.
Oh, yeah. Burger King Club time.
We Burger King clubbed it, man.
Dude, that shit was awesome.
Yeah, we definitely did not have the issues that we have now with race relations and stuff. It was pretty much done. I mean, there was obviously some pockets of issues like with the cities and stuff, but for the most part, the normal average person was chill as fuck and didn't care. But
there's always going to be biased assholes. Like that's just human nature. They're going to exist. Like
yeah, you
just
can't
wasn't such
escape
a
biased
national
assholes.
thing. Yeah, like they're going to be out there, but
yeah. But so Roseanne Barr on a fucking I saw this thumbnail and I still can't, man. It's so fucking good.
It's only 2 minutes long.
Yeah, it's only 2 minutes. It's only 2 minutes.
Okay.
But
Interesting.
yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. This was not on my bingo card. Roseanne dropping bars. Roseanne Barr dropping bars was not on my bingo card at all. I have no idea what to expect with this. But I'm excited for it. So like, oh god.
All right. I'm flipping up my mic and turning up stream. I'm gonna enjoy this.
Okay, if I have to take a moment and pause and laugh at this, we'll stop and we'll critique it as we go.
Yeah.
And if you want to, Wyrm, you can definitely chime in, pause it, and we'll take a break. So
I gotta go.
oh, why is it?
Wait. Zero back. Did you get your beer?
Oh man, this woman is something else.
Don't go
That's
until we have Zero back.
No,
No, we're good. We're good.
Okay.
I'm here.
All right.
Releasing
All right,
info
go
on
on.
JFK and MLK was one I thought, oh yeah, he's gonna be releasing that investigation and stuff. There's a lot. He's got like 200 executive orders, is what I've heard that he is in the process of like drawing up and getting in place. But let's fucking go. Oh wait, hold on. I think it's muted. Hold on. Take two. Yeah, it's muted because I had YouTube muted.
We won, you mad, it's done, too bad, boo-hoo, so sad. Now your daddy's home. We won, you mad, you cry, we laugh, we wave the flag. Now your daddy's home. couldn't take another 4 years. That's a wrap. I can take a bath in your tears. That's a fact. You got lipstick all on your beard. You're a man. That is cap. That is cap. 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 You pretending you're accepting. That's an act. You hear pat. 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 If you want our freedom, come and take it back. Bet you can. We won. You mad. It's done. Too bad. Boo-hoo. So sad. We won. You mad. You cry. We laugh. We wave the flag.
They try to cancel me and say that I'm a racist. Got a mean hook, they can't get me with that jab. Trying to take away my right to go and say this. Well, listen up, cause this run is going bad. With the facts, 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 facts. Why they trying to turn Becky into Dan? You get pap, 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 pap. Screw Eminem, I'm Roseanne.
We won. You mad. It's done. Too bad.
Okay. Yo, I fucking can't. Oh my god.
That was insane.
The most gigantic opposite of a boner right now.
You had
So
such
angry.
you have such an innie.
So yeah, fucking total
Oh,
innie right now.
okay.
I didn't
Yeah.
expect her to
Turning
just
Becky
talk
into
about-
Dan.
Yeah, I didn't expect her to talk about like her exact situation.
Well,
Like,
I
they
mean,
tried to
yeah.
call me a racist. I'm like, okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. It's that she would. I mean, when people do guest drops, they do that sometimes. So, okay. So I don't know about the turning Becky into Dan thing. I don't know about that because after they got, first of all, I didn't watch the reboot of Roseanne because they completely got rid of the last season, like the big reveal.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't like that, but I actually liked
I'm
it.
good
I
with
thought
that. No, I hated the way it ended.
I actually liked it. I thought it was well done. It wasn't your normal like dream scenario kind of thing. You know, it kind of made sense for what was going on in the show, in my opinion. But I know a lot of people didn't like it, so they retconned it and got rid of it. But it's like Dan, sorry, spoiler from like, 20 plus years ago, Dan's dead. I'm sorry, Dan died, and for those of you who don't know, the way she coped with that is she rewrote her story, and the last season was like Dan having an affair and all these things, but at the end it comes out that she got into writing, and when Dan died, she couldn't cope with it, and it was easier for him to be having an affair than for him to be gone. And so that's how she wrote her life. And it turns out that like Roseanne is like a history, like her autobiography, basically. And she rewrote some of the characters to make more sense for how she felt that they should be perceived in her story.
Right.
And
But that was the bullshit part, because it ended up the very last episode retconned the entire season, because they were like, actually it was this daughter with this guy. Like, it didn't just change their personalities, it changed everything.
Well, it changed the whole show. Yeah. It changed the whole
That's
show.
what I'm saying. That's the problem with it. It was like, okay, so one episode at the very end means that everything we saw in the show wasn't real.
Yeah.
We loved
pretty
what
much.
the show was because of what it was. Don't say at the end
And
that it was actually all different.
No, I get that. I get that aspect of it, of being like, oh, but we loved these characters because of how real they were. I understand that. They could have done it where it was just Dan being a cheater that was changed. I could get that. I was also surprised by that. I remember watching that and being like blown away that everybody had a different like the partners were switched, but like.
Yeah. I was okay with the Dan part, and then when they moved on to everybody else, I was like, okay, so everything was different? Damn.
Yeah. I mean, I liked it. I thought it was kind of a unique twist on it, and because you can still enjoy the show for what it is and still appreciate the twists for being separate. I don't know. I guess in my mind I have them compartmentalized. I don't know. But so I didn't watch Roseanne when it got rebooted because Dan came back, and I was like, well, they're just gonna like ignore how much of the series are they gonna ignore? Like, how far back are they gonna go? And then they got rid of Roseanne, and it became the Connors, and I definitely wasn't interested by that point. So, but
Okay, rewind. I need to catch at least the tail end of her bar again.
Yeah,
before
let's.
we play it.
Her fucking auto-tuned laugh throughout his stuff was fucking great too. Here, but here, let's back her up. Back her up.
They try to cancel me and say that I'm a racist. Got a mean hook, they can't get me with that jab. Trying to take away my right to go and save this. Well, listen up, cause this gun is going bad. With the facts, 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 facts. Why they trying to turn Becky into Dan? You get screw Eminem, I'm Roseanne.
We won, you mad, it's done, too bad, boo-hoo, so sad. We won, you mad, you cry, we laugh, we wave the flag. If you mad about it, go and cry about it. Shave your head and wear a shirt that says you're woke. If you can't handle a lot of
Oh my god! No! Big booty just fucking next to Tom's face. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I needed a moment with that one. My bad. Just like... Oh god, that fucking got me. Oh. I'm sorry, everybody.
If you can't handle a lot of facts and make up lies about it, say goodbye to Joe, your daddy's coming home. We won, you mad, it's done, too bad, boo-hoo, so sad, now your daddy's home. We won, you mad, you cry, we laugh, we wave the flag, now your daddy's home. We won, you mad, it's done, too bad, boo-hoo, so sad. We won, you mad, you cry, we laugh, we wave the flag. Now your daddy's home.
Well, that's a thing that exists on the internet now. Oh man, she was throwing it back. I mean, good for her. Good for her, I guess.
That was not needed.
There's another song called Goodbye
Yeah.
Joe.
There's a lot of people on this side of the fence that are doing a lot of shit that they could just like not do. Like Elon, that
Nope.
video. I'm like, guys, you can just like
Yeah.
not do this stuff. And that'd
Nobody
be
told
good.
you you had to do
Yeah.
this. Nobody told you
Not
you had to
helping
do
the
it.
case.
no-
Not helping the
Yeah.
Deadpool throwing it back.
Yeah, I mean, she was getting it. That's fucking silly. Well, that's a thing that exists. That's some silly, silly shit.
She
Making-
is just unashamedly fucking weird, isn't she?
Well, I mean,
Just
that's always been her shtick.
unashamed.
That's always been her
Yeah,
shtick,
yeah.
is unapologetically her. And to a
Oh, yeah.
degree, you can respect that. You know, like, she's crude, she's crass. I actually think she's maybe softened up a little bit over the years, because remember, like, she got booed doing the national anthem and grabbing
Yeah,
herself
I
and
was gonna
spitting and
mention
stuff.
that. It was like the 90s. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the 80s and 90s or something, yeah. But,
Really? Oh, I don't remember that.
yeah, it was a huge cultural thing. Are you serious? That's like a huge
Oh,
zeitgeist
yeah,
moment.
Yeah,
no.
she sung the national anthem and then like grabbed her crotch and I think even flipped
Ah,
off the camera or
yeah,
something.
no. You can't.
Yeah.
Was that at, like a sporting event? I assume.
Yeah, it was for
Yeah,
like a
it's like a
baseball
big-
thing. But here's
Yeah,
the
It's like a
thing.
big national
you
news
don't do
story.
that.
But here's
You
the
don't do
thing.
that.
Who the fuck hired Roseanne to sing to sing anything, really, but to sing the national anthem, you know? Like,
Yeah.
that's not a singing woman. She's a comedian, she's an actress. She's not a singer.
I think
You know.
pretty much across the board that you're gonna get bipartisan hate for disrespecting the national
Right.
anthem,
Yeah.
like especially during a sporting event. Like,
Yeah, back
you're
then,
just-
yeah, for sure.
it's just not gonna go over well. You can't be cute doing that.
And
Yeah,
I think I was telling Wyrm before your stream started, I was like, man, Roseanne is somebody that like I'm always rooting for. Like I'm always like, when she comes out to do a public appearance, I'm like, all right, come on, now's where she's going to turn around. Like, let's do it. You know, the old Phoenix rising from the ashes story. And every time she like fucking
It's like, oh,
does or says shit where I'm like, okay, well you didn't have to do that. Like,
oh, honey.
Yeah. yeah, I just don't know.
you're a
She's
little
such a
off the fucking
question
rocker.
mark. She's such a question mark for me. I mean, granted, I don't go out of my way to seek out information. I'm not someone who goes out of their way to seek out information about celebrities in general. You know, sometimes I get sucked down a rabbit hole. It happens to the best of us. And sometimes, you know, you get inundated with things like in your shorts and stuff. So you get just smacked in the face with people's personal business that you don't care about. But then for some reason you get vested and you're like, well, is this true? But I don't seek it out. And she's not someone that I have ever really thought about outside of the show, to be completely honest. So I don't know anything about her outside of, like, she's really big into activism for, like, Hawaii and stuff. I know that. But, like, the shit she says and does, I don't know. All I know is when I do see her, she's either saying some really crazy shit or really based shit. And there seems to never be an in-between. That's all. So I don't know. She's just the big question mark for me.
That's the we talked about all these problems on the left. Like that's one of the big problems on the right is like so many people that it's like you have an amazing point, you are right 10,000%, and then they'll go off and do or say something completely fucking nuts, and you're like, oh, God, he didn't have to do that. Like,
right?
like,
you've now invalidated your point. Everyone's gonna look at you and be
right.
like, well, look at how crazy this person is, and we should listen to them. It's like, well, now they have a point. They have a point. We shouldn't listen to you because look at the shit you're doing. Like.
Just
Absolutely.
a wee bit of decorum goes such a long way, man.
Yeah.
You gave him that
Just
30-second clip to use against you, and now that's all anybody's going to see.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's just like who, but seriously, with the ballpark thing, like who fucking hired her to sing? Who did that? Like that's the person that's at fault for that particular situation. Whoever chose to hire her to sing the national anthem, that was their
the
fault.
Tony Hinchcliffe thing. Where Tony Hinchcliffe did the Trump rally.
Yeah.
And it was like, okay, well, who hired the insult comedian to get up on stage, and now you're upset because of jokes that he told that people were insulted by?
Shock insult comedian.
Right.
Dude, Whitney,
don't do that.
Whitney Cummings had the best joke on him. She went on Kill Tony, and she was like, a lot of people say that your appearance at the Trump rally was the worst Trump rally, and it did the most damage to his campaign than any other Trump rally out there. And she goes, and shortly before that, at one, he was shot in the head. She's like, how are you that bad that people see your appearance there worse than the time when he was shot in the head?
I mean, that's a good
but
point.
Tony's funny though. Tony is funny. Like definitely, yeah. That was not a good choice to bring him to an
he was
event
melting
like
down
that.
after that. He was having
because
full-blown crisis.
Yeah, he thought literally half the country was going to kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he thought he just cost him the election.
He threw it. Yeah, he thought he just threw the election. Half the country was coming after him.
Oh, that's
like,
sad.
Nah.
That's
And
sad that
he
he was that
man.
scared.
They don't care.
A lot of people were for a minute. They were like, "You motherfucker."
Yeah, but the news cycle moves too quick, and I'm sorry. That's just it's not a big enough story. So get over it.
Yeah.
Did you know the actual truth behind the joke?
Doesn't he own property there? And
so he's like a big advocate for Puerto Rico, apparently. Like, even though he just like says it, but like, yeah, he's done like charities and stuff like that. But one of the things that they have that a lot of people don't realize because they don't pay attention to Puerto Rico is they have a landfill problem. They have like a really big issue where like trash is overflowing and people are sending trash there. So that's where the joke came from when he said a floating isle of garbage or whatever. He was talking about like this issue that is a real thing, and everybody was like, "Oh, he's calling Puerto Ricans garbage," and which I mean kind of plays into it as well. I'm sure he's an insult comedian, so I'm sure he was trying to throw an insult there as well. But it was like actually, dude, the dude cares so much about the place that he knows that you didn't know.
Yeah, and I heard that some Puerto Ricans actually came out afterwards, and they're like, "No, that's actually that's real," and it's less him making fun of the situation and almost providing
it's bringing
advocacy.
Awareness. Yeah, it's like when somebody says, hey, that Trump person is a fascist. It's like they're saying that because they want people to pay attention to, like, they're making a broader statement outside of whatever. It's like same thing with the trash. Like, hey, look what's happening.
A problem here. I do humor, but there's a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like when people were talking about, the human trafficking in Africa and everything, and people were like, "Oh, that's racist. That doesn't exist. You're blah 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 blah." But people from Africa were like, "Nah, bro, that's a fucking problem here. Like, what are
It
you talking?"
totally
You can watch
exists.
modern day slave auctions on YouTube.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
Like that's a real thing that's happening right now.
yeah. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean that you can't fucking? It doesn't exist. You can't see that that's happening. You what? What do you mean? What is that like? Right now, somewhere in the world, there's a child being traded for a crate of guns to go into some really depraved acts with God knows how many people. Like it's just there's it's disgusting that you're denying that these terrible things exist. And I think it's really bullshit because I think it comes from narcissism. They're so fucking wrapped up in their own perceived victimhood that they don't want to admit that those real problems actually exist, because then it makes them look stupid for being upset about their bullshit fake problems. I don't know, maybe. I don't know, psychology. I don't know. That's what it seems like to me.
Maybe psychology.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know.
if you were so illusioned that you thought that the biggest problem was trans rights and pronouns and all this, and then you find out that there's actual slave trade going on and you're not doing anything about it, you're bitching about your manufactured bullshit, that would make you look like a shitty person. Yeah. So,
I'm like if your biggest problem in life, the biggest issue that you have is people mistaking you for another gender, or people judging you based on some sort of characteristic. Like we all get judged based on our characteristics. Like, but if that's your biggest issue in life, like you are so fucking privileged that like
You should all
like
be
some
so
people,
lucky.
their biggest issue is they're not eating, or they're living on the street, or they're a heroin addict, or they're born in some horrible place that has modern day slavery, in some other country or whatever. Like, if your biggest issue is these little things, like I don't know, it's so minor in the big picture of things. It's like you're
yeah.
very privileged if that's your biggest issue in life.
Yeah,
I'm sorry
I
you
just
have
Be
issues
so
in life,
lucky.
but it's privilege
It's-
that is the worst.
Yeah, it's so narcissistic. And it's like, for me, I can't imagine fucking being so upset about something when there's real problems going on. It just, I don't know. I don't know. It's like, why don't you be an advocate for real problems? Why don't you be an advocate for things that actually exist in the world? And, we can get to your thing eventually, sure. If you're that upset about pronouns, if you're that upset about trans bathrooms and stuff, we can talk about that. That's not a priority. We've got children being trafficked. We got women being trafficked. There's slave trades going on. I feel like that's probably a priority that trumps everything else. Then, we've got
To
homelessness.
those people, their priorities are different. Like I agree with you, but
Yeah.
from their perspective,
There's no immediacy in the solution there. Like they don't get the attention immediately from it.
Yeah, it's just disgusting. Just disgusting, out of touch behavior. Just from a complete sense of narcissism bred in privilege. It's just.
And it's always going to be that way.
Mm.
I don't think that's a trait you're going to squash anytime soon.
I don't know. We can go back to sacrificing people to volcanoes. I volunteer for them to go first. That would help. That would help.
Well, we go find a volcano real quick.
I'm sure we can. It can happen. I mean, it doesn't have to be an active volcano. Just the act of throwing them in will be enough,
I am going to search out a snack, and I'm gonna turn my keys in for the evening here shortly.
Okay. Well, that's a good segue, because snacking, we can talk about the health crisis. Yay! The last point I wanted to bring up.
Did you wanna play Tractor by Penguins on Fire?
Sure, let's do it.
to segue into the health crisis. Zero, have you ever heard Tractor by Penguins on Fire?
I have not.
All right. Well, for those of you who like to fucking party, turn
This
your
is
volume up.
Tractor.
This song is called Tractor. It's by Penguin on Fire. And turn your volume up all the fucking way.
It's one of the great literary masterpieces of our day and age.
And that was Tractor.
That was Tractor.
They
Olive
said,
said it sounded like he was yelling Reptar.
It, you know,
yeah, I can see
either
that.
way. Either way.
I can see it. I can see it.
I knew a
yeah.
guy named Reptar.
So that's the literary masterpiece, Tractor.
Masterpiece.
Yeah.
Definitely. Of our day and age.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nala.
Penguin on Fire.
That's Penguin on Fire. That song's called Tractor. If you guys want to look into their other stuff. I don't. It ain't much, but it's honest work.
Can we get into lyrics on that real quick?
Yeah, so the lyrics are tractor, tractor, tractor,
And
tractor,
then-
tractor. And then
What
he
else?
goes on to say tractor.
Oh, he goes on to say.
Yeah, tractor,
Ah.
tractor, tractor. And, you know, I really love the subtext there about tractor.
Right.
But, like, what he's saying when he's saying tractor, 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 it's genius. It's fucking genius.
You have to read between the lines.
It really, you do, and it really speaks to my
You
soul.
plow between them as well.
You have to plow
with
between
the
them.
tractor.
Yeah, you know.
You really feel the pain the artist was going through when they wrote these
Right.
lyrics.
Yeah.
The funnier thought is like that dude's dad knows he made that video.
Hopefully.
He's just like, fuck. Fuck.
Oh,
Right.
man. Imagine, right. Fuck. Yeah.
Right. Fuck.
Imagine your,
You could
Oh,
be
man.
sketch, and your dad knows that you made that video.
Oh.
no.
I love him, but I mean, you know, it'd be worse.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Fucking.
I love how he owned it. He's like, yeah.
Best
Okay.
response video ever of all time.
Yeah.
And ever will be. He was just like, yeah, that was me. Kind of fucked up that you guys outed me on that, but yeah, it is what it is. And now he laughs it off and jokes about it. Like best response ever.
That's what else you gonna do? What else you gonna do?
Thank God he had friends to help him through it and get him to see that. Like,
Yeah,
he said on
for
his
sure.
response
He
video
seems
like
like
he
a
was going to kill
wholesome
himself.
guy.
Wait,
he seems
oh,
like a
wholesome
wholesome
guy.
guy.
Hold on. Electric Callboy has a new song called Elevator Operator.
Oh yeah, I saw him drop the stinger for that a little while ago.
They
I'd
went
be
through
liking me
a
some-
maze of emotions. I see what you did there.
Very funny.
That was a pretty
Very-
good dad joke there. I gotta give
Yeah,
props for that.
yeah.
That was pretty
And that
good.
was off the dome. Like that's not like they just repeated something. Like
Have you guys seen the video of Fifth Harmony doing the work from home live, but they have no fucking clue what they're doing? Like, one of them's hammering a fucking tire on. It's fucking ridiculous. One of them's like got a fucking drill on a bucket. It's just, like on the bucket of like a, you know.
Wait, you unless you know what the work from home is by Fifth Harmony, this is not going to make any sense to you, Zero. Do you
Make
do you
any
know what that
sense.
song is?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Hold on, let's see if I can find it.
But based on the description, I'm envisioning a group of.
No, it's a multicultural, diverse group of women. But this shit's fucking hilarious. Okay, so we got this bitch over here drilling this bucket. She's just standing in the bucket. This one back
Wait,
here
is
is
this
like.
actually them?
This is them, yeah. Yeah. Drilling the fucking bucket. This one's hammering the tire in the background. And I'm not sure what she has. It doesn't look like a hammer, but she's definitely hammering the tire.
Yep.
She's pouring water on it because reasons? The only one that's not looking like a complete asshole is the main singer because she's actively singing and her hands are busy, and this one who's just dancing by it. Whoever gave them tools and a bottle of water and told them to just improvise really did them a
also,
disservice.
Wearing a tool belt, like I don't know many people that need a tool belt if they're working with bulldozers, and I don't know many people that work with bulldozers or that need a bulldozer if they're working with a tool belt. Like
Yeah, those two things don't go together. I think the music video is no better. Probably not. I don't remember. I remember seeing the music video, but I don't remember a whole lot from it. Speak Spanish? That sounds like a demand. I don't. You have to know how. You could like request that I speak Spanish, but I don't speak Spanish. No habla. No
You
habla.
know Ricky Spanish.
Ricky Spanish.
Donde está la biblioteca?
Argentina. Is that me speaking Spanish by saying Argentina? Yeah.
I mean, technically.
Nice.
Mexico. Coca-Cola made in Mexico. Yeah, now we're getting it.
Oh, is that with the
Taco.
real sugar?
Tortilla.
Cafeteria.
Guacamole.
La puerta.
Burrito.
Gosh, the
Enchilada.
guacamole song is such
Margarita.
a banger.
Mi culo es muy bien.
I don't know any of this stuff.
Uno más, por favor.
I said my ass is very good.
I wish I could. It's a beautiful language. I just can't.
I don't speak, loser.
Chinga tu madre.
Jeez.
I don't speak second
fuck your
place,
mother.
let me specify. Well, that's why I don't have an English accent either. Because I don't speak second place. I don't speak loser.
Yeah, no doubt. Putting those fake nails on.
But you do kind of get a southern accent sometimes. So what's up with that?
Yeah.
I get tired. And when I'm tired, I
Ooh.
lose my mental faculties and my brain slows down. That's where southern accent comes into play.
You slowly revert back to second place. Is that what you're saying?
No,
Yeah.
I'm saying it takes less mental capacity to speak with
Ancestry
a southern
burn.
accent. My ancestry is full of genocide and not on the winning side. What are you talking about?
Well,
Everybody's
somebody in there was probably Southern. Okay.
No, actually, no. We don't have any Southern people. We don't even have anybody that lives in the South in my family.
Well, not anymore. Ever since the genocide, but
They
Yeah.
used to.
Yeah, they were all forced to go north. Oh man.
I love that
Oh.
you're subscribed to Sabaton
Yes.
and Lucas the Spider.
Yeah.
Sauce puta. I don't know what sauce means, but I know what puta means because I used to make puttanesca sauce.
Ooh,
is-
that's not the same thing.
Isn't
Puta-
it whore?
I
Right?
believe it can kind of translate to a couple different things, but that's the gist of it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's horse. Yeah, it's called puttanesca sauce because it's named after the whores that used to make it to lure men into their homes to
Oh,
pay
okay.
for their services. That's why it's called that. It's
Okay,
named after. It's called the horse sauce. That's what it translates
What
to.
is,
Yeah.
what is the
Nice.
base of
I've
horse
heard it
sauce?
translated to bitch or whore, like.
I
basically
think it depends
derogatory
on your
terms for women.
dialect because there's so many
Yeah.
areas of Mexico and well, Spanish-speaking areas in general, and they all have like very different dialects and slang and stuff.
Yeah.
So
Well, hold on here.
Well-
hold on.
well,
What
I've had it
is
explained to
horse
me
sauce?
from a Mexican dude. I've had it explained from a Mexican dude and a Cuban dude, so it's completely different. There's different words, different
oh yeah,
ways. Yeah. So
yeah. Let's see. Let me show you what puttanesca sauce is, Worm, because you are a foodie connoisseur. So it is
Yeah,
a
I
red
like
sauce.
food.
Yeah.
It's a red
I'm
sauce.
interested.
Yeah, it's a red sauce, and you use. I actually took the effort when I made it. You do hand peeled Roma tomatoes, and
Word.
yeah, it's freaking good. But it's a red sauce. You make it with fresh peeled tomatoes. You you cook it down. It's been a long time since I've made it, to be completely honest, but
So it's
it's
just
really
a
good.
red sauce. Some
It's a-
basil.
it's a red sauce with some basil, and it's
Oh,
got those.
capers, anchovies.
My house
Ugh.
is a taco house. We keep on deck at all times. We have usually it's pork,
Trying to get a good picture.
carnitas or something like that. And then we always have like little corn tortillas and white onion and cilantro. Like at all times we were going to have
Ugh.
all these ingredients, and we probably 3 or 4 days a week sometimes we'll just eat tacos.
Ah,
Like legit good
Yeah.
street tacos. My grandpa was Mexican, and I came from Southern California. Don't fuck with me. I know street tacos.
Yeah. But it's essentially it's a really really flavorful aromatic red sauce.
It looks like it's
Very
Italian.
Spanish is in
Yeah, Italian.
and Italian are
Right.
cousins. Yeah.
Yeah, they're very similar, but yeah, okay.
Yeah. They
Now,
have a
'cause-
lot of
okay,
I was
overlap.
that
thinking-
makes sense.
I was like, I can't
That
believe
makes
I've never
sense.
heard
That
of this.
that's the link there.
Yeah, I'm like, I
Yeah.
can't believe like some Mexican sauce. I've never heard of it. It's crazy. It's Italian.
Well,
okay.
it's Spanish. It's a Spanish sauce, and Spain and Italy are near each other. I don't know if you guys know this, but Spanish came to the Americas when the Spanish
Well, it
invaded.
said, hold on, it said yeah, Italian in there or whatever, somewhere like on one of those descriptions, an Italian sauce or whatever, and they're very very similar, but there are differences between the languages, Spanish and Italian.
Yeah, but there's a lot of
So
overlap.
it's basically
Just
just
like
a
we're Germanic
delicious
ones.
sauce that
Yeah.
ladies of the night would make to
Mhm.
draw in
Right.
gentlemen to both eat their
Yeah.
delicious sauce and
Yeah.
partake in their services.
Back when whores used to
Right.
prepare dinner, like where has the
Right,
time
'cause who
gone?
doesn't like spaghetti and boning?
Once
Right.
I saw that, it made sense as to why it can the words can mean the same thing, but you could have a background in one culture and have never heard of this thing, even though the words
Yeah.
mean because I was like, I've never heard of this, and I'm like, okay, it's Italian. That makes sense.
Yep.
I grew up with Mexican people,
Yeah.
not Italians.
Yep. Puttanesca sauce. Yep. I haven't made this in a long time. Let me tell you something. Peeling tomatoes is hard without ripping the flesh. But yeah, it ends up being just a really nice, smooth sauce.
Loving this tangent. Yes.
Nice,
That's
nice.
like 40 to 50% of us hanging out is just
Tangents.
we went from
yeah.
death
Have you
metal
had the-
music to horse spaghetti sauce.
Have you had
In Union have
assassin spaghetti?
Have I had what? I'm sorry.
Assassin spaghetti?
Yeah, it's got a name, but that's basically what it translates to is like as the assassin spaghetti.
What makes it? Is it delicious?
It's
so
it has
good
like
it kills
a
you.
similar backstory, and it has like a similar backstory where like some woman was an assassin and she cooked it this way or whatever. But it's basically you just make spaghetti and then burn it in a pan. Like you kind of like char it up, and it's pretty good because it kind of like intensifies the flavor because the sauce turns into more of a solid, and it's pretty good.
So like,
But yeah.
is it crunchy?
There can be a little crunchy bits, like because you do kind of sear. There is some seared bits to
So
it.
a seared
Wait.
spaghetti.
You cook it in the
Yeah, so
sauce? Is that it?
Yeah,
It looks like you cook it in
basically-
the sauce.
Yeah. You take the spaghetti and the sauce, and you just kind of burn it in a pan a little bit.
Oh yeah, I see where it's got like burny bits.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound all that good to me.
Now I'm all for cooking
Dude,
the pasta
I'm down
in the
with burnt shit.
sauces. That's down with burnt shit. A little char goes a long way.
Down with burnt shit.
Dude, anything like I swear to God, dude, like smoke. Like I'm strong flavors. I want whatever I put in my mouth to feel like somebody fucking punched me.
Nothing like a little carbon poison to go along. Is that why it's assassin
Word
spaghetti?
knows
Because
this.
you got fucking carbon. It's got that fucking carbon on it.
So wait, is that where the name carbonara comes from?
Absolutely not, but great link.
Okay.
We're gonna give it to you just for effort. Eh,
Partial points on that. I
You,
don't know.
yeah, I'm all for cooking the spaghetti, like noodles in the sauces. I've seen that before. I haven't tried it personally, but it sounds like it would come out really good. Like it would just help the noodles absorb flavor, and make the sauce really thick. But I haven't tried it. It sounds good.
If you just type into the search bar after what you've already typed, just type story, like the Assassin Spaghetti story or whatever, it'll give you a little quick rundown. I don't remember what it was, but it's supposed to be some female assassin cooked it or something.
Okay, spaghetti alla assassina. Let's see, the history. The debut of the spaghetti all'assassina on restaurant menus most probably took place in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Many trace the original dish back to the Mark Aurelio restaurant in the city center of Bari, which is closed. Others suggest the Al Sorzo Perfino restaurant. Okay, that's, let's see, where's the history of it though? Not the opening of it. Huh.
I would type
See
story
also
rather than history
etymology?
because I feel like the story is probably like could be absolute bullshit, but like it could be just a marketing thing or whatever. So just type story instead of history.
I did. That's what I put in there. This legend is based on an almost true story. Legend has it that a drunk cook at a restaurant in Bari was distracted by a beautiful woman passing by and put uncooked spaghetti directly into his cast iron pan of simmering tomato sauce that he had overloaded with too much garlic and chili peppers. There are varying stories of how it got its name.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it. I don't think that looks all that appetizing.
Well, everything. I'm actually a little hungry. Everything kind of looks good to me right now, but
Yeah, I don't like crunchy spaghetti. I don't like my soft foods to be hard, my hard foods to be soft.
oh,
It's not like all crunchy. It's not that crunchy. It's just there's little bits of crunch in it.
What's this?
The noodles
Okay.
are cooked. The noodles cook in the sauce.
It says once the spaghetti absorbed the sauce, it began to burn on the bottom of the pan, alerting the cook with its spicy and smoky aromas. He tried to save the dish from disaster by making a tomato paste broth and slowly adding it to the pan, risotto style, and inventing something totally unique. The pasta became one with the chili peppers and the tomatoes, and it was so beautifully flawed and perfect that he decided to serve it to a guest who, upon eating it, was so overwhelmed by the spice he shouted, "What are you trying to do? Kill me?" Thus, the assassin spaghetti was born. So, some pretty lady caused
What?
it to happen.
I'm not a bitch. I'd try it. I don't have to like it. I'd give it a try. I want to make some homemade birria tacos soon. I don't have the proper ingredients to do it right now, but the next time I go to the store, I'm doing it.
Those to me are just so overrated.
I'm excited for spring to come and for me to plant my peppers back into the ground and my cilantro and really hopefully because last summer shit was so fucking hot that like my poor herb garden struggled so hard.
So I personally don't know anybody, but there's like a whole subset of the population that thinks cilantro tastes like soap, right?
Yeah, that's weird.
They've tracked it to a specific gene.
Yeah,
Do you know anybody like that?
I don't.
I
Not
do
that
know
I'm
some people
aware
that
of.
say they hate cilantro, so I have to believe that's probably why.
That's
because
probably
I feel
what it
like,
is.
Yeah.
Okay, because it's delicious to me.
Yeah,
Like
and there's
right now,
also people who associate cashews or almonds as like decay. They
rotting
associate it with
flesh. Yeah,
rotting flesh. And I think
I've
I'm
heard
one of
that.
those people because I cannot stand the smell of cashews. I cannot be around cashews.
Love
Cashews.
cashews.
Now I love
adore
almonds.
Somebody for
cashews.
Christmas gave me a 5-pound bag of whole cashews, and it is the best thing I've ever had.
Now
Yeah,
I love
going to
almonds, but I
Costco and
cannot be
getting the
around
big bags of
cashews.
cashews is like I actually have a giant bag of cashews behind
The
me.
smell turns my stomach.
the-
I can't even be near it, let alone eat it. I can't even be
The
near
wor-
it. Just the smell of it turns me.
The worst thing out there is I think it's that Texas tick. Or Lone Star tick is what it is, and it carries. It can transfer a disease to you that then makes you allergic to red meat.
No.
Well, I don't have
Yes.
to worry about that.
I'm like, dude, that is you don't, but I'm like, dude, that would be the worst thing ever. You just get bit by a tick, and now you can't eat red meat for the rest of your life.
That would
Oh
suck.
no.
You know, I worked with a guy who
That's
became
a
a
death
vegan.
sentence to me.
He became a vegan in like his 40s or 50s. He used to have like a meat-filled life, and then he got with the dietitian because he started having issues. I wonder if that happened to him. He found out that he was actually allergic to animal proteins, and he had to become a full vegan. He had to just full stop. No going into it, no becoming a vegetarian and weaning his way in. He had to go from being like a hardcore carnivore to vegan.
It
I was
might
like,
have
that
because
sucks.
I feel like if you were allergic to meat, you wouldn't have been able to be a carnivore in the first place.
Yeah.
Like,
At least without issue.
I feel like that doesn't just evolve on its own. Like, he probably
I mean,
got bit.
people do get allergies as they grow older, especially gingers. Gingers get allergies as they grow older. Their health like devolves. I feel so bad. Like, I think every ginger I've ever met or known has, as they've gotten older, unlocked a new allergy. And it's just the worst type of life achievements. It's just like,
Achievement unlocked. You can no longer have mayonnaise.
Dude, I
right.
had asthma as a young teen, and then it went away, and I never had anything my entire life. And it seemed like the day I turned 40, suddenly I developed all these different allergies. I was like, dude, what the
Welcome
fuck?
back,
I was like,
motherfucker.
I was talking to somebody. They were like, "You keep getting sick." I'm like, "I don't think it's sickness. Like, it's weird. I don't know." And they were like, "Dude, it sounds like allergies." And then when I went to certain places and tested different things, like they would flare up on demand. And I was like, "Dude, that doesn't make sense. I've never had allergies." And they're like, "A lot of people just develop them late in life." I'm like,
Yeah.
cool. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm falling apart, dog.
Suffering from that Martian depression. It is.
Dude, I went down south and had to drive somewhere for work, and like my eyes swelled up and watered so much that I couldn't see. I had to stop the car and have somebody else drive. I was like, what is happening to me? And then I took antihistamines, and then like I was fine. I was like, okay,
Yeah.
apparently I'm suddenly allergic to things.
Well, I will say, like, allergies have been really bad everywhere the past few years, and it seems like it's gotten, like, really, really bad, like, the last one or two. Like, last season was really bad. And it seems like it's like that everywhere. And if your body's used to the allergens in your area and you have, like, the antibodies and all that shit for your area, you go outside your safety zone into different types of pollens and stuff, it's gonna fuck you up. So, maybe
Okay.
it's not 100% you. Maybe.
But you're talking to somebody who has been in a different state in a different city every single week for 10 years.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
it's not that
okay.
I'm used to any one area and something else is new to me. It was just like out of nowhere, boom.
Yeah. Well, if everything is just in an I don't know. I say if everything's in an exaggerated state for pollen count and things like that, it could still affect you.
I get you. Yeah. It could be that I just never faced that much of it or whatever, but
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was an atypical Friend Friday, but you know what? I didn't hate it. I didn't hate it. This
For
was fun.
sure. Yeah.
Had a good
A
time.
little change of pace.
I think next week the new zombies map comes out. If y'all want to give that
Yeah, for
a
sure.
giggity go. I don't know if it's going to have directed mode on launch or not. Well, I guess we'll figure it out. We'll at least try it. See what happens with it. But I am going to go make myself some food. And because
All
I
right.
got a big old day tomorrow. I got
Sounds
some
good.
fun activities lined up.
Yes.
And
I feel like
Yeah,
you
I
can't
got
get off of here because we haven't heard your thoughts on the Israel-Palestine situation yet.
you know what? I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna pass. I'm not gonna Asmongold myself and have a ukulele apology video tomorrow.
What? You don't want that?
One of these days I'll get you.
But Miss Kim, thank you so much. Zero, pleasure and an honor, good sir. I appreciate both of you. I'm gonna check out a chat and go make some food and call it an evening. You guys have a
Alrighty.
lovely
night.
evening. Everybody
Good
still out
night.
there in Nugget Land, thank you so much. Nala, good night. Olive, good night. And
All in all
y'all,
of our sweethearts.
Yeah.
yes, y'all have
Yeah.
a lovely evening.
All right. Have a good night, Worm.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Are you hopping up to Zero?
I don't know. I don't have anything going on. What are you doing? I can. Or I can hang out and bullshit. I don't care. Whatever
Yeah.
you would like me to do, I can fuck off.
No, that's not what I was getting at. No, the only other thing I had really lined up on the itinerary was going over some of the toxic food industry things that RFK Jr. is probably gonna tackle. Yeah. So this video is, since we segued, we were talking about spaghetti and sauces and stuff. Let's just hop right onto the food train. This video is by Valuetainment, and it's Patrick Bet David, who I've seen before, but I'm not super familiar with him or anything. It's just
He's based as fuck.
he's based as fuck. Okay. But this is him talking about it. I kind of skipped a little bit into it because he's going over like this is so you guys can see a little bit better. Like this is McDonald's comparing European and American McDonald's ingredients for the fries and stuff like that, and ketchup and
It's insane. If you've seen comparisons in ingredients in American food versus even just Canada, it's like, bro, what are we doing?
You know, fuck it. Well, then let's watch it. So you guys can see. Now, I personally I used to eat McDonald's fries even after I became a vegetarian because I didn't know. Okay, don't judge me. But I put a stop on it years and years and years and years ago. I haven't had McDonald's fries in ages. But after I was trying to figure out, after I found out that they were not technically vegetarian because they're cooked with like the chicken nuggets and stuff. They're not cooked in separate oil like they're supposed to be. But I was like, well, let me see if I can find a home recipe. And which led me down the rabbit hole of learning how McDonald's fries are made, and it disgusted me so much that in the middle of reading it, I lost my craving for French fries. Because I was in the middle of a huge craving for them, and I immediately was like, it shut it down. It shut it down so fast. So, if in case you guys don't know, the way that McDonald's gets its fries, at least in America, is they have these potato farms, and to get perfect potatoes, because McDonald's is fucking picky about what potatoes it has, the farmers use these crazy pesticides to the point where they can't go outside of their house for like 2 weeks, and the air is toxic for like a couple months. Like, it's bad. It's very bad. They put so much poison, they spray it all over their crops. And then what they do, because the potatoes, they don't have any imperfections on them, but now they're too toxic to eat. Each potato is poisonous. Like, you eat this potato, you're gonna die. So they put them in this giant stadium-sized, like, building. They let them air out for X amount of time. I don't remember. And just so it gets the content of the poisons down enough that when they cook them, because they're still toxic at this point, but when they cook them, it'll bring the toxins out enough to where it's not toxic anymore, but they're still there. So I was so disgusted by that. I immediately was like, well, I don't want poisoned potatoes. That sounds disgusting. So I luckily have not had cravings for McDonald's in, geez, probably at least 12 years. At least 12 years. So, but yeah, we put gross shit in our food. The FDA is a joke. But let's back it up. Let's see. So why not? Let's do the comparison. Fuck it. Make America Healthy Again. Which, by the way, I don't know if you've seen RFK. I had not seen him before putting together this like video, this screen, like my image for my thumbnail. And I saw him like shirtless and working out. I was like, good on you, man. Like, he's ripped. Good for him.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he's
all right for himself.
Yeah, he looks great. Good for him.
Again, basic, removing preservatives from foods. Now, when we think about food in America, we think everywhere in the world must be the same, right? The food we make must be made the same way other places. Let's look at the U.S. McDonald's when you go have fries. Here's what it looks like in U.S. versus U.K. In U.S., it's potatoes, vegetable oil. Then you have canola oil, corn oil, soybean oil, hydrogenated soybean oil, natural beef flavor. Then you got dextrose, sodium acid, pyrophosphate, salt, fried and vegetable oil, blend with citric acid, and wow, dimethyl poly. All right, let me try it. And dimethyl poly. It's great. And dimethyl polysiloxane. Now, when you look at McDonald's fries in the UK, it's potatoes, vegetable oil, sunflower, rapeseed, dextrose, fried in non-hydrogenated vegetable oil. Salt is added after cooking. One, UK, pretty simple. In US, add a bunch of other.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. First of all, why so many oils? I feel maybe they're trying to get a specific flavor. Maybe that's why they use all the different oils. I don't know.
You should look at a comparison of Fruit Loops between America and Canada.
Oh, I've seen
it's
that.
Insane.
Yeah, the Fruit Loops. I've seen that. Yeah, that's fucking wild. But they're gonna our Fruit Loops are gonna look like that soon. But yeah, I just don't understand all the different oils. Like, why do you need to mix all these oils together to fry it? Like, just fry it in something. But yeah, if you can't fucking pronounce it, it shouldn't be in your food. I'm sorry. Like, I understand there being like technical terms for stuff, but that's too much. No, I don't know what that is, and I probably sound ignorant, but I don't know what that is. But I don't want to know what that is. Like, give me the dumbed down version of what it is, or don't put it in my food.
You can always tell it was made in a lab by its name. That shit was made in a lab.
Yeah.
Whatever the fuck that is, that was made in a lab.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Aquaman, thank you for the follow. You would have to pay me a lot more than that. Hey, we got to 470. New goal. You're excited for the food changes for sure? Yeah, it shouldn't have to be a mental gymnastics trip every time you go to the grocery store to figure out what the fuck to put in your cart. Like, people are like, why does it take 2 hours to go shopping? It's like, well, because I gotta read every fucking thing if I decide something looks good and I want to try it. I gotta really research what it is, what's in it. You didn't have to used to do all that. You used to be able to just walk through the aisles, throw shit in your cart, and go. You can't do that anymore.
Preservatives to it. Now let's look at ketchup. This is US versus UK and US. Ingredients: tomato, concentrate, distilled vinegar, high fructose, corn syrup, salt, spice, onion powder, natural flavoring. You go to UK. Tomatoes, spirit vinegar, sugar, salt, herb extract, and spice. Notice on both of them, we're adding a bunch of stuff in US. Why? I don't know, but it's a good question to ask. Let's continue. You like?
Okay. Why are natural flavors even a thing? We need to get rid of that. We need to get rid of that. I'm sorry. Like, having something that's like an extract of something is one thing, but just natural flavors, that's where beaver butt juice comes into play, and I'm so good on having that banned. Please.
I'm good with natural flavors as long as they make sense. Like, something's supposed to taste like lemons and the natural flavors are lemon. I'm good with that.
Yeah, but I feel like that should be specified, like lemon extract for flavor. You know? I feel like all the weird shit is grouped under natural flavors. You know what I mean? I feel like that's where they hide everything. Yeah.
Right, it can be.
Yeah. I traumatized pretty much everybody I worked with at an office because they had me explain what vanilla flavoring is, and I had to tell them. I couldn't keep it to myself. I'm not gonna lie to them. It's not good. And why do we crush bugs to make ranch dressing look shiny? Like that, I don't need crushed bugs in my dressing. That's gross. Anytime you see a dressing, guys, and it looks shiny, it's crushed bugs. Don't buy it. They do that because the shiny stuff is more likely to sell.
I'm
like
fine
if you,
with that.
Yeah, if you look at like organic ranch dressing that doesn't have bugs in it, it's not shiny. You
I
good?
eat bugs anyways, so I don't really care.
But
I would
people
rather
need
eat
to know
something
what
that
they're
has-
eating.
I would rather eat something that has bugs in it than something that has chemicals in it. If it tastes good, it tastes good. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, it's got chemicals in it too. It's the cheap shit that has all the bugs and stuff in it. What's up, Chief?
But I'm more worried about the chemicals, I guess.
Yeah.
But I hear you. People should know.
People should know what they're eating. And if there's gross stuff in your food, you know, you have a right to know. You have a right to know. And like the vanilla products having the beaver butt juice in it, the anal stuff, like that's just, it's so gross. Like people should know that they're ingesting that. Like they should have the right
Like a
to
lot
know.
of perfumes have that too.
Yeah, they do. A lot of perfumes have that. Vanilla-based perfumes. Yeah, vanilla-based perfumes have that, and low-quality vanilla food products, lotions, shampoos, pretty much anything that's low-quality vanilla has that beaver anal gland excretion stuff in it because it smells like vanilla. And the theory with food, with low-quality food, is they don't put vanilla in it. And they don't put enough vanilla in it, if they put any at all. So they put this beaver excretion stuff into it. That way it smells like vanilla and it tricks your senses into thinking you're eating vanilla, but you're really not. You're just, it's beaver butt juice,
But
guys.
still, I would rather drink beaver butt juice than these random chemicals. Like, at least it came from a natural source.
No, I get that, and I respect
Yeah.
that, but I do not want to partake in beaver butt juice, and I think that people have a right to know about beaver butt juice. But no, I agree. The priority is definitely getting chemicals out, but I think there also needs to be transparency. If you're going to use natural stuff, people need to know. People need to know what it is. They need.
Sure.
They deserve to know. All right, let's see. All right, what else we got? My mouse went all the way over to the wrong spot.
Mountain Dew. How much you like Mountain Dew? You know how
Mountain
many countries
Dew.
Mountain
Oh,
Dew is
God,
illegal
yeah.
in? Let me give it to you. Mountain Dew, which contains BVO, that's linked to potential health risks, is banned in Europe and Japan, but it's legal in US. Let's go to the next one. And Honey Bunches of Oats. This cereal.
I think places where it's not banned, the recipe is heavily altered. So, like, even where it's not banned, it's still not the same that we have here. I think is the case with Mountain Dew and most Pepsi and Coke products in general. And this one actually shocked me, Honey Bunches of Oats, because it seems like it advertises itself as such a healthy alternative, you know?
Contain
So many things that
DHT.
advertise as healthy are not at all healthy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Which
In
is
America, at least.
yeah. Where was that? I just saw someone, I want to say it was in Japan, and they were telling people how to buy juice, how to know to buy juice, and there's certain laws in place. Like, you can only have images of an open orange if on it, like for orange juice, for example, you can only have images of an open orange, a cut open orange on the cartridge or on the carton. If it has like 100% fruit juice, and then if it's like 80 or like 60 to 80 or something like that, then it would be like you can have a whole picture of an orange. And then if it's like a really, really low quality or like orange drink, basically, then you can have a cartoon of an orange. So based on what the carton looks like, tells you the content within the packaging. And I think that's something that definitely needs to be adopted here.
Dude, in several countries, Subway's bread can't even be counted as bread. I know at least Australia, like, because there was so much sugar content, it had to be categorized as like a cake.
Yeah.
They're like, dude, there's so much sugar. And only recently, within the last few years, they were putting this basic man-made chemical shit into it it's used in yoga mats. And they just a few years back stopped using it. But it was basically like, if you think you've got bread, if somebody were to smash it, it's kind of fucked. But if you could get it to expand back out to where it was before it got smashed, you save that loaf. So they were putting this fucking shit in there that's using yoga mats to help it
expand
go back to its original shape. Yeah,
that's
and it's like, dude, just
wild.
something as simple as bread, and it's not even classified as bread in other countries. It's classified as cake because there's so much sugar, and you got shit from yoga mats in it.
Uh-huh.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I don't even buy bread from the store really anymore unless I have a really good coupon and it's on sale. Like, I make my own bread now because it's too much. I know what's in it when I make it, you know. So if I want
Yeah.
bread now, I make it. It's
And
just
and Subway was always advertised as like the healthier option.
yeah. I mean, I will always love Subway. I'm sorry, Subway can do very little wrong to me because it's so good. It's so good. I love it. And to be fair, though it's not a healthy option, it is healthier than the alternatives. And you can get salads. Yeah, it is healthier than the alternatives. And I think that's one thing people do fuck up in this country is just because it's healthier doesn't mean it's healthy.
Right. I learned that shit about the yoga mat material, like in Subway, and when they ended the little video, they said, and it's still used today in several other breads from the grocery store or whatever. Fast forward like 3 weeks, I saw somebody posting a video where they're taking a slice of bread and crunching it up in their hands, and then they open their hand and it just like returns back to its original form. And they're like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, you got some of that yoga mat bread.
Oh God, yeah. No, if I do buy store-bought bread, it's like I try to make sure it's the higher end stuff. Now, I hadn't heard of that, so I will be keeping an eye out for yoga bread. But I've never had that problem where my bread has been decided to re-life itself after, because like for stuffing and stuff, you take bread and you mush it up and you rip it up and everything. I've never had that problem, but yeah, that's gross. I don't want yoga bread. I don't want to know how they figured out that ingredient could be used. Yeah, Nala, it's gross. After that, I don't buy anything that's like low quality vanilla. I only buy high quality vanilla. In fact, I have my own jar of Madagascar grade A organic vanilla beans so I can make my own stuff moving forward because it's gross. It's gross. It's gross. It's nasty. But anyways. Honey Bunches of Oats. Total lie, and I'm surprised by it.
A preservative banned in Japan and EU due to potential carcinogenic properties. Well, you can buy it in US. Let's go to the next one. Coffee Mate. The coffee creamer contains trans fats, specifically partially hydrogenated oils, which are linked to heart disease. While the US banned trans fats in 2018, products containing them still can be found. Many countries, including Switzerland, Austria, Hungary, Iceland, Norway, and Denmark, have stricter regulations. Next, Thanksgiving's around the corner. Stovetop stuffing. This product contains preservatives BHA and BHT, which are suspected.
That one definitely doesn't surprise me because that shit's disgusting. I'm sorry. Don't get your food out of a box like that. That stovetop stuffing shit is disgusting. I remember someone making it, God, years and years and years before I became a vegetarian. I had it at someone's house along with the boxed potatoes, that fucking flaky shit. That was one of the grossest meals I've ever had in my entire life. To this day, I don't know how people eat that shit. It is so nasty.
How dare you?
I'm sorry, but not sorry, man. That shit is nasty. But I also have really good homemade recipes for stuffing and mashed potatoes. I guess if you're like super poor maybe and you have zero cooking prowess, you know, like maybe, but that shit is gross. It tastes like it came out of a box.
To be carcinogenics and impair blood clotting. These preservatives are banned in the UK, Japan, and several other European countries, but available in the US. Papaya, corn, and soy. Genetically modified versions of these crops are common in the US. However, several nations, including Russia and other countries in the European Union, have bans on genetically modified organisms, GMOs, due to health and environmental concerns. But you can find them in the US. You like salmon? You like farm-raised salmon? Let me tell you about these farm-raised salmons.
Okay, hold on. Before we get into the salmon thing. These days we all super poor. I mean, you right about that. We are poor. That's why I'm making my own bread. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna attempt to get chickens this year because eggs are so expensive. It's cheaper to buy the chicken. You know? And I've been wanting to get bees for years, and I'm thinking if I can arrange it, maybe get bees and chickens this year. I definitely want to get chickens, but I'm leaning towards this being the year I get bees because I've been wanting bees for years.
My buddy raised bees, had beehives and shit on his property.
Yeah, that sounds cool as shit, man. That sounds so cool.
Then he died.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. That
Thanks
took
for
a
bringing
turn.
that up.
That took a fucking turn. But who got his bees?
No, I kind of wanted him, but I didn't want to say anything.
Aw, you could have adopted his bees. But I want to know who decides what GMO is, because a genetically modified organism is something we've been doing GMO since we've been farming. You know?
I have such a huge argument against people like in support of GMOs. I'm like, hold on. Like, we have a huge population problem in this world. And if you've ever seen a non-modified banana versus a banana of today, then you should see that like there is a benefit in being able to help support and feed all these people by genetically modifying some of these crops.
Right.
Like,
you know, modifying tomatoes to make them more hardier by... Because here's the thing. What it comes down to is there are generations and generations of crossbreeding that take time to make the plant that's the end result that we're going for. This just cuts out all those generations of crossbreeding and speeds up the process. So
all of the hottest peppers in the world were genetically modified because they were crossbred with different things that they weren't meant to be bred with. Like, that was technically modifying their genetics.
Yeah, like,
chill out.
right, like, what do... Because I don't see GMOs as bad. I mean, I don't know what everyone's opinions are and everything, but, like, it's not natural is not a good enough reason for me because it's saving time and generations. Yeah, you know, what are they putting in it? And I get that. And one thing that I think what needs to be a little bit more addressed is like Monsanto, who has copyrights, and, you know, they have only they're allowed to use the seeds, and if you buy seeds from Monsanto, you're not allowed to replant the seeds from that year's crop.
Most
you
of the
have
shit
to
you buy at the store is modified so that the seeds won't grow.
Yeah. Like, have you seen what a fucking old ass watermelon looks like? That's not edible. It had like a little itty bitty pocket of fruit. This has been genetically modified, so the rind, because the rind used to run all through the watermelon, to just be on the edges, and it's being modified over the years to get smaller and smaller. So, like, I don't see GMOs as bad. I don't know. I feel like there needs to be more detailed talk about it because I feel like people paint it as just so evil that they don't think about the gray area of the fact that as a farming, we've been doing it.
It's a nuanced topic. It's like, yes,
Yeah.
GMOs can be bad, but that doesn't mean that anything that's a GMO is bad.
Right. Like corn wasn't always yellow. Yeah, we have corn is white and purple. Carrots weren't orange. Carrots were white and purple. Orange is not a natural color. And I thought that was really interesting because I started like looking into what other foods. I went down a rabbit hole once where I looked into foods and what their original colors were. And I don't think anything was originally orange. Like pumpkins and squash and stuff, those are white and green, and you know, those are really pretty colors actually. You know, carrots are purple and white. Corn is brown and black and purple and white, and just nothing is really orange. But I digress. Okay. But yeah, I'm glad that you're also on that same page.
Yeah, I mean, like many things, it's nuanced. Something can be both good and bad depending on where it falls.
Right, like the tobacco plant. We didn't need that. That was a waste of time and money. Why did we have that?
Solid reference. Very solid reference.
Thank you. But if GMOs are what give us watermelon and bananas, I'm fucking for it because I love watermelon and bananas.
In some countries, farm-raised salmon is banned due to concerns over the use of certain chemical and antibiotics in the farming process. For example, Australia and New Zealand have restrictions on the import of farm-raised salmon from certain countries. But you can find them in the U.S. They shit next to each other. It's like what happens is, and then eat the poop. It's fantastic. It's a chocolate. I got 12 more for you. So if you don't want to hear this stuff because you like...
Yeah, that is unfortunate that we get the bottom barrel of products from the rest of the world. And hopefully that's something that gets changed. Right. I don't want to buy shitty food from other countries. That's probably where a lot of our health issues come from. For people, you know, you see all the time where there's outbreaks of stuff in fish and chicken, and I'm sure that's probably part of it.
Some of this stuff, don't watch this video, but if you're curious, you're a parent.
Big issue with cat food and dog food that came from China, where like it was poisoning people's animals, their pets.
Oh yeah, I do briefly remember that.
Yeah, like our cat died from that stuff back then. Like that was like a whole thing. Like it was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's rough. I'm sorry, I didn't know that. That sucks. Yeah.
Look it up sometime. It was like a whole thing.
Yeah, no. I meant like I didn't know that you lost a pet because of it. Sorry that you lost a pet. That's sad. That sucks. That's hard.
Oh my gosh. We're good.
Yeah, we're good. He's like, I moved on. I'm a man. No feelings. Yeah, I do vaguely remember that being a thing. I didn't have any issues with it. It wasn't any of the brands that I buy, but I also make sure to avoid certain brands that are tied to bigger brands, like anything that's under the Nestle umbrella. I will not buy anything Nestle. If I know it's Nestle, I may have unintentionally bought something not knowing that it's a Nestle brand because they own a lot of shit, and I do my best to do my research. It's not always going to be 100% perfect, but if I can, yeah.
I've only recently started to turn against them because I've learned things. I'm like, oh, okay. I thought of you as like a childhood, like Willy Wonka type thing, and not so much.
No. So what did you find out about like the water? Their push behind water.
Was what made me first be like, yeah, the water thing was what made me be like, hold on, fuck you, you can't do that. And then I started learning more, and I was like, oh, okay. There's a lot of bad shit you guys.
Yeah,
been okay with.
The formula stuff that they do. You know about that? I hope.
No.
Okay, so so this is actually like a side wing of the water issue. So for those of you who don't know, Nestle is basically the reason why water is not considered a human right. And they advocated for it to not be a human right so they can make money off of it and charge a shitload of money. It worked. It went through. It's unfortunate. We should not have shit like that going through, but it did. And part of it is in poor areas in Africa and really in other places, but they have a stronghold in Africa in villages and stuff. So what they do is the people that don't have access to clean water, they rely on Nestle, and they pretty much use all their money to buy the water. And when they get pregnant, what they'll do is they'll actually give women a free single can of formula, okay? Like a 30, 60-day supply, something like that. And they'll use it. But by the time they are done using this formula, they will no longer be producing milk themselves, which is actually healthier for the baby, and that's another debate for another time. But by the time they go through the formula or get close to the end of the formula, they're not producing milk anymore because they've been giving their baby this formula that they've been told is better for them and healthier for them and has all these nutrients. So they're forced to rely on Nestle's water and their Nestle formula, but they can't afford to buy new formula because it's an impoverished area. And what they'll do is they'll keep putting in more of their local water and less of the Nestle water and less of the formula, to the point where it's basically just shitty muddy water. It looks gross. You can look up the videos on it. There's like mini docs on it and stuff. But basically, this is how these children get so malnourished, because they're drinking this muddy water because of the setup that Nestle has produced for these families to be 100% reliant on them for clean water and nutrients for their children. It's completely vile and evil. It's just absolutely disgusting. And, you're tricking these poor mothers into giving up natural breastfeeding, which would sustain their child, and to trick them to buy your fucking formula, and they can't afford it. So now their babies are suffering and malnourished. It's really disgusting. But yeah, that's what that is. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Nestle
my
Watergate.
issue, yeah, the water thing was fucked up, and then I follow a professor from he teaches at Penn State, and he films a lot of his lectures and puts them on YouTube. So like I watch him all the time because he's great. And he did a lecture on basically like basically, I don't remember what it was supposed to be about, but he basically turned it into something about selective outrage and shit. So he asked for some students that consider themselves like social justice warriors and all this stuff. So like a few people raised their hand, he brought them down, and he starts handing them M&Ms. And he's like, "Hey, let's talk. Like here you go. Here's some M&Ms." And he's like, "You know what? I love M&Ms. What's you guys' favorite chocolate? Like what's your favorite candy?" And they like all go through and give their shit. And he goes, "It's funny. Like a few months ago, I had this person come and give like a guest lecture." And basically what he taught us was that he went to Africa and all these different countries and did all these things and statistics. And what he found was that it is 100% impossible to buy chocolate in America that doesn't contain chocolate that was obtained through slave labor. He's like, there is
Yep.
so much slavery in the chocolate trade that he found that it is 100% impossible for you to get any sort of chocolate in America that it didn't come from slave labor, at least somewhere. And then he was like, so why are you okay with going out and buying this chocolate? Why aren't you going out and boycotting Nestle and all this other stuff? It's like, like you're talking about you have an issue over here and like things are so bad here, but just for leisure because you like it, you're supporting slavery somewhere else.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I was like, okay, well not only did Nestle do this bullshit water thing, but they're involved in all this chocolate, so like
Oh yeah,
fuck
they
you
have a
guys, I guess.
huge market in the slave trade, and that's another thing that most places do, but Nestle's really bad about it. Nestle is a huge producer of chocolate slave farms, basically. And it's bad. The northwest Africa is really bad with cocoa slave farms, and it's mostly Nestle. I mean, obviously other places take some act into it to some degree, and of course there's some places that are here that grow their chocolate locally and things like that, but a lot of it, yeah. And Nestle's really bad. Almost pretty much 100% of Nestle's chocolate comes from slave labor, and they know it, and they don't care.
Was it Chiquita back in the day that hired a bunch of mercenaries to go in and wipe out some tribes people so they could get to the bananas? There was some corporation that basically wanted to set up banana farms, and they hired mercenaries to wipe out the tribes.
Yeah, that I'm pretty sure that was Chiquita. Yeah. Yep. But yeah, Nestle's bad. Nestle's a really bad one. So I know I do my best to avoid them. I did some research into the big companies that they do, and I've since steered clear of everything related to Nestle and Pepsi. I also avoid Pepsi as best as I can. But yeah.
Damn, that chocolate is good.
Yeah, I don't know, man. There's got to be some sort of chocolate that we have somewhere. Some brand has to have clean chocolate, you know, guilt-free chocolate. I don't know who, but somebody has to have it.
It's probably $50 a candy bar.
Probably.
You want to kind of live a healthier life? Let's pay attention to some of this stuff. So let's go through. Potassium bromate, okay? You'll find this in Goya, in Wise, Hormel. When it comes down to BHA and BHT, you'll find it in Kellogg's, Nestle, Nabisco. By the way, in our family, we stopped all cereal 2 years ago. Not one cereal for our kids. Everybody feels better. Ractopamine, this is feed additive used to promote leanness in animals. Imagine like
I'm sorry, did he just say feet additive? Wait, did he just say feet additive? Hold on.
not one cereal for our kids. Everybody feels better. Ractopamine, this is feed additive used to promote.
Feet? What is feet additive? What does that mean?
I'm trying to read the subtitles to see it.
Yeah.
Feet additive, okay.
Ractopamine is a feet additive.
Maybe
what the
he
fuck
said
does
feed. Maybe he said feed additive and it's picking it up weird. Like they add something to the animal feed.
I don't know.
Promote leanness in animals. Imagine like steroids, clenbuterol, you get
Okay,
cut up,
maybe,
right?
maybe.
This is with Plainville and Genio. Now I'm gonna go through a bunch of these colors that, you know, red 40, you have Swedish Fish, Kool-Aid, Red Vines. My kids are not gonna be happy about that. Then you got yellow 5 and 6. This is Peeps, Jello, Hostess. Catastrophic, man, with Jello. That
That's
one
all
I'm
gross
slowly
stuff I
eating.
don't
Then
eat,
you
so
got
I'm good.
ADA. This is Jimmy Dean, Arnold Bread, Pillsbury. Then you have RBST, which is artificial growth hormone, which is General Mills and Land O'Lakes. Now we have Olestra, which is Pringles and Lay's. Then we have Parabens, which is Cetaphil, Olay, and CoverGirl. And then we have Pink Slime, which is Tyson. By the way, if you were on your way to Kroger's, like maybe you're going to Publix
Can
or
you go back and
Albertsons
find
or
out
Vons
what
or whatever
had
other
the,
place you're
growth
going, maybe
hormone? I could eat more of that.
Here, let's back it up for you. Let's see. Artificial growth hormone. Let's see. I think that was General Mills.
Arnold Bread, Pillsbury.
RBST.
Then you have RBST, which is artificial growth hormone, which is General Mills and Land O'Lakes.
All right, go get you a lot of Land O'Lakes. Lots of butter, lots of General Mills. What products do they even produce that has artificial growth hormone in it? Land O'Lakes, okay, that makes sense.
Like oats and shit.
Well, yeah, well, Land
But
O'Lakes,
I
wait,
think he
that's
just
butter. Land O'Lakes
Yeah, I
does
don't
butter,
even
so
think
that
he
makes
was saying
sense.
they had the on artificial, which is General Mills and Land O'Lakes. Okay.
But what does General Mills do that has growth hormones in it?
I was thinking they just did oats, but they've got to do more than that.
They do cereal and stuff. They must do something else. They have to. They must have some sort of like they must secretly do yogurt or something.
I'm
Now
reading
we
all
have
the labels
Olestra,
for
which is
RBST.
Yeah. Oh god. This is why we make our own food and grow our own fruits and vegetables, guys. We can't trust them. Although I'm excited. I'm excited for them to have these positive changes. Hopefully they get rid of all this shit overnight. I don't want them to be like, yeah, by the year 2030. No. Tomorrow. You change your practice tomorrow.
Pringles and Lay's. Then we have Parabens, which is Cetaphil, Olay, and CoverGirl. And then we have Pink Slime, which is Tyson. By the way, if you were on your way to Kroger's, like maybe you're going to Publix or Albertsons or Vons or whatever other place you're going, maybe there's a change of plans when you go, I can't buy this because of the video I just watched. Look, I just want to go through some charts here for you to look at. Look at this here. This is life expectancy at birth in years from 1980 to 2022. Look at us. We're the green. Comparable country average is the blue. They're living longer. We're not. We're even declining since 2008.
I wonder how much data that actually takes into account, because you know there's like the selective statistics, and you know we have had an increase in suicide rates as of recent years. We've had increase of course obesity has been an issue. We've had a lot of fat people die. So I just
Just
I
take
wonder.
all stats. Take all
Yeah.
stats with a grain of salt.
Yeah, absolutely, because I saw something recently that the average lifespan was actually getting much longer for like healthy individuals, for people who are healthy and get checkups and things like that, that the average lifespan is actually in the 90s and rising. So versus where it used to be in the 70s. So I get that we are having a lot more deaths as of late, the lifespan's going down, but I feel like that's not an accurate representation because we've had an increase of other things like mental health related issues causing people to self-harm and stuff like that. So I don't know how accurate this chart is. So anytime you guys see statistics like this, like Zero said, grain of salt.
They tried to do that with gun statistics. The statistic that said where the people always say like guns are now the #1 killer of kids in the country. That's all
silly.
fudged. Yeah, like when does somebody become an adult? What age?
18. I would
Yeah.
assume, unless
So that statistic counts up to 21. It counts children as up to 21, which up in that age you got a lot of gang members and gang violence and shit. And then it doesn't count like the first 6 months or the first year of life, which is where like sudden infant death syndrome and all these other things happen and all this shit. And it's like,
Interesting.
yeah.
Yeah, statistics are wild. The way people manipulate them is insane. Yeah. I mean, I have my own view on the age thing, but that's something that's like another issue for another day, I guess.
If you're just saying the general tagline of like #1 killer of children, like, okay, well, children would be under 18, not counting 18, 19, and 20 and 21 as well.
Yeah.
It's just manipulated data.
Yeah, that's evil. That's just the intention to distribute misinformation like that is vile. There should be some sort of repercussion for that. I don't know what, because I'm a big advocate for free speech, but there's got to be something. There's got to be some sort of middle ground.
The Biden admin had one stat removed from the FBI, like the actual federal page for the FBI's crime statistics. And it was the statistic that showed how many crimes were stopped by legal use of a weapon, of a gun.
Oh, yeah? I bet.
Yeah,
I bet that's one they don't want out.
Yeah, it was like 10 times more than like the highest amount of deaths from any weapon. So
yeah,
when Biden came in, they removed that one statistic.
Yeah, it's inconvenient. They use it and now stopped. Yoplait yogurt and Haagen-Dazs ice cream for growth hormones have stopped since 2009. They announced. So I do love Haagen-Dazs. I will say that's the only I do Haagen-Dazs and Kirkland because that's also a high-end ice cream. Those are the only 2 ice creams that I buy. And when I do buy them, I usually just buy vanilla because the ingredients, it's 5 ingredients, which is all your ice cream should be. Just vanilla, milk, like just those. I think what egg? I don't even know what.
You mean beaver butt juice?
Yeah, no beaver butt juice is on that ingredient list. Let me tell you, that's grouped under the natural flavors. But
I'm a big Greek yogurt fan.
I do have Greek yogurt. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I do my best to try to remember to eat it because it's good for you and it's got a lot of beneficial like probiotics and stuff. So I try to add flavorings and stuff to it, like Mio or what else? Yeah, like like those hydration packets with the flavoring.
We buy bags of just frozen fruit from like Aldi. It's just like a berry mix with like strawberries and blueberries and whatnot, or you can get other ones or whatever. But I just dump some of that into a bowl and throw some Greek yogurt on top of it.
I'll make a smoothie like that in the summer where I take the frozen vegetable or frozen fruits and mix them up. And I love that.
We do that too.
Yeah, I love that. But it's super good. I have this like fitness powder that is like it's oh god, it's like fruit punch flavored. It tastes like Tahitian treat. And it's got all this shit in it that's like super good for you. It's got vitamins in it. It's got stuff for your hair and your nails and your skin, and it's just got like it's just the ultimate protein, vitamin, everything you need powder. And I mix that up with the yogurt, and that's really good. And it's got a lot of energy in it. It's like taking speed. It's delicious. All right, let's see what we got here aside from faulty statistic.
Steady. We're not getting any better. How is that? We're spending all this money. Go to the next chart. Look at this one here. All-cause age-adjusted mortality rate per 100,000. Look at green. We used to be better. Fewer Americans used to die. Now, more Americans are dying out of 100,000.
Yeah, all cause. Notice it says all cause age-adjusted mortality rate. So all causes of death. So this is not accurate for food. Like, we need to look at the general mortality rate for people who aren't dying of crazy causes and see what the numbers actually look like, you know? I think this is a very faulty statistic that I don't think is very conducive to actually productive debate, because it's too faulty. It's just a wide net. It's a wide net.
If you twist the words in the right way and focus the numbers in the right way, you can make numbers say anything.
So true. So true. Yeah, you need to be looking at people that are just dying of old age. That's what that needs to be. People who just fucking died of old age. What's the average? Just death. The cause of death is death. Just old. Gotta get back to work, Chief. All right. Well, you have a good night. Be safe. It sounds like you might be getting more work since, you know, you got that oil rig job. You might be getting more work soon, sir.
Compared to our other countries. And remember when earlier we were talking about what percentage of GDP we're spending? Look at this chart, how we compare. All the way at the bottom, you see USA, which is 17.8% of our GDP. Life expectancy, 77. Look at the next one, Germany, 12.8, but they're at 81. France, 12.4, but they're at 82. Even if you go to the lowest one, which is Korea, 8.8%, they live nearly 83 years. New Zealand, 9.7, 82. How are we spending all this money? But we're living less than all these other guys. The math just doesn't make sense. Look at this one here. This is avoidable deaths per 100,000 population in the US. Again, higher than everybody else. US all the way at the bottom, 336. You see that hockey stick going up? Look at everybody else, okay? 144 Australia, 171 Canada, 164 France, 195 Germany. We're at 336.
What constitutes an avoidable death, though? Like, I feel like someone walks out in the street, they could have looked both ways, but they didn't, so they got hit by a bus. That was an avoidable death. You know, that has nothing to do with health-related stuff. So I'm critiquing his statistics that he's using a little harsh here, because I don't feel like they're just, but this is definitely flawed.
Right, but I mean, still, if that's counting avoidable deaths, like that could be an avoidable death, so that still counts towards this, right? Like,
right. So I'm saying, like, that's an
I mean,
avoidable death.
if it says avoidable deaths, it seems like it means pretty much anything other than like you got cancer and you're going to die from it.
Yeah, like, what is that? Like, technically anything that, exactly, technically.
By the way, this is like smoking.
Technically anything that's, like, not an act of God is an avoidable death. Like, don't murder people. Those people won't die.
Right,
Don't
but
get.
what's he using this statistic to say? Like, he might be pointing out that, like, it's a bullshit statistic.
No.
I was in the other room. I didn't hear it.
No, what he's doing is he's using these statistics to show, he's expressing, you know, why is it that we're spending so much money on our, like, health and research and things like that, but yet our death rate is going up. And he's using these statistics to show that our death rate is going up compared to other countries who are spending less.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so he's using these as evidence to show that our health situation is bad and that our death toll is going up, even though these don't really specifically state that it's that.
So real quick, since I was in the other room, is this statistic possibly about medical records? Like saying, like, you know, like the person died of something that, like, it was an effect on their body, not like somebody got hit by a bus. Like, are they coming from a place that would already state that?
Well, it says avoidable deaths per 100,000 population, and it says rates reflect age standardized rates. Avoidable mortality includes deaths which are preventable and treatable. So, like, that could include people who died of cancer who refused treatment, right? Like, technically.
It could, but if that verbiage at the end makes me feel like it doesn't count people that were like just shot or hit by a bus. It's people that
Yeah.
they could have done something medically to help them, but they didn't.
Yeah. It just seems like that's a flawed statistic to use for this argument for sure.
It depends. It definitely depends on where it's coming from. Like, are you talking about in general all of deaths, or are you talking about people with diagnosed conditions?
He's talking about American death rate as a whole. That's the basis of his argument, is that our death toll is on the rise, and it doesn't make sense because we're spending all this money on health food research while other countries are spending way less, and their death rate is either the same or going down, while we spend so much but ours is going up. And he's using these statistics about avoidable deaths and stuff like that as examples and proof of that, but it's such a wide net on these statistics that it doesn't really make sense for this argument, in my opinion. I think it's a little misleading.
I 100% agree, unless there's a caveat of this statistic is only diagnosed illnesses or something like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, if it's
Right.
all deaths, then yeah, like, what the fuck are you talking about? But
Yeah.
if it's diagnosed illness deaths, then I'm like, okay, I got you.
Yeah, they're just talking about all deaths in general. So is what it seems. That's what it's led to believe based off how it's worded and the description.
It could say a little bit about our medical system though. Like, if these were avoidable, like, not everybody dies immediately. Like, maybe we could have saved them at the hospital if we were better.
Yeah, are we including people who are religious and refuse to accept treatment? Are we including those people too? Because a lot of people die because they don't believe. They're like, the Lord will heal me, and it's like, the Lord built you a hospital. What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about?
That joke about the guy on the roof in a flood.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Helicopters coming and shit.
Yeah.
Dude, I sent you 5 helicopters. Like,
I sent you 3 months on a helicopter, man. What do you mean? Yeah. Same thing. It's like, who do you think, like, if you really believe God is behind stuff and works in mysterious ways, the fuck do you think a hospital's for? Like, how do you think that came about? It's people are silly.
Yeah.
Silly gooses.
Well, I will say I missed where this was coming from. I feel like if he gave a caveat at some point beforehand, then I would be okay with it. But he's normally pretty on point.
Yeah, so. Here, I'll back it up. I'll back it up for you so you can.
You don't have to. I'd take your word for it.
Well, it's too late. I've backed it up. Fuck you. So.
Son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch. How dare you? Respect me.
Be better. Fewer Americans used to die. Now, more Americans are dying out of 100,000 compared to our other countries. And remember when earlier we were talking about what percentage of GDP we're spending? Look at this chart, how we compare. All the way at the bottom, you see USA, which is 17.8% of our GDP. Life expectancy, 77. Look at the next one, Germany, 12.8, but they're at 81. France, 12.4, but they're at 82. Even if you go to the lowest one, which is Korea, 8.8%, they live nearly 83 years. New Zealand, 9.7, 82. How are we spending all this money? But we're living less than all these other guys. The math just doesn't make sense. Look at this one here. This is avoidable deaths per 100,000 population in the US. Again, higher than everybody else. US all the way at the bottom, 336. You see that hockey stick going up? Look at everybody else, okay? 144 Australia, 171 Canada, 164 France, 195 Germany. We're at 336. How? By the way, this is like smoking. This is drinking. This is eating too much sugar. These are avoidable. We can be more disciplined, but in America, like, it's okay. It's not a big.
Okay, he says that is specifically related to smoking, drinking, and consuming too much sugar. I didn't see that little asterisk on that statistic, though, so I don't know where he's getting that information. I would be interested in seeing more data backup.
Yeah, I was like, if it's coming from a select version of avoidable deaths, then I get it. But if it's just all avoidable deaths, I'm with you. I'm like, well, a lot more factors.
Yeah, but like, I don't think it was smoking and. Go ahead.
there's still a point to be made about deaths in general. Like if we're spending the most on our healthcare system, but we have the lowest lifespan, even if it is like people getting shot or people getting hit by buses, like you would think we would not be at the bottom. Like we should be able to do a little bit better somewhere along the line.
Yeah, and that's fair. That's fair. But there's just a different culture here. Like they have a low budget. Like he mentioned Korea, for example. They have a really, really low budget, but they have a high expectancy. But they have a culture that is more healthy. They just have a more healthy culture. Whereas here, for the past few years,
Right.
it's been a push towards big is beautiful and big is healthy.
Which seems to be
and
the
stuff.
point he's making right now. Like
Yeah. Like I don't think that we need to be
cultural issue
spending
here.
yeah, I don't think we need to be spending money on stuff. I think it's a cultural issue. And, yeah, we're wasting a lot of money like he's pointing out. Like why are we spending so much money and we're doing worse? But it just seems like we need to fix our society, the land of the free. Anybody can be a fat ass, but that's
I'm
gonna
guessing
hurt our
that's where he's
stats.
going with this. I'm guessing he's probably going to go into like this is a cultural issue. Like how the fuck is this a problem?
Yeah.
And it's a failure of our government.
I mean, yeah, and lobbying as well, and this insurance companies and how much of a scam that is. But it definitely, yeah, it's fucked. It's fucked. But when you come here, you can be a fucking fat ass and nobody cares, but then you have people who are trying to promote that, and that's a downward spiral in itself. But let's see where he's going with this.
Big deal. Let them have it. In the school, give them this food. It's okay. We can't afford to spend all the money on shitty food for kids to eat. And then the data shows up here because the habits are built at a young age. This next one is very weird. The U.S. has the highest rate of infant and maternal deaths. How? Look at us here. The OECD average is 4.1. We're at 5.4. You go to the right side, the OECD average, maternal mortality, deaths per 100,000 live births, the average is 9.8. We're at 23.8. How? How are we not studying this to see why? Who's asking the why and getting to the bottom of this? With a $1.5 trillion budget, we can't address something like this. Here's the next one that we're uncomfortable calling people obese. We like to say big bone, right? God forbid, you don't want to shame people. Fat shaming is a bad thing. Look at the U.S. obesity rate. It's nearly double the OECD average. 25 is the OECD average. Where are we at? 42.8. Why? Because we're worried about talking about how we look. This is real, and it's hurting a lot of people. Here's the next one for you. Adults in the U.S. are most likely to have multiple chronic conditions. Look at us compared to everybody else, 30 years old. By the way, this includes things like asthma, cancer, depression, diabetes, heart disease, hypertension. And by the way, our rate was nearly twice as high as France and significantly higher than other peer nations where no more than 25% reported similar diagnosis. This next one's kind of weird. Check this out. U.S. has amongst the lowest rates of physicians' visits and practice and physicians. So watch this. The OECD average, 5.7. We're at 4. And if you look at practice and physicians, the OECD average is 3.7. We have 2.6. Why? Did you know about this? I didn't know about this. But when you dig deep, you see these numbers here. I don't want to bore you to death with all these data, but it's reality. Here's the last one I'll give you, and then we'll get to the final thoughts. U.S. has among the highest rates of hip replacement, right behind Switzerland. Look at the average right there, 9.4. We're at 15.6. Now, you may say, Pat, we got boomers, we got osteoporosis, we got all these other things that's going on in America. That's why. But again, can we not look at this and pay attention to it and improve it? I think we can. So now here's what's crazy. All this stuff that we're talking about, the establishment in the health industry, it's like, why would you hire Bobby Kennedy? Do you not realize this guy's not good? And I remember 2 years ago on Twitter, everybody was fighting over Peter Hotez calling RFK Jr. Oh, I cannot believe this guy, he doesn't know anything about. And RFK said, why don't we go on Joe Rogan and debate? And Rogan comes out and says, I'll give you this. And then we all started putting $100,000, $1.5 million, $2 million, $3 million, $4 million. He said, no, why wouldn't you? Now, if you look at Peter on this side and you look at Bobby on this side, who looks healthier? Who do you want America to look like? This guy here looks like he drinks a lot of Mountain Dew. This guy here looks like he goes to the gym a lot. This guy here looks like he's eating most of these products. This guy here looks like he wants to find a way to live a longer life. Who should we?
Dude is so fucking ripped. Like, he's got such a good point. Like, look at this guy. Fucking frazzled, kind of dumpy looking. And then you got fucking Kennedy here, who is making a funny face, but he's fucking shit. Yeah, he's trying to take care of himself, Genetics and culture seem to matter. Asians are thinnest, then whites, Mexicans, and blacks. Correlation with life expectancy. I mean, it
Genetics
definitely
definitely play a part.
genetics absolutely play a part, and I don't think that's something people want to talk about either. There's definitely genetics that play into it based off your race. That's just how it is. You know, some breeds of horses live longer, some breeds of dogs live longer, some breeds of humans live longer. That's just how it is. You know, and you're right. There it has to do with the culture and the types of food that they're eating and how they eat. You know, Asians have a good respect for food. They, you know, break when they eat, things like that. Um, so yeah, absolutely, 100%.
My
It has
my
to do with genetics and
stepmom,
culture.
my stepmom, who my dad got with her when I was 2 years old, she was Japanese, and she was the daughter of some people that were like right off the boat, like first generation. They came here, got their citizenship. And like the joke that she would always talk about, and like it ran in our little household there or whatever, was like, she's like, show me a fat Japanese person, like other than like the sumo thing. She was like, it doesn't exist. Like, and she
Yeah.
would always say that about Asian people in general. She's like, there are some outliers. She's like, but if you look at our society, you look at anybody in Asia, like there's so many more of us are thin or in good shape versus obese, and then come here to America and the opposite.
Yeah. I mean, it's really funny. I saw someone talking about like things that they were surprised of when they came to America, and they said that there's like really no in between with people. People in America are either really fit and they look amazing, or they're fat. Like there's no in between. We're one extreme or the other. And generally, and that was their experience, like walking around, going to like, you know, touristy areas, looking at people just traveling around, and they were like, everywhere we went there was always like jacked people, and then there was like really fat people. I was like, they kind of have a point. I think they're right, because people are either obsessed with being really healthy here, and they don't want to be like fat, and they know that it's hard to be in shape because of how fucked up our food is. And then there's people who just don't care about themselves at all.
And
So,
it gets concentrated in certain areas even more.
absolutely.
Like
Oh yeah.
I never thought in a million years, when I went to Salt Lake City for work, I walked into some place to have lunch, and I shit you not, I started looking around for hidden cameras and shit. I even told one of my friends, I'm like, dude, I'm pretty sure they're filming something in here, because everybody in there was beautiful. Every woman looked like a supermodel. Every dude looked like a male supermodel. And I was like, they're clearly like, not this many beautiful people are just going to randomly be in a sandwich shop. I'm like, they're clearly filming something or something. Nope, just that's Salt Lake City. So many just
Yeah.
they were so much more attractive than people are from my area.
Yep. Yeah, I will say O is for obesity in Ohio. Man, growing up in Ohio, people are not good looking for the most part. I mean, there's a few attractive people here and there, but man, generally speaking, the
I had to
majority
learn
of
real
people
hard.
are
Yeah, I had to
not
learn real
good.
hard that had worked in my favor. I was used to living in an area where I was like at least a 6, and then I went out to places like Utah and shit, and I was like, and now I'm a 3. What the fuck just happened?
My scale is not supposed to slide like this.
Yeah, yeah. I was like, hold on. I was assured that I was in a certain area, and now I'm not there, and now I don't know how to act.
Salt Lake City, you'll have to remember that. All right, guys, I don't need to.
I swear, if you ever go there, last
I'll,
place you would expect.
I'll remember to avoid it. I don't want to feel bad about myself. All right, let's see here.
Who should we listen to? By the way, check this out. You think these companies that are making all the money, that are adding these preservatives, you don't think they have lobbyists that are going around trying to buy some congressman and senate and all these other guys? You don't think they are? I don't know. I'm not speculating, but I'm telling you, the industry is massive. So of course they don't want somebody that's an anti-establishment guy to have a job that a current Anthony Fauci reports to you. You think Anthony Fauci would like to report to Bobby Kennedy? You think Anthony Fauci, who was in charge during COVID, telling us all this stuff that we have to do with masks while my little kids had to go to school wearing a mask, coming home looking weird? All the pictures we're going through the other day on our iPad and our iPhone, I saw a picture of my kids. I'm like, babe, look at this. We're in school visiting my kids. They got masks on in Texas, not even California. Who did that? Who enforced that? Who told us to do that? We shouldn't get to the bottom of those things. I think America's voted and they want to see what Bobby can do. Trump appoints him. There's a lot of improvement we can do right now, because whoever the establishment's been giving these jobs to, They're not improving the numbers. So what can we do? Let's give a shot to a guy that actually is obsessed with finding a way to improve this. Who knows? Worst thing we can do is live longer. Do you have a problem with that? If you got value out of this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. And if
All right, so that was that. That was that. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for him to change a bunch of shit. I think that's gonna be good. I don't think that, you know, kind of like we touched on a little bit, I don't think that those statistics are gonna be 100% accurate for health-related issues. And what it comes down to is we have a huge cancer in our culture. You know, the body positivity movement got hijacked. It went from being about people should be able to be happy and accept themselves and live their life for how they want to promoting to living unhealthy lifestyles. And that's the problem.
Everything has to go to the extreme. Like it went from like
Yeah.
don't be a bully. Like don't talk shit to somebody just because they're overweight. And it became you should try to be overweight. You should do vlogs where you eat more food and get fatter every day.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a huge problem. And it not only did it get so extreme with that, like now there's bullying for people who aren't fat. It's like, are you thin? Well, then you've got pretty privilege and you should be ashamed of yourself and you should make room for fat people. And it's like, I shouldn't.
How
I
dare you take care of yourself?
How dare you? Yeah. Like I remember when, oh God, what was that for? Some company did a ballet related ad at like Times Square, and people were complaining that it didn't have a fat girl in it. It wasn't diverse. It's like because she wouldn't exist. That you can't be a ballerina and fat. Like you can't. Not professionally. I mean, you might be able to try to get away with some small projects or something somewhere, but like you can't do that. That is not the body of peak athleticism and grace. You don't have that. And
Have
go ahead.
Have you seen San Francisco's new fat phobia czar?
Oh God, yes. Oh my
They
God.
actually have somebody on the government payroll talking about fat phobia and how if
Oh
somebody
God.
says no, I don't want another piece of cake, that's them being fat phobic, and we need to call it out.
Yeah, exactly.
There's your tax dollars, folks.
Yeah, I don't understand why people associate shame with like bullying. You should be shamed. Shame is a natural reaction to the fact that you're doing shit that you know is wrong.
Beyond that,
Insta.
just because I don't want to be fat myself doesn't then give you the right to say that I'm an asshole and I'm somehow bullying you. Like,
Right.
you can't say it's me being fat phobic if I say no, I don't want another piece of cake because that's a lot of sugar and bad things. Like, don't
Right.
shame me for not wanting to be fat. I'm not shaming you for being fat, so don't shame me for not wanting to be fat. Fuck you.
Right. And like the whole like scraping the icing off, like that's a fat phobic, what is it, like microaggression or whatever. It's like, no, bitch, lots of sugar makes me sick. What do you want from me? Like, there's so much projection going on. It is insane. It is insane. See,
That's what I've found 90% of these like big super woke things to be. I'm like, now that
yeah,
I've talked to you for a while, it doesn't really seem like there's that big of an issue. It seems like you're projecting out that issue, and it seems to be more of a you thing than a societal
yeah,
thing.
absolutely. It seems like you're definitely projecting and you're inputting your own insecurities into other people. See, fat shaming was good. Seems cigarettes aided in keeping people thinner as well. Probably longer life expectancies too, but I don't know. Yeah, I mean, people. I don't know. That's a good art. I wonder what we could figure out, if anything, on that. Like if smoking, keeping you thin, helped your life expectancy. If you would be fat without smoking. I wonder. I wonder if that's a thing. I wonder if there's a study on that anywhere, because that's kind of an interesting concept. Because I see what you're talking about there. Like if obesity is killing people, obviously cigarettes are bad for you and they'll kill you, but your body literally can't handle all that weight and pressure on your heart all the time. And I wonder if there is any correlation with that, smoking extending your lifespan if you're an obese person.
So what you're saying is do meth for a better America.
That's right. Do meth for a better tomorrow. Yeah. Have you
Everybody
ever
will be
seen?
skinny.
Have you ever seen those videos where people are showing, like cops are showing a history of mugshots to people, their de-evolution of self,
Yeah.
after drugs
Dude
and
that started
stuff?
it was called I think the Faces of Meth. And
Yeah,
they'd show like their first mug shots versus down the road.
I'm not gonna lie. There's a couple of them that look good after like 3 years of meth, and then they should have quit. Like they looked better after they started saying like their skin cleared up, they lost weight, like they looked better. I was like, maybe a year or two of meth is not bad for some people. Maybe that's what they need.
I hate that I know where you're coming from.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. Like they look good and then they look really bad really fast. Oh, that's fucking funny.
I had a buddy that used to say he's like, you know what? A little bit of meth might be okay for some of them. He goes, but you can always tell once they've taken one too many hits, you can take the girl from the meth, but you can't take the meth out the girl. He's like, you can see
Yeah.
exactly when they cross that point and they will never go back. I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh, I hate how accurate that is.
Yeah, meth face is real. Meth face is real, real. And you know what's fucking silly is people act like there's like, hey, you don't know me. It's like, yeah, I do. I can see your face, and your face is very methy. You're fucking methany over here. Like, I can tell by looking at you, sweetheart, that you are a hard drug user. And whether you still use drugs or not, I don't know, but I'm gonna be looking at you extra hard when you're in my store and stuff. You know, I'm gonna be watching you. That's profiling. Yes.
I
Not
don't
all
need to know
profiling's
every
bad.
aspect of your life to make a judgment on the fact that you're homeless and doing meth in the street. Like, I
Yeah.
might not know every detail, but I don't need every detail to know who the fuck you are right now.
Right. I shame you for not accepting the shame. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. People need to be shamed. Embrace shame. You don't want to be shamed because you don't want to be reminded that you're bad. And you're trying to bring other people down with you. But that the fact that they're so desperate to drag other people down with them just shows that even though that like the fat acceptance or body positivity move was originally successful, people, you know, had awareness, they weren't bullying, stuff like that. And I think the thing is it changed from, you know, non-bullying to come join me on the dark side because the shame didn't go away. The shame didn't go away. The shame was always there and it wasn't going to go away because it's an internal thing. They know that I was wrong. It's like, well, people aren't bullying me anymore, but I still feel that. So I need to make this the new normal. So I feel better about myself.
I can agree that bullying can be so bad that it can fuck somebody up. They can experience some bullying as a child and it will fuck them up for the rest of their life. But I also believe that uh, we should bring back some bullying because some bullying
Oh yeah.
does set people on a correct path and they might not enjoy the bullying at the time, but it might make them a much better person having dealt with it.
Oh yeah.
Strongly believe that every person, I can't say every person, maybe every person, but definitely every dude needs to be punched in the face at least once before they become an adult.
Oh no, several
And you
people
can
need to be
you can
punched.
you can you can tell the exact people who've never been punched in the face versus the people who have.
Mhm. Yeah. Absolutely. Agreed. 110%. People, we need to bring back punching. Make punching great again.
It's like, oh, you don't understand the consequences that can happen right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love those cop videos. Like sometimes when I get bored, I'll just watch those compilations of like entitled people getting owned and like cop cam videos and stuff. And it's fucking great. Like, do you know who I am? I really don't care. Like, you're getting arrested. My daddy will help me. Call my parents. No, I'm not calling your parents. You're an adult. I don't need to call your parents. Grow up.
Did you see did you see the one where once California changed their law about shoplifting and shit?
No.
So California basically passed a law. I think it was like 9,000 or something like that. It was like if you get caught shoplifting and it's under like $9,000 or something crazy, like it's just a
Yeah.
ticket, a misdemeanor. And
Yeah.
it became so bad that all these businesses were leaving and citizens were upset. So they passed a new law saying, well, okay, that only goes up to like a 3-strike thing. If you're now getting your third one, that's going to be a felony. So like they have police cam video of the very first people that they stopped with that, and they're like, it was 2 girls, and they're like, all right, dude, just give us our ticket and let's get out of here. And they're like, nope, new law just went into effect today. If it's your third time, it's a felony. And they're like, what the fuck? And they got video of them in the back of the car, like talking on the way to jail, and it was just 100% like, imagine that you boosted the consequences, and now these people are talking about how they never would have done this if they realized this was the consequence they'd be facing. So it seems like they were doing what they were doing because they didn't have to worry about consequences, and now that they do,
Yeah.
they're losing their minds and saying they never would have done it.
Imagine that. You show people that there's actually consequences for their actions and they don't do things. That's one thing I have a hard time getting people to understand sometimes, it seems. It's just like the whole hug a thug culture. It's like, well, we need to rise above them. We shouldn't do public executions and stuff like that. No, fucking pay-per-view that shit. Fucking pay-per-view executions. I know that seems really extreme, but I guess what's gonna happen as a result from that?
Yeah.
Reality's
I
gonna
can
sink
support
in
that
for
to
a
an
lot of
extent.
criminals. Reality will sink in for a lot of criminals, and crime rate will go down. The more we've protected people, the less we've taken away like death penalties and lesser sentences and stuff, and the more crime's gone up. That's a weird correlation. Wonder why.
Have you seen any of the videos from Sheriff Grady Judd from Florida,
Oh, is that the one where he's like, yeah, shoot
Polk
him?
County? Yeah. He's
Yeah.
gone viral for years because he'll do whatever, and he's like, yeah, if somebody breaks into somebody's house here in Florida, I hope they do shoot you because that's less things that we need to worry about. And
Less
like
paperwork.
he went on, actually, I think he went on Patrick Bet David's show. It was Patrick Bet David, like the guy that you just watched. Sheriff Grady Judd went on his show and said that basically like this horrible pedophile guy they had and like put him to death. And he was like, I made sure, it was me and my people that caught him, and I made sure I was there for his execution. He was like, it was the best thing I ever watched. Like, he's just
Yeah.
out of his fucking mind, but like people don't fuck around in that place. Like,
Yeah. That's one really good thing about Florida. I will say that is they do not give any fucks for criminals. They don't
he,
play.
my dad lives in that county. Like the county that guy's the sheriff of. That's where my dad lives, and
Oh, cool.
yeah, it's pretty sweet. But like, it's like you see people that are light on crime and how much crime they have, and people are tough on crime and how it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. And then they wonder what the difference is. Yeah. You don't need to know your full story to know the track marks and open source say the footnotes of your life is comprised of bad decisions. Yeah, exactly. I know. I don't need to know all your stuff. And that's another thing that they're pushing for, like for crimes and stuff, is to take into consideration the history of the person. Are they a less privileged individual? No. No, you can make good decisions as a non-privileged person, and you can make bad. By that logic, people with good privilege should get lesser time for bad decisions as well. Yeah, it makes no sense.
The same people making that argument that you're talking about are the same people that were very upset when that rich kid didn't get penalties because they said, well, he grew up as a spoiled rich kid, so he didn't know, and they like let him off.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that, but
Same logic. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like hold on, like
Yeah.
you were against that.
Yeah, it's so dumb. The hypocrisy runs so wild. See that video where the gal tells her friends it's a felony now or something when they're in the back seat? Oh yeah, the bitch
Yeah,
new
that's the one I
laws
was talking
video.
about,
Yeah.
California.
I haven't seen that one. I'll have to look that one up later. That sounds fun. But I've definitely seen ones where it's like spoiled people and they're just like so disrespectful, and then they just get the business, and I love it. I do too. I drink it up. This fucking gets me, tickles me. Call my dad. No.
So Patrick Bet David, the guy that you just watched,
Yes.
what's cool about him is he's actually an Iranian immigrant that his parents brought him over here as a child, and he wasn't a citizen and all that shit. He, got his citizenship, whatever they did, and then now he's a billionaire who's like the CEO of all these big companies. And he was just doing his thing, being a billionaire, minding his own business. And when he started seeing this like whole victimhood culture coming out, and people saying like, "Oh, like I can never succeed because this whole system is against me," like it wasn't until then that he started speaking out. He was never trying to be like a podcast guy or whatever, but then he started doing interviews on other people's podcasts, and he was like, what are you talking about? Like people need to tell these people that they do have a chance. Like he's like, I am a billionaire who owns all these companies successfully. He's like, you have had lived in this culture and this country for generations that my parents risked death to come to. He's
Yeah.
like, so you've had that whole backup, and you're saying that like you don't have a chance. He's like, I came from a country that is listed on one of your country's enemies list, and I came here just now. He's like, so if I could come from one of your enemies' countries and be one of the first people here, I was actually an Iranian citizen, and then I became American. He's like, and if I can become a billionaire and run all these companies, then you certainly have a chance. So he kind of developed into getting his own podcast and shit because he was going out trying to spread the message like, don't listen to this bullshit that you're oppressed and you don't have a chance. Like I'm a perfect example of how much of a chance you actually have.
Yeah. It's just being lazy. It's just being fucking lazy and trying to make excuses. You know, it's just you have they have this delulu self-worth, and they think that they're just the fucking shit, and they're like, well, the reason I'm failing is because the system's against me. Now the reason you're failing is because you suck. You fucking suck as
Dude,
a person.
I hate it so much because I have some people that are like little brothers to me that are, of a different race and shit. And like, it upsets me so bad because I'm like, if you just beat that into somebody's head and they actually believe it, like, why would you even try? Because you're like, dude, I'm
Yeah.
locked into a system that I can never succeed at. So why would I even put in the effort to try? And I'm like, dude, you are creating what you're trying to go against. Like you're convincing people that there's no shot. So why would they even try? Like,
Yeah.
you should be saying, dude, you could be the president one day. Like you have all the options in the world. Like let's build you up and support you and gas you up and tell you how great you could be.
Yeah, they definitely they just want to take the gas out of people. Cuz it's like, let's tell people that they're victims and that they can't go anywhere. Let's tell boys that they suck. Let's tell boys that they're hated. So when they become men, they have complexes. Let's tell people who are girls and people who are of color, I guess is the technical term now, which I don't like, but there we are. Um let's tell them that they don't have a shot, let's get them real depressed. And then the people that do make it out of that and don't buy that lie, let's tax the shit out of them so they lose motivation to keep growing as a person. It's
Yeah, that sucks too.
yeah, so it's like either you don't make it and you become a fucking sheeple, or you do make it and then you're just taxed to all hell and punished for your success. So it's like you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
And I feel like if you're told that your whole life, like, if you start actually believing it, there's only two options. You're either going to believe it and then say, like, I'm going to overcome this, and it's going to drive so much inspiration in you to overcome all that. Or what most people are going to do is just say, well, if that's true and I don't stand a chance, then why am I even going to try?
Yeah, a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't.
Yeah. And that kills me. I'm like, dude, you're telling people that they can't succeed when they can. And if they start believing that, they're not going to try.
Yeah.
And then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like,
Yep. Yep. It's the you guys tell yourself a lie, but I mean they're the ones that are believing it. They're selling it to themselves, and it's a generational lie at this point. You just keep telling them you're not gonna be anything, and they just don't do it. And it's sad.
well, that's
And
my
then
thing.
they turn
It's
to
like,
crime.
yeah, it's like there's a whole generation of people that aren't telling themselves that. They're being told that by the people above them. And
Yeah.
it's like, dude, don't do that. Lift each other up.
Yeah. It's sad. It's definitely sad. I know where I grew up, it was very people from everywhere, and it wasn't even like a concept. It's just like either you did good or you didn't. You got made fun of for because kids are mean. You get made fun of for being poor. You get made fun of for being husky. But it was never, ever, ever race culture was never ever a thing that was like a topic of bullying or jokes or anything. Like kids are mean. Don't get me wrong, but it was never that. Like you're not gonna make it because you're black or something. It's you're not gonna make it because you're stupid. You know, like.
I will say I learned about race when I was probably about 10 years old, and I never even knew that it was a thing before that. I knew people looked different, but I didn't know there was like animosity or any issues there.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I
it
didn't.
was because I was the target, and I was like, I went home crying, like I don't understand.
Yeah.
Tell me these words that they were calling me, and why I deserve to get beat up for that. And that's when I learned that there was racism in the world. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, same. I didn't learn about race being a concept until much older, and I tried to explain this to someone, and I compared it to, you know, how I said this earlier actually, like you look at horses and you don't think about that. You just know that horses come in all different shapes and colors and sizes and they're pretty, but they're all horses. And same with cats. Cats come in all different sizes and shapes and colors, and dogs and everything. Everything comes in different sizes, shapes, and colors, and it's just like a part of nature. It's not something that like really is thought of. It's just like, oh, that's a pretty horse. Oh, that's a pretty dog. Oh, that's a pretty person. You know. And I tried to explain that to someone once, and they got all offended. They're like, "Don't compare me to dogs." I was like, "Oh my god, you are so missing the point. You are so missing the point. Like you're gone. You're cooked. You're just there. There's no bringing you back. Like that's what you took away from that, really." But yeah,
Seems
I
like
get.
they were just looking to have a problem with whatever you're saying.
Yeah, exactly, probably. But I was the
Yeah,
only light-skinned person that worked there, so.
yeah. Like I said, I grew up. My grandpa was Mexican. My stepmom was Japanese. My godmother was black. Two dudes that were like my little brothers were black. Like, I just grew up knowing that like everybody in the family is just some of us are different colored. It's not a big thing. And
Yeah.
it wasn't until like 10 years old that I found out like, okay, some people have a problem with that.
Yeah, it's so weird. And it falls under that whole Morgan Freeman thing. It's like we end racism by stop talking about it. Because kids don't know about it. You're an example of that. I'm an example of that. We didn't get taught about that until we were much older, double digits in age, and it's totally counterproductive. Like if you want to move forward with society, you stop teaching kids about race.
Can't we all just get along?
Can't we all just get along? Some dogs are smarter than others, more violent, etc. Nature. Even chickens tend to congregate with the same breed, sleeping in the coop. Yeah, it has. Just because people are different doesn't mean that you have to draw like attention to it. That's what's so weird to me is like I just even as an adult who understands that people see things as race, related, I have a hard time wrapping my brain around it. Like I'll give you an example. I was at work once, this was years ago, and I was working with my buddy, and we got a new girl or a new woman on the staff. She was batshit annoying and crazy. She, like, first time I met her, so with work, what they do is they pair you in hotel rooms because you travel and they group people together. So she told me this first night together about how she's a flat earther and all this crazy shit. But I was telling, we were putting in beams. We were building beams at Home Depot. What I did was a merchandiser. So we went around and traveled the country and built displays, end caps, built entire stores. We built an entire Sherwin-Williams once. It was fun. But we were trying to get this beam into place, and I was like, hang from it like a monkey, which totally innocent term, right? Well, she got up in arms about it. She made a huge deal about it, started calling me all this racist shit, got HR involved, all this. She got fired. But like it was just completely out of line. Like we were trying to get this beam to fall into place. This is something I would say to literally anybody, first of all. Second of all, monkey is like an endearing term for a lot of people. And but I wasn't like, it never in a million years occurred to me to associate the term monkey with a black person. Never would have occurred to me until she brought it up. Like, and I was a full grown ass adult when that happened. That was just something that never ever occurred to me. Why would I associate that with you? Like, unless you actively have similar features to an animal, I will not compare you to that animal. Like, it's weird to me that people try so hard to project that. Like, it clearly was innocent. It clearly was something that was meant in good humor and silliness. It had no harm. We were all giggly about it. Me and my coworker, who was like, he was like the team manager or whatever. And then there was this girl. But yeah, no, she got fired. She got fired because not only did she do that, which thankfully I'd been on the team long enough to where I had good character references and I had a good work ethic and stuff, so they knew that I was a real one. But she would just like didn't want to do the work. She didn't want to do the jobs. She had a problem with everything that was said by people who were light skinned. She was just super, super problematic. Like, tried to get her to do a particular like a bay, like, or like do the layout of a bay, and she just would not do it. So she just got paid to just stand there and then cause problems. So she got fired. But yeah, it's just shit like that. It's like, why go out of your way to be that negative and project that shit? Like, obviously that was not what was happening, but okay. Professional
I feel like
victim.
some people do it because the demand for such issues is much greater than the actual supply. But I feel like other people do it because they've just been told that their entire life. Like they're just brainwashed and told like everything has to be shot through these prisms. So then they
Yeah.
assume whatever happens is shot through that prism, and
Yeah.
it might be, but it also might be that the person on the other side is like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Yeah. And like, I even tried with her. I was like, that's not what I said. Like, I even went over with her. I was like, yeah, I didn't say that. I didn't call you anything. She's like, you don't say that to a black person. I was like, do you realize how ridiculous that is to force someone else to think in a racist way when they're not racist? That's so unrealistic to try to force everybody to think in a way, like you said, through that lens of that. Like, my brain doesn't work like that. So if you want to interpret
Right,
those things that way, that's your problem.
but I also get that side. Like if that's how you've seen things or been told to see things, like I understand the sensitivity to it. Like I understand maybe even being like I understand that you didn't mean it that way, but like
But that's still
it kind of
hyper
upsets me.
unrealistic. Yeah, that's still hyper unrealistic to go through life and project that negativity on everybody and just assume, like, first of all, that's a really sad existence to be that angry about everything all the time. Like, that's really sad. Like, in a not like a sad pitiful, but like a sad, like, oh, that's unfortunate, you know.
Yeah, but like sometimes it might just be just a defense mechanism from either something they've actually had to deal with or have been at least convinced that they need to deal with it.
And
Like
that's fine to have a defense reaction, but to continue to, as someone who's had issues with stuff like defense reactions in the past due to like trauma and shit, you come down from that and you realize that you had overreacted and you realize that you were not in the right to act that way, and you realize that, okay, I need to not, continue to drag this out. Like, I need to nip that in
right.
the bud. You make an
Hopefully
effort
eventually.
to correct at least later. And she did not make an effort to correct. In fact, she made it worse. She continued to go for it. She continued to drive it home. In fact, I actually demanded that we not be in the same hotel room anymore. I was like, I will not return to my hotel room if she's there. And
Dang.
yeah, because it pissed me off. I mean, I don't take that shit lightly. You're not gonna accuse me of being like a racist and shit. And she just kept, because it got ugly. She started saying some really ugly stuff, and it was completely unprofessional, and it was just so uncalled for. So they got me a new hotel room. I was like, yeah.
I had a coworker that we went out partying, having drinks and all this stuff, like celebrating like a good job before we had to get on planes and head home the next day. And
Mhm.
like I didn't realize that he was gay and into me. Basically, I was on a gay date and I didn't know it. I thought he was this cool dude. And I was like, yeah, let's go out to this place. I heard about this thing at this casino. And like, we went out and he's buying me drinks and shit. And the whole time I'm just thinking he's a nice guy. And like, we went back to the
Oh.
hotel. And I remember it was when like the new Star Wars came out, like the very first one of the new trilogy. And we got back, and he had gone and see it earlier that night. And we got back to the hotel, and he was like, "Hey, dude, do you want to go to my room and see like the cool stuff that they gave us for like the opening night of Star Wars?" I'm like, "Hell yeah, I do." And I went up there, like, none of this was clicking with me. And I went up there with him, and he started getting like really physical and shit. And I was like, "Yo, what the fuck is going on?" And he like pushed me down on his bed and shit. And I was like, "This is where I would knock you the fuck out." But it is now occurring to me as my arm is pulled back and my fist is ready that if I do this, this is now suddenly a hate crime, and I will probably lose my job. Like, if I hit this dude, nobody's going to look at this as like, dude, I was a victim because he just started putting his hands on me and pushing me down and all this shit. They're going to look at it as that guy was a victim because he got assaulted. And I was like, dude, what? Like, this is the most fucked up scenario I've ever been in. But it opened my eyes up to what females go through, and I'm like, I just thought he was a nice guy, but all this time he had ulterior
Yeah.
motives. And I was
Yeah,
like,
guys
holy
are
shit.
trash, aren't they?
Yeah,
See,
yeah. But
yeah.
also on the other side of that, I was like, dude, he was being the bad person here. And if I were to defend myself just because of who we are, I would then be seen as the bad guy.
Yeah, that's something I definitely do not agree with is like hate crime laws. Because aren't all crimes hate crimes when you get down to it? Like, why do you need to specify what type of hate it is? You know? Like, I think that that just muddies the water for situations like that. That's clearly a self defense case, and that's clearly technically sexual assault. That's assault, you know? So, yeah. Yeah, but you're right. People would be like, "Oh, what, you scared of it?" You know, they would throw that out at you, like about you being, you know, a big guy and, you know, strong, and you should be able to hold your own without getting back or whatever. I don't know. They'd come up
It
with
would
some
all come
bullshit.
down to like, you never should have hit him. Even though nobody was there to see what was really happening, if
Yeah.
you actually hit him, you shouldn't have. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
so
hold on. Like,
real
this dude
victim
straight
blaming.
pushed me down on a bed and shit. Like, hold on.
I am having a hard time picturing that happen to you, but that is wild.
In my defense, I was drunk and I was backed up to it, so my knees were right there. So like, it didn't take much. He just pushed me and it buckled my knees back. Like, if I
Oh
would have
yeah.
known, he wouldn't have moved me. I promise.
If I knew it was coming, I would have been able to prepare. Yeah, that's wild. But yeah, you're right. That's exactly how it is. Is like a lot of the times where at least especially me, I'm so oblivious to shit. It's like, oh, this person's friendly. Like I'm such a dog. Like I'm such a fucking golden retriever. Like, yay, new friend. You know, but like that's how it is. It's like people act like they're your friend, they show your interest. It's like, oh, check this out. This is really cool. And then all of a sudden they're trying to put their tongue down your throat. You're like, wait a minute. Stop. No. That's not
Dude,
okay.
as much as the scenario sucked, it changed my life. Like I was like,
Yeah.
I do not. I'm not even joking. Like the cliche meme of like somebody like crying in the shower. Like I was actually crying in the shower. Like I was like, I felt like such a
Yeah.
victim. I felt like I was like, I'm like, if I got myself into that situation, does that mean I was being really gay? And now I need to like, where am I? Am I half gay? I don't know. Like, what's going on? It sent me in this whole like reality spiral.
Yeah.
And then
You were
realizing that I had done the same thing to so many, females in my life before that as a 20-some-year-old guy. Like, I was like, now I'm a piece of shit. Jesus Christ. Like,
yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a tough wake up call. 30% zero. What, he's 30% what? 30% piece of shit?
30% gay.
Oh, 30% gay. Gotcha. Okay. 30% gay. 30% gay, 30% piece of shit. You know, just we'll space it out.
That's what
Yeah.
got me in trouble because I kept making a joke every time he would buy me a glass of tequila. I'm like, dude, every time you buy me one of these, I get 10% more gay for you. Didn't realize that he was gay, and he was like, okay, so if I get you 10, then you're 100% gay for me.
There you go. That's what it was. He was doing the math. He was doing the math.
He brought it up at the hotel. I was like, bro, I'm not gay. He's like, dude, you said you were getting gayer every drink. I'm like, I don't know if you know how hetero dudes act with each other, but we act pretty gay, but we don't actually mean it, bro.
We gay, but we ain't full gay. We like quarter gay. Yeah,
We're like 80% gay, but we're not.
yeah. We'll joke about sucking each other's dick, but we ain't actually gonna do it. You know, like that's
I would
that's
get, I
that's
would
men.
get 100% gay with Wyrm unless he acted gay back, and then I'd be like, well, I don't like that now.
That's not fun anymore. I don't like it. Now I'm sad.
I was okay with doing you from behind until you acted like you liked it. Now I'm weird about this.
Oh yeah. Act, he says. In your teens, you'd ask girls for a kiss on your cheek and then turn your face quick so it would land on your lips. You got slapped hard once out of maybe a dozen times. Would recommend. Yeah, that's a good way to get hit, you know. But to be fair, as a female who has done the whole like kiss someone on their cheek, you grab their face. You fucking grab their face when you go in for a cheek kiss. That way they can't do that. And if you feel
That's
them
smooth.
try, you fucking headbutt the shit out of them. You don't just slap them. You just, bam, you go in and break their nose. I'm just saying. Gotta up the ante a little bit.
I feel like somebody in chat's going to say, challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted. I do the same with snake bites on
your
my hip.
What?
I don't.
Was it like body shots?
I don't know. What are you talking about, Wyrm? Wyrm, what are you talking about? What are you going on about? You lost both of us at that one. Elaborate,
I mean,
sir.
I have drank tequila off of his hips before, and I'm pretty sure I got a lime from somewhere else, possibly his mouth. If that's what he's talking about, then I get it. But if that's not what he's talking about, I'm sorry, Wyrm. I didn't mean to spill the beans.
Oh, he fucking outed you with some gay shit. That's funny. Wyrm's like, wait, no! Sigh.
In Wyrm's defense, anytime I did anything gay towards him, he had a look on his face like he really was not comfortable. So
I mean, that checks out.
there's many pictures.
Wyrm is very, very. He's one of the exceptions with like gay chicken and stuff. He doesn't do like a whole lot of. At least that I remember seeing him around the guys with doing that. He's usually laughing at it happen and facilitating a safe environment for it to happen, but not usually partaking.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
He used to watch me and another buddy of mine that we used to just beat the fuck out of it. We'd get drunk and just beat the living crap out of each other, like slapping each other in the face, punching each other. And he like anytime anything with like gay chicken would come up, he'd be the first thing he'd do is just grab you by your balls and not let go. It's like, okay, well, let's not do this anymore.
I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to. Oh my.
Wyrm knows who he is.
Wyrm knows. The Wyrm know. What we got going on? We got anything else we can cover?
I feel like yes.
I'm sure there is. What's another topic we can go over? Running out
I
of
am
steam
so
here.
stoked. I am so stoked on the JFK papers if those get released.
Oh yeah, that's interesting.
Come on, bro.
JFK and MLK. I would love for them to declassify a shitload of stuff.
I don't know anybody that is against that.
Yeah, you know, the whole misconception, you know, like I get maybe when people were more fragile, but like the whole idea that we need to protect people from the truth and, you know, the lies, what keeps them safe and stuff. I don't know if I really believe that. I think a lot of people would be able to handle the truth. Elon's based Roman salute. Oh yeah, let's.
Jesus. Well, like whenever something gets deemed as top secret, like there's an expiration date on it, and that came up during Trump's first presidency. And as soon as they came out like to be released, they redacted a bunch of shit. They released like a slight bit of extra information, but they redacted a bunch of shit and then renewed the whole secrecy thing. And they
Yeah.
specifically cited like the effect that it would do to the American people's trust in their government. Like,
Yeah.
okay, well, we already had a pretty good theory going, but that pretty much tells us like what is in there. We don't know the specifics, but we know it's you were certainly involved.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I know that there's so much like there's so many black flag operations that we do and just like false flag shit and we're doing these blackout where the records of these people like cuz my dad did those where it's you leave your dog tags here, you're going to go out, if you get caught you're acting on your own and we're not coming for you. That's the official ruling, is if you get caught you did that by yourself and we're not coming for you. So these black ops missions and stuff, I would be really interested to see what a lot of them were, especially my dad's, because I can't get a hold of his record. His record is like mostly deleted. I have no idea what he did for the most part, but I know it was some crazy shit. But I would love to see some of the stuff that we've done. Some of it's going to be terrible. Some of it's going to be terrible.
So many of these things, like as time goes on and we learn more about it, it's like okay, there's some crazy, stupid shit going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like the Hunter Biden laptop.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't.
51 intelligence people signed off saying it was just Russian misinformation, and then we end up seeing like people are like, well, okay, well here's the laptop, here's Hunter Biden's signature when he dropped it off. Here's other hotel records showing that he was in the area at the time it was dropped off. Here's pictures and emails from the laptop. And all these people in the intelligence agencies were like, nope, it's fake.
Yeah. Yeah, it's silly. It's fucking silly.
What's even funnier is if you fast forward to when the same Justice Department then said, you know what, we're going to prove that we're not biased and we're going to go ahead and press gun charges against Hunter Biden because he was doing drugs when he owned a gun, and you sign off when you buy a gun that you're not a drug addict. The evidence that they allowed to be submitted in the case to charge him was pictures from that very laptop. It's like, wait, you were the same department saying before that you were agreeing it was Russian disinformation, you weren't going to pursue anything, and now you're using pictures from that same laptop as evidence in another federal case.
Yeah. Yeah, that's silly. It's fucking silly. The level of just no self-awareness. And they might have been able to get away with that kind of shit, like 50, 60 years ago, but before the internet was really, prolific and stuff, but like, or even existed really. But it's everywhere now. Like, you can't get away from it.
That's
No
what
one
I see
cared
is
about
happening.
the gun charges. Yeah.
I feel like they had shit. Yeah, right. People weren't even upset about the gun charges. People were like, well, how about the fact that you seem to be bribing other governments and extorting other governments for favors? That's what we're interested in. You're going after the gun charge? Like, what the fuck? But like,
yeah. I have personal space issues. No touching. I read that in Cusco's voice. We want to know more about the Ukrainian energy company. Yeah, people don't care about the gun charges. People don't care about that. They care about the corrupt government and they care about the original charges. But, let's see. Oh, this is interesting.
What's that?
So, apparently the New York Post, which is not really conservative, the New York Post posted Elon Musk RIPs, or rips those, I guess, depending on how you look at it, who accused him of giving Nazi salute, need better dirty tricks. So the fact that they're reporting on that is actually interesting.
I saw that. It's kind of not the best statement. Like, he has a point, but also at the same time he doesn't.
Yeah.
He basically just said like, oh yeah, the Nazi thing, that's kind of played out. And it's like, yeah, it is, until you stand on stage and do something that looks very much like a Nazi salute.
Let's see. Here's the guy we just watched, the guy we literally just watched. Let's see what he has to say.
There's been a lot.
He said he's based.
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah. And that's another thing. That's a great point. So the description for this says Elon Musk faces scrutiny for odd-looking gesture during an event, sparking debates. While opinions differ, most dismiss any offensive intent, highlighting Musk's genuine excitement and focus on his visionary goals. This discussion explores media reactions and broader implications. That's another thing people need to really look into is intent. He didn't. I'm going to assume that he didn't intend. Obviously, I haven't watched it yet, but intend to do a Nazi salute. You know, we were talking about that earlier. Someone, I don't know who was it, that said that he like did like a heart gesture, like throwing his heart out. I said it seemed like he was doing like one of these, you know, like where you're like, hey, you know, it's good to see everybody, kind of things where you wave to people and they like screenshotted it at a weird wave angle. It just, it's so silly. It like this, like, you know, the Nazi salute is very definite, like. It's a very specific movement off to the side and waving your hands and stuff. That's not a Nazi salute, you know. There's a very specific, like, and I'm not afraid to do. I'm not Nazi. I don't give a shit. So like, it's very specific. Arm is rigid. It's out. You know, it's up at an angle.
So I sent a video. Well, I started to send a video to Wyrm the other day, and Andrew Schultz on his podcast, they had like a 12-minute clip that they released, but like the first 8 minutes covers it, and they had the best coverage and description of the whole incident that I've ever heard. They started off and they were like, so you know how there's people that are like in the far left where you're like, okay, like, you know, whatever, you know, gay rights, trans rights, everything, we're cool with that. But once it gets to somebody that transitions from a man to a female, and they might have just done it in the last year or two, and then they're going to go compete in either full contact sports or even in some cases fighting sports, most reasonable people can look at that and say, okay, like there might be a problem there. Like we can support everything up to that point, but there might be a problem there. And he says, but you'll encounter some people that will refuse to admit that there's a problem there, even though most reasonable people can see that there is. He goes, the Elon situation seems to be the same issue on the right. Like, I don't think that he was giving a Nazi salute. I don't think he's a Nazi. I don't think he meant to do that. I think he's awkward and autistic, and he was just excited. He goes, and I think most reasonable people would come to that decision, but there are some people on the right that are like, that's insane. That doesn't even look like anything. It's like you can at least see the issue and the optics of him doing that. And it's like the people that are acting like I saw somebody on Facebook that was like, it doesn't even look like a Nazi salute. I'm like, okay, really? Like, defend it however you want, but don't sit here and say it doesn't even look like one, because it fucking looked like one. Like I personally don't think that's what he meant to do, but I will say it sure as fuck looked like that.
Let's see. I mean, I don't think so from what I saw, but again, I haven't seen the full thing yet. So, like I said, for me, what I saw before watching this is it looks like he was doing like the, you know, like, hey guys, which people do that all the time. People, like the same motion you use to hail a cab, you know, that's what it looks like to me. But again, I haven't seen the full thing yet, so.
He does it to the crowd, and then he turns around and does it to the people behind him. It's like one more time for the people in the back. And each time, and I get it, like I don't believe, I think he was really trying to be like, my heart goes out to you. I really do think that, because we got pictures of him in Roman armor, and he plays fucking Diablo. Like I think he's just a nerd that was up in that.
Yeah,
But
he's super autistic guy.
That in today's day and age, if you see somebody put their hand over their heart and then bend at the elbow and point their palm up into the crowd, you can't sit here and say that doesn't look like something else.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely similarities, but you know, it's just the Nazi salute is very rigid, and I get it.
You can say you don't think that's what he was doing, but it's really hard to make the argument that you can't see why other people think something else.
I think a screenshot out of context is definitely, you know, trash.
I would say watch the clip, because it's not screenshots out of context. It's like full blown. It just looks like a straight up Nazi salute, and then he turns around and does it again. Again, I don't think that's what he was meant to do. I don't think that's what he was doing, but I 100% see why somebody would jump to that conclusion.
All right, let's see. Let's see what the Vidya has to say.
CNN calls it odd looking. Do you want to play this clip?
Thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you.
So they cut
Tom.
away when he turned around.
That's
and did it.
Yeah, a lot has been talked. There's been a lot said about this. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like I get it. Like I get it out of context, but still, even with that, like it's I don't know. I guess I've seen enough Nazi documentaries. Because
Right.
like to
Well,
me,
my
like
thing is,
if you're
like-
not an
like-
educated person, it's close enough. Like I
Right.
get that.
Well, my whole thing is like, I don't think that's what he meant. But if you are on stage supporting people that a large portion of the society likes to call Nazis, you probably didn't have to do that.
Didn't have to do that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and, you know, and he's just again though, and I'm gonna kind of reference this to like what I was saying earlier about like race thing. You can't input into his mind that that's like a racist thing or a Nazi thing or whatever, because he doesn't think that way. He's very autistic. He's very awkward socially. He's terrible with large crowds. You know, he's Asperger's on the syndrome hardcore.
Right.
And
But if you see it, you also can't say that you don't understand why people would relate the two things.
I didn't say I don't understand it. I said it's just not a Nazi salute. It's close enough if you're not educated on what a Nazi salute is, and if you look at everything through the lens of everybody's a Nazi and they already hate him, they're gonna jump to that conclusion. But it's clear he was grabbing his heart and throwing that heart out there into the crowd aggressively because he's super excited with he's fucking risen him with his tism.
I will say, if you can
See
see
what
his
people-
hand a little bit better, like he keeps his fingers together really well too.
People are saying, I see what he's saying. Okay, puts it right on his heart and goes out. And then he also says, my heart goes out to you. So I don't know what was in his head, but I see how people were talking about it, but you know, I don't know. I don't know if I can draw the conclusion. And I think it looks a little weird, but I have a tough time with a hard conclusion.
Adam.
Well, look, Elon, there's so many good things I could say about Elon. Smart, intelligent, witty, the richest man in the world. You know, Pat, you talk about golf scores all the time.
Yep.
You know, if you played Madden, he's, you know, a 99 on wealth, 100 on wealth, 99 on strength, speed, agility, all that. Listen, Elon, public speaking maybe isn't your thing. Stand-up comedy.
He's so right. It's not his thing. It's not.
Yeah.
He needs to have, if he's going to do public speaking, he needs to have heavily scripted things because it's not his thing. He's not good at it. He's awkward. He stutters a lot. And, you know, I'm not going to say I'm any better. I would be just as fucking awkward and nervous and shit probably out in the crowds. I don't deal well. I have stage fright. So, yeah, for sure. He definitely should not be doing stuff because it's awkward, and I love him to pieces, you know, from what I've seen of him. But yeah, this is not good.
Maybe isn't your
Right,
thing.
right. I'm
So,
in the camp of like,
if-
I don't.
if
think
he paid a
meant to be
little-
giving a Nazi salute, I don't think he's a Nazi. But like, it's also like I've seen people arguing like, hey, look, I'm like, okay, well, we can also agree that it wasn't the best optics.
No, it wasn't. Like, it's not a great look. I definitely admit that it doesn't look the best. It's not a Nazi salute. It's not a Nazi salute. But it's close enough to where it could easily be misconstrued.
I think I related to Wyrm where I was like, imagine if like some Democrats won and everybody was like, I feel like you're a secret communist. And then they came out in their inauguration and they were like, no, we're not. And they just held up like crossed a hammer and sickle. They're like, we just really like these two tools. It's completely different.
We're
Like, people
totally
are gonna be
sponsored by Makita now. That's it.
Like, yeah, people are going to be looking at that and being like, it looks like you're some fucking communists.
Right.
But just a little bit more attention, maybe preparation before going on stage. He would sort of avoid any gaffes. Now, he literally did and I go, whoa, what was that? Now, as a Jewish person, let me help you guys out there. He's not a Nazi. He doesn't go to Nazi rallies. He's not a fan of Adolf Hitler. Stop it. I can already see the ridiculous media attacking this guy. Here it is. Reuters, Elon Musk's hand gesture during Trump interview festivities draws scrutiny. The guy was talking about space. I'm sure it looked awkward. I'm sure it looked weird. I'm sure if he had a chance to do it all over again, he probably wouldn't go out throw a Sea-Cal out there to the atmosphere. He's more interested in going to Mars. So he's going to sustain this attack. But on behalf of the Jewish community, relax. The guy's on the good team. He's on Team America. He wants the good guys to win.
Vinny.
Sustain this attack. He's going to be just fine.
For all the people out there, great point, because if you're playing the Hitler, Nazi, whatever, just shut up. Just shut up. First of all, the guy's autistic. He has Asperger's. This guy has never been in the limelight. He's done interviews, which he's freaking amazing. He will put your life.
Yeah, imagine like calling to arms to make fun of the autistic kid. You know, like, like y'all are really gonna bully the Asperger's autistic guy? Like, really? That's a bold move. That's a choice.
I'm okay with any sort of criticism, but the one that gets me the most is how many people that I see and know personally that their criticism of him will be to say that he's an idiot. I'm like, okay, listen, Bob, who's 45 years old, that still works at the drive-through downtown. You can say whatever you want about disagreeing or politics or whatever, but you can't call Elon Musk an idiot. Whereas, like who the fuck are you?
Yeah, I'm sure he cares real bad about you, Bob. He really cares. Oh no, Bob thinks I'm stupid.
Right. Like, unless you're at least in the ballpark of intelligence, like, don't sit here and tell me that somebody's stupid. Like, you have no room to stand on here. Like,
if your age is closer to your IQ, maybe you shouldn't speak on these kinds of things, you know?
like all he's doing is creating electric vehicles to help cut down on the whole pollution thing. He's granting internet access all over the world, no matter where you are, and he's sending rockets to Mars, and he's actually fucking stupid. Like,
yeah, screw that guy. So dumb
like,
with
okay,
his stupid
all right.
space rockets.
Yeah. Give him whatever criticism you want, but he's not stupid.
Yeah, definitely not stupid. Socially awkward and pretty inept. Yeah. He's good with one-on-one interviews where he can take the time to focus and he's not overstimulated. But yeah, don't pick on the guy with Asperger's, you know? Like, that's like, why? You know, like, I get it. It didn't look the best, but it wasn't a full Nazi salute one. It's close enough. I get it. It's close enough. But, like, it's a fucking super excited. He's excited because he wants to go to space and he believes this administration is going to help him achieve his dream, which just a few years ago he was super depressed in interviews because he's afraid that he wasn't going to get to Mars in his lifetime. And, you know, he's fucking pumped. This is his dream. His life's work is like at his fingertips as far as he's concerned. You know, this is great for him. Of course he's excited, and he's like, during the inauguration he was pumping his arms up and stuff. You know, like, he's a very arm animated guy. It's part of his flavor of tism, you know? Like, I don't know. I just going so hard on the poor guy. It just seems very unfair.
I get it though. He gave him the ammo. Like, they were going to use whatever they could to make the case, and he gave him a pretty good clip.
Wait, how do you say his name? Netanyahu? Whatever. Said he's cool. I'll trust the Jewish guy. Yeah. Netanyahu. And I don't know how to say it. I'm not even gonna try again. All right, let's see. Let's keep going. Let's see.
Lights out, and he did it to that BBC reporter. Like, I don't think he never thought in a million years this guy would be. Remember the last rally he went to where he was jumping? He's so excited. I don't know if you guys have ever dealt with people that have Asperger's or they have these conditions. They have autism. I have family members that do. I have friends that do. They don't go in front of crowds. They don't do this type of stuff. The guy's genuinely excited. He's telling his heart is going out to them. He's in the moment. He's not sitting thinking about it. He's not planning it. So for people to try to do, and by the way, this story will be dead after tomorrow. Nobody gives a damn about it. This guy has bigger plans. He has bigger missions. Did it look bad? Yeah, for people that were kind of looking to say, oh, hey, Hitler, which, I mean, how many more Hitler jokes and Charlie Kirk just walked by? Charlie, we love you! So yeah, I think it's people that are searching and they're looking for something. And like they always say about there's no there.
Rob, can you do me a favor? We have two things I just sent you. Play the one with Kamala Harris with Elon Musk for the audience to see. Go ahead and play this one if you could. Go for it.
Because we're not going back. We're not going back.
Look at the hand gesture pointing it. Okay, and then go to the other picture. Go to the other picture, and you look at this one here. Obama. I don't even know why they put Colbert there. You got Trump. You got Musk. You got.
Well, that's a valid point, and that is a great illustration. That's fun. Granted, those are also all taken out of context, but it's literally everybody doing some sort of salute that looks suspicious.
Right.
You know, that's fun.
Thing is, with most of those are like still images where they just had their arm there. They weren't like full blown hand to the chest and then arm out. Like,
no, I get that. I get that. The Kamala one was though. That I think is what they just showed. Is what it looked like. But yeah, no, that's what I originally assumed this was. Anyways, I will say that one of the things that you're taught in like a very high level professional type setting is you don't point. Everything is the full hand. Everything. So you're talking with the full hand. It's you direct somebody with your full hand. You know, you give thanks to your full. You talk with a closed or an open full hand. That is something that is drilled into you as far as muscle memory goes for interacting with people. Because pointing is considered rude, disrespectful, or like from a courtesy standpoint, for example, in luxury sales, it's about, you know, it's like the Vanna White thing, you know, you're displaying and showing this beautiful item. You're not pointing to it. You're like that. No, it's like, oh, we have these over here. So like even in high-end sales, they beat that out of you to not point at stuff. It's always closed fingers together like that. So it literally could be a mixture of him wanting to do like that, like pointing out to the crowd, but like muscle memory too. It could also be that. Just as a counterpoint, people may not know that.
I mean, he said afterwards, like, I give my heart out to you. Like, you know, it seemed like and I really believe he meant that. Like,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Throwing my heart out to you, but it's like, dude, it sure as hell looked like that. And you sure as hell gave a lot of people that are making that exact argument something to, you know, use.
Yeah. I think if he had done the exact same thing, but with both hands, it would be completely different. Just.
Yeah.
The exact same movement, but with both hands. Because he grabs his heart very passionately and he throws his arm out very passionately. And if you do that with both hands, I think that could have changed the narrative 100%. But because he did it with one arm instead of two.
Hillary with the old real estate haircut. You got Elizabeth Warren. And who is the bottom right? I can't see the bottom right. Is that Joe Biden?
Bottom right's Joe Biden. Above that, Laura Ingraham.
Well, Laura Ingraham, which she was there at the Starlight dinner as well last night. Yeah, I mean, look, there's some basic things you have to realize. And you can be very good at a lot of things and still need help with image, mannerisms. Like when I watch, you know, I have kids. One of my kids will shake your hand and they'll go like this. How are you? What's your name?
Vincent.
Great to meet you.
Nice to meet
okay. The other son of mine goes like this. How are you? Good to meet you. Right? And guess what? They're different.
Yeah.
All right? They're different. One of them, you can sit there and talk politics for hours.
Yeah.
And you're going to have the time of your life. The other guy could care less about talk to him about sports. You're going to have the time of your life. One of the guys can go up to a girl and say, here, hold my hand. You're my girlfriend for the weekend. At 5 years old. The other guy's like, no, man, I'm not interested, right? But eventually, They were showing clips of Barron in the first administration where he was a little bit awkward. And whoever worked on Barron to clean up his, and whoever worked on Bezos to clean him up, I mean, maybe Musk has got to hire somebody like that. Just kind of see, hey, few basic things for that. And long term, everybody's going to learn about everyone's motives, intention, desires, visions, goals. And I had a very interesting meeting with somebody, and I said, so what do you think is Elon's vision long term? And that led to a very interesting conversation. Long term, we're going to realize everyone's visions, motives, desires. Sometimes it takes 5, 10, 15, 20 years. The night is still way too young. What I can tell you is it is 2025, January 21st. Trump is in office. New way of thinking. Back to common sense. Back to if you do the right thing, good things will happen to you the next 4 years. And my suggestion to everybody watching this, do not waste the next 4 years. Be intentional. Have a plan, get into the right communities, find the right alliances, get into places where you're going to collaborate with others. I cannot tell you how many business cards we had, how many people we did business, how many people are we going to do business with just from the last 4 days of people we spoke to?
Oh, it's tremendous. So there's literally hundreds of people, and we've got a short list that's going to take us a month and a half to get through all the follow-up.
And Tom being one of the best guys that work in the room, people just love Tom. When you see Tom work in the room, it's absolutely incredible. But I hope you guys watching this here, as a husband, you choose to lead your family. As a mother, you choose to lead your family and your community. As a business owner, you do your best to take advantage of the next 4 years to make the opportunity better for your clients, better for your customers, better for your employees, better for your community. As somebody that works at a company, find a way to become a better leader for the company, to help the company go to the next level. As a content creator, it's going to be tough the next 4 years because you have a lot of enemies now. So you're going to see the next 4 years who's going to rise up, who's not, who's going to recreate themselves. This is going to be a very, very unique era we're going through, and we're going to learn a lot the next 4 years. And like I said, in 2025, the year of surprises, the surprises are just getting warmed up. So if you think you're very good at predictions, don't forget, go to vtnews.ai, make your predictions. There's 100 days we're going to go through. I think we're barely on day 19 of different predictions being made. Obviously, it's day 2 today, but there's been 19 predictions so far. Go claim your predictions. The next 100 days, we're going to go through this on a weekly basis on a podcast. We're excited to see which one of you guys is going to.
Okay, it seems like draft picks for predictions for politics. Interesting. But let's see. All right, let's go back.
CNN calls it.
But yeah, so you think the best course of action is to let the weirdos cry and let Marsman and Orange Guy just do their thing? Yeah, agree. Just let them have fun. Just let them live their life. Just let them live their lives. I mean, they're... Like, I get it. It doesn't look great. I get it. Let's see. It doesn't look great. I get that. But it's not the same as a Nazi salute. I don't know. It's just silly to me. It's silly to me to jump to that. Like, you know that's not what he was doing. Everyone knows that's not what he was doing. That's not his intent. That's not who he is. It's silly. It's silly to jump to those negative conclusions. Zero has accidentally or intentionally somehow disconnected from the chat. Not sure what happened to him, but he is gone. Or at least it says he is. But yeah, that's silly to me to jump to that conclusion. And I had someone close to me kind of bring that up recently, and I was just I just didn't kind of feed into it because I was like, no, I'm not gonna comment on that. But yeah, I mean, I think we're good. I think we should call it a night. We've gone over a lot today. We've gone over a lot of topics. We've gone over, the inauguration. We went over the executive orders. We went over the health stuff. We went over Tom McDonald, and He texted me and said his Xbox timed out or shut off. Oh, wow. Okay. Unfortunate. But, yeah, we went over some good stuff, I think. If you guys like this, if you like us talking about real world things and not just gaming stuff, let me know. Let me know. Join the Discord, send messages, make comments below, leave likes, all that stuff. All that stuff helps the channels and the respective platforms. But I love you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. I know it's super late now. I hope you guys, if you have any questions about anything we've talked about, you want more input, again, feel free to reach out and we can definitely look into doing follow-up videos, do more updates, do more, you know, do politics, if we want to do open debates on things, as well as maybe like entertainment news, if you guys are into that. I'm not super into entertainment news, but I'm sure me reacting to it could be interesting because I don't care and I'm shocked by some of them, honestly. But yeah, I love you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for chilling with me and just having a gay old time. But I love you guys, and hopefully I will see you guys in the next one. I try to stream over the weekends. I know lately my schedule's been crazy. Tomorrow is actually the company DJ party, so I'm not sure if I'm going to stream or not. I actually haven't got confirmation on if we're doing that this year. We did it last year, but this just feels like it's going to be a last minute thing, so I don't know if if I'm going to be able to stream or not. But if we're able to stream, we will. If not, I'll see you next time. But I love you guys. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening. As always, I've been Kim Inoki. You've been a Nugget of Awesome. And I'll see you in the next one. Love you, gotta go. Bye.
It's getting hot in here. It's getting